Second part is finally here, like and hype now, for more updates. Chapter 81. No, isn't this man a knight? That's right, is he a summoner? This summoned monster feels so strong. No, you can't afford it, can you? Or, is this his pet? The examinees in the examination room were talking about it, not knowing what the thing Qin Feng had summoned was. I don't know if it's a pet or a summoning thing. The teacher outside the light door that Qin Feng entered saw this scene, his pupils contracted slightly. That's it, fairy beast. He is a tier 6 professional, so he can naturally see the attributes of that summoned object. He couldn't help being surprised. For a while, the teacher couldn't help scolding his mother. He also thought that Qin Feng was going to take the two younger sisters and pass the level relying on strength. Unexpectedly, they actually summoned a fairy beast. It's still a level 20 fairy beast, it's too outrageous. Even the school leaders sitting on the stage and other people who came to watch were a little dumbfounded. However, they can only see the projection in the sky, but they don't know the March 3 attribute of the Thunder Dragon Manta Ray. Otherwise, it is estimated that I can't help but curse secretly. Qin Feng, what kind of summoned object is this? Is it his pet? Xiao Yu also couldn't understand, when did Qin Feng have such a pet? Isn't his a white horse? Just when everyone was puzzled and surprised, Qin Feng had already started to lead the two girls forward. Kexin, Wenwen, let's go. Qin Feng spoke with a relaxed face, and led Lin Kexin and Zhong Wenwen towards the inside of the copy. As for the Thunder Dragon Manta Ray, it opened the way ahead. The light and wide body is wandering, floating, and spinning in the air. It looks like it hit the bottom of the sea. I don't know, I thought this dungeon was full of sea water. Zhong Wenwen said pleasantly, front, there is a monster in front. Qin Feng also saw the monster in front of him. It is a group of piranhas shaking constantly, and there is a group of ants under the piranhas. The red ant, with ferocious tentacles and big teeth, looks very frightening. The piranha opened its teeth and claws, and the open mouth was divided into 3 petals. Each petal has sticky mucus and sharp teeth. There are sharp thorns on the leaves and branches. Green and oily, it must be highly poisonous. The Eye of Truth. Qin Feng didn't say anything else, let's look at the attributes first. Slime Piranha. Level 20, Blue Elite. Attributes, Strength, 214, Stamina, 310, Spirit, 112, Agility, 80. Talent, Slime Corrosion, the poisonous lotus leaves will be damaged by corrosion once touched. Skill, Bite and Devour, active open the huge ferocious mouth with 3 petals, and the sharp teeth will swallow you in the mouth. The power is less than that of the piranha, and you will be swallowed directly. 1. Stinger Attack, active the piranha spins crazily, throws the stinger on its body and flies in all directions, accompanied by corrosive slime, the double blow will be fatal. Weaknesses, slime piranhas cannot move, plant monsters, fire resistance -30%. Introduction, a mutated piranha, which can't move, but is very aggressive. If you get close, you will be swallowed by its big mouth. Tut tut. Qin Feng looked at the sticky mucus in that mouth. Instantly gave up the idea of wanting to get closer. This thing should be handed over to Thunder Dragon Manta Ray to deal with it. Anyway, piranhas have no feet, so it is impossible to run over to deal with him. Zhong Wenwen also felt a little sick looking at the swaying piranha. Hiding behind Qin Feng, he stretched out his small head to watch. Lin Kexin was also by Qin Feng's side, ready to bless her at any time. And the ants under the piranha are also a kind of monster. Curse Pattern Ant. Level 20, Blue Elite. Attributes, Strength, 225, Stamina, 110, Spirit, 4, Agility, 256. Talent, Unified Synergy, Curse pattern ants are a kind of ants with extremely tight coordination. With perfect coordination, they can devour many creatures that are stronger than them. Skill, deadly darkness, passive blindness effect is attached to the attack, and the attacked target will have a probability of being blinded for 3 seconds. Formic acid attack, active launch formic acid to attack the enemy, with a strong sour and corrosive smell, which will affect the enemy's spirit. Weaknesses, the attribute of the monomer is not high, and it has a lot of experience. Introduction, curse pattern ants belong to social ants. When dispatched in groups, they never act alone. They move very fast, so be careful of being besieged. The attributes of this ant are not strong, but the skills are so disgusting. Qin Feng took a look, and saw that under the 20 piranhas, there were densely packed ants. He couldn't tell how many ants there were. With the skills of these ants, if they were besieged, they would be finished. Falling into blindness, it is estimated that you will not be able to see the light in this life. Much scarier than those piranhas. When Qin Feng saw the monster's information, the outside world also released the monster's information. This is for clarity. How difficult is the difficulty of the Abyss level dungeon? My god, is it a blue elite at level 20 at the beginning? And there are still so many of them. These ants are all blue elites. If it doesn't have a range attack, it won't kill you until you die. It's more than that, the skills of the ants and piranhas are simply abnormal. With this attribute, you make it difficult for me to deal with any of them. After all the candidates saw the attributes of this monster, there was a lot of discussion for a while. I directly sweated for Qin Feng's team. It's still too much for 3 people to challenge the Abyss level dungeon. Are you afraid that you won't even be able to pass the first level? Unfortunately, to Qin Feng, this was nothing more than a trivial matter. Brontosaurus manta ray, come on. It is impossible to do it yourself, so direct the Thunder Dragon manta ray to charge up. Floating in the air, that huge body looked very spectacular. Weird chirping, flashing blue and black thunder. Thunder of King Ming. After only seeing a chirp, the place where the sound wave diffused was covered by countless thunder and lightning. The scene in front of him suddenly became a bombing zone. The piranha shook its body like crazy. All the ants started to run away. It's a pity that under such an attack, it looks so pale and powerless. 200. 500. AGR. Fa. In less than 3 minutes, all the ants were killed. Together with the piranha, the body has become scorched black. The whole body fell to the ground weakly, completely without any vitality. Wow, Qin Feng big brother, this Thunder Dragon manta ray is really powerful. In just a short while, these disgusting monsters were wiped out. Zhong Wenwen's eyes widened, her shocked tone seemed very cute. She knows that fairy beasts are powerful. But I didn't expect that the Thunder Dragon manta ray was so powerful. If anyone has such a pet, they don't even need to do it themselves to upgrade. Lin Kexan's eyes were also dull, shocked by the strength of the Thunder Dragon manta ray. She has seen Xiao Yu's dragon, which is also a fairy beast. But the shock brought by it is far less than 0.9 like this Thunder Dragon manta ray. Looking at Qin Feng obsessively, she couldn't help being proud of the man she liked. The love in those eyes was almost overflowing. This sense of security being protected by the one you love is really fulfilling. Come on, let's move on. Being watched like this, Qin Feng felt quite satisfied. May I ask, who would be unhappy and dissatisfied when being admired by the woman he loves? The candidates outside were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. FK? What is this? Is there something wrong with my eyes? Just kill them all in 3 minutes and clear the level. Are these blue elites so shameless? What kind of monster did he summon? This power is fake, right? Teacher, where is the teacher? I want to report, someone cheated. The power of the Thunder Dragon manta ray instantly caused a huge commotion. The candidates all exploded immediately. Even the teachers of the college have some headaches, and this is too troublesome. Chapter 82. Quiet. Seeing the restlessness of the candidates, Xiao Yu stepped forward to stop them. Not only because of her duties, but also because of Qin Feng. This situation is not considered a violation. In the dungeon, you can use everything. As long as you have the ability, no one will care about you even if you summon a beast. The assessment continues. Everyone be quiet. Qin Feng is within the scope of the rules. Even if it is a summoned object, it is allowed to be used, which is not considered a violation. If you have the ability, even summoning a beast is fine. Facing Xiao Yu's statement, the candidates could only accept it. There is no way, many people are just psychologically unbalanced. But the assessment still has to continue. Many teams didn't want to watch it anymore, and started their own challenges. Qin Feng didn't know all of this, but just led Lin Kexin and Zhong Wenwen forward. When I came to the second area of the Abyss Dungeon, I saw a bunch of monsters. Hey? Why is it still a piranha? Zhong Wenwen was a little surprised and said, but these flowers look black. Qin Feng also saw the monsters in front of them, which were 15 piranhas, all of which were black. And a bunch of scorpions. It's just that the size is not right. The size of this 01 scorpion is as big as a crocodile. A scorpion as big as a crocodile has 20 ministers. The Eye of Truth. Dark Piranha. Level 20, Blue Elite. Attributes, Strength, 251, Stamina, 360, Spirit, 150, Agility, 100. Talent, Dark Corrosion. The piranha that has absorbed the dark magic energy has a dark attribute corrosion effect in the slime, and the corrosion damage is more powerful. Skill, Brutal Bite, active when biting the target, the sharp teeth will cause great damage and release dark toxin. Frenzy, active after absorbing the dark magic energy, the piranha becomes more frenzied. While the attribute increases, it causes 100% poisoning effect, and has a 5% chance of being deeply poisoned. Weaknesses, dark piranhas cannot move, plant monsters, fire resistance -30%, light resistance -30%. Introduction, after the slime piranha absorbs the dark magic energy, it mutates into a dark piranha, which becomes more brutal and has a powerful dark attribute. This piranha is still a blue elite. But attributes and skills have become much stronger. Of course, to Qin Feng, this was nothing. On the other hand, the crocodile next to it is even more perverted. Curse Pattern Overlord Scorpion. Level 20, Blue Elite. Attributes, Strength, 241, Stamina, 230, Spirit, 410, Agility, 134. Talent, Poisonous Curse. The tail stab attack comes with a 100% poisoning effect. There is a chance to trigger the curse effect, and there is a 1% chance that you will be directly cursed to death. Skill, Poison Pincers Attack, active huge sharp pincers, which can easily pinch off enemies who are not strong enough for it. The attack has a poison effect, and the pain of the attack is increased by 50%. 1. Weaknesses, strong poison, but poor agility. If you are flexible enough, you can avoid its attack. Introduction, it was originally an ordinary scorpion, but after being cursed, it became an elite beast, with a violent personality and a huge aggressiveness. These scorpions are really poisonous. Qin Feng looked at the 1% cursed to death. Just this point can make people daunting. No matter how bad the other attributes are. No one wants to try and bet on this 1% chance. The thunder bursts. Thunder Dragon Manta Ray didn't wait for Qin Feng to give an order this time. Immediately cast his skills and rushed up. Boom! The combination of the three attributes of darkness, water, and thunder is like a bomb exploding in the deep sea. Caused a burst of dull roar. The thunder and lightning, with water flow and black light, hit every monster directly and precisely. The chain reaction instantly caused the scream of the monster. With the rustling sound of the scorpion, it kept rolling and climbing, trying to avoid the lightning attack. Can be just futile. The dark piranha swings more powerfully than the previous piranha. Qin Feng doubted whether it would run away from the soil in the next second. In a short while, these dark piranhas and the curse pattern overlord scorpion were wiped out. The smell floating in the air seemed to be able to smell the burnt smell of the scorpion meat. In this second level, the number of monsters is small, not even as troublesome as those ants. With the increase in strength, it also looks so pale in front of Thunder Dragon Manta Ray. Qin Feng shook his head and said, "Let's move on." Simple is an understatement. Clearing the level so easily made both Lin Kexan and Zhong Wenwen feel in a trance. Are they really here for the test? It's really an abyss-level dungeon, are you sure it's not for an outing? Seeing Qin Feng walking in front, the hearts of the two women felt even sweeter. Silence. The candidates outside looked at this scene, and there was only silence. For them, this is the abyss. I guess I can't even pass the first level. But for Qin Feng, it couldn't be easier. Qin Feng. Xiao Yu looked at this picture for a while, lost his mind. He did not know what Qin Feng summoned. But it is certain that this is at least at the level of fairy beasts. Otherwise, it won't be so easy. His snowflake rainstorm dragon can also achieve this level. Xiao Yu glanced at the magic light gate that stood upright, and was not in a hurry to challenge. Now he wants to see if Qin Feng can pass the level. What is hidden at the end of the abyss dungeon? On the high platform, Suanya also silently recited Qin Feng's name in her heart. Seeing Qin Feng strolling in the dungeon, her heart throbbed. Against the background of a suit of gorgeous and unique equipment, it looks even more mighty and extraordinary. She was really moved. Qin Feng. Yaming Fei muttered the name in his mouth. His vision is vicious, so he can naturally see that the Thunder Dragon Manta Ray should be a skill that comes with the Immortal Artifact set. He saw clearly the scene that was summoned just now. If it is your own pet, the summoning array that appears when summoning is different. It really is worthy of the Immortal Artifact set, and it has such a powerful skill. Yaming Fei also sighed. Although he also has a fairy weapon on his body. But it's not so extravagant that you can have a fairy suit. With such a setsuna, he was a little envious of Qin Feng, who could get everything from the great elder of the elven clan. Hidden occupations, fairy suits, and a dragon egg. Perhaps, you can find an opportunity to help him. Yaming Fei had an idea in his heart. Qin Feng's current potential is beyond doubt. If the Dragon 743 egg in Qin Feng's hand can be hatched, it will definitely greatly increase Qin Feng's growth rate. After all, it is a dragon at the level of a beast. Of course, it's not that he didn't think about buying Qin Feng's dragon eggs. First of all, Qin Feng probably won't sell it. After all, the other party is also a dragon knight, even if the dragon egg cannot be hatched for the time being. Second, he now has his own dragon. Finally, if he used improper means to snatch the dragon egg, at that time, what awaits him will be military sanctions. Heavenly Dragon Kingdom's regulations on this aspect are quite strict. Because there have been similar cases in the past, the powerful wantonly suppressed the new generation of professionals. At that time, some potential professionals left Tianlong and joined the Memiac Empire. After those professionals grew up, they had a huge impact on Tianlong. Later, Yinlongjiang established strict laws. The emphasis on talents has even been raised to a strict level. Therefore, Yaming Fei's first reaction was to help Qin Feng grow up. If Qin Feng's current potential can grow, it can be said that he will definitely break through the 8th level. For him, there are also benefits. Unfortunately, I have no idea about the huge ice and snow energy. Yaming Fei shook his head and temporarily put the whole idea on hold. It is very difficult to get enough ice and snow energy to recover and hatch the beast-level dragon eggs. Moreover, almost all such places are at least guarded by fairy beasts or divine beasts. It's not easy to get close to. The people from that place should be here soon, Qin Feng. Next, it depends on your ability. Yiming Fei's thoughts gradually drifted into the distance. Chapter 83. Past the second obstacle. The Thunder Dragon Manta Ray drifted ahead to open the way. Qin Feng followed behind with Lin Kexan and Zhong Wenwen. Boom! As the footsteps advanced, a roar sounded in front. There seemed to be a little tremor on the ground where the blue stone slabs were spread. There seems to be something in this third area. Qin Feng saw a group of cattle with huge horns in front of him. His eyes were red and he was panting heavily, as if he wanted to eat people. Cruel red spotted cow. Level 20, Silver Boss. Attributes: Strength, 510, Stamina, 450, Spirit, 325, Agility, 465. Talent, Brute Force, it is more powerful than ordinary cattle. Skill, Brutal Charge, active use the whole body's strength, run wildly and accelerate the impact, use the huge horns to form a brutal blow to the target, 50% of the target will be knocked into the air, 50% of the target will be knocked down. After using the skill, the brutal red spotted bull will fall into 3 seconds of sluggishness. Horn Attack, active the huge horn can break away from the body of the cow and strike the enemy with terrifying power. It can only be used once. Weaknesses: almost no sanity at all, you need to be smart enough to play them. Introduction: the red spotted cattle that were trained and transformed by the reformer using special materials have almost lost their minds, only know about violent blows, and are extremely aggressive against all targets. 1. What the hell? A cow raised with special materials by a reformer. Qin Feng stared at the briefing and was taken aback for a moment. In front of you are 20 brutal red spotted cows all led by silver bosses. I don't know, it was a monster made by that fierce man. Moo 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 7. Buzz buzz. This time, when he saw Qin Feng and his group, he directly chose to rush over. Those scarlet eyes seemed to kill Qin Feng and the others to death. Qin Feng, big brother, they are here. Zhong Wenwen looked a little scared when she looked at these red-eyed mad cows. This is the Silver Boss, an ordinary professional, and cannot be singled out at all. Most of them can only be challenged by forming a team. One is already considered strong enough. What's more, there are 20 now. 20 elephant-sized mad cows headed toward you. That scene, that shocking intensity. Simply not too small. Even the ground trembled. But fortunately, with the Thunder Dragon Manta Ray around, it wasn't a big problem. Thunderstorm. The Brontosaurus Ray ascends in a swirling swim. While the speed of rotation is accelerating, there is a whistling thunder and lightning. A beautiful somersault set off a huge storm. With the fall of the Thunder Dragon Manta Ray, there was a loud noise, and the storm began to stir with thunder and lightning. The gorgeous patterns and spectacular scenes. Beautiful and elegant. Under the blessing of powerful strength, huge damage broke out. The mad cows that rushed over were all sucked into the storm. Moo moo. Constantly struggling in the air, but unable to break free from the shackles of the storm. During the storm, continuously receive lightning damage. However, silver-level bosses are not as easy to kill as before. The Thunder Dragon Manta Ray used another blow in a row before completely killing these irrational mad cows. Unfortunately, these bosses are all fake, if they are real. If it is true, there is still a lot of equipment and experience. In this case, maybe after finishing this abyss, you can still make a fortune. After solving this group of mad cows, move on. The fourth area is also a group of silver bosses. Man-eating spider. Level 20, Silver Boss. Attributes: Strength, 345, Stamina, 312, Spirit, 580, Agility, 354. Talent, Deadly Toxin. The spider's toxin has a strange effect, which can easily paralyze and destroy your nerves, leaving you in a state of confusion. Skill, thousands of spiders and thousands of poisons. Passive, every attack is accompanied by a strong toxin. Spider silk entangling. It spits out exceptionally tough spider silk, which can entangle the prey and enter a state of suffocation. Flying spider hair. Burst out the sharp long hairs all over the body, causing indiscriminate attacks on enemies in all directions. Weakness, fire attribute resistance -20%. Introduction, the giant man-eating spider originated from the northern continent. All parts of its body carry terrible poison and are regarded as a symbol of disaster. A spider taller than a person, with long black hairs all over its body. That ferocious appearance made Lin Kexin and Zhong Wenwen scream directly. Hastily hid behind Qin Feng. Qin Feng was also horrified when he saw it. Why did Tianyuan Academy have so many strange things? Brontosaurus manta ray, kill them. Obtaining Qin Feng's order, Thunder Dragon manta ray is not polite. Thunder Dragon storm. Thunder strikes. There was a thunderbolt on that pair of strange tentacles. There was a weird sound similar to that of a dragon. To use two skills at the same time, the terrifying power directly brought all the spiders into the strike range. Gorgeous scenes, accompanied by the whining of spiders, and all kinds of hairs flying all over the sky. The people who watched were frightened. Looking at this scene, Qin Feng shook his head. The difficulty of this abyss copy is beyond his imagination. Up to now, it is already a silver boss, and it is estimated that there will be gold and dark gold in the future. Maybe even fairy beasts will appear. This level of difficulty requires those who challenge the dungeon to at least have the ability to rival fairy beasts. Otherwise, I'm afraid I can't break through this dungeon. Continue to move forward, and gold bosses appeared one after another. Cursed Ankylosaurus. It turned out to be a guy with a trace of dragon blood. The strength is also relatively strong. In the last level, it was Tagoer, the golden tiger, who was at the dark gold level. However, without a doubt, they all fell under the attack of Thunder Dragon Manta Ray. Qin Feng and his group strolled in the courtyard. The candidates outside were worried for a while. Every time I saw the monster that appeared, I couldn't help being shocked. The attributes of the monster are powerful, the skills are powerful, and the number is large. Much more than they have ever seen. Many people have not even seen a golden boss since their awakening. Not to mention the luxurious lineup of this difficulty. It's outrageous. Is this summoned beast a fairy beast? Yet, even the dark gold boss was killed so easily. Who is this brother? Why have we never heard of such a powerful man? Yet, I have to find out. While the candidates outside were talking about it, they had already begun to pay attention to Qin Feng. And Xiao Yu's eyes are getting more and more complicated. The strength Qin Feng displayed now has already surpassed him. Although it is not his own strength, Niu Hao Zhao, but he can summon immortal beasts, it is still so strong. In Xiao Yu's heart, there was an urgent sense of crisis. Obviously he has been far ahead. But now, after Qin Feng got a hidden job, everything changed. No, I'm not reconciled, I must surpass him. Xiao Yu's heart is full of unwillingness. Looking at Lin Kexin's smiling snuggle in the picture, he felt a twinge of pain in his heart. Obviously all of this should belong to him. It seems that this manta ray is indeed a fairy beast. Well, the beasts of the dark, water, and thunder series are indeed powerful. However, if you want to clear the Abyss dungeon, you still need to see their luck. The last area depends on who it is. Watch the school leaders and teachers, again in constant conversation. Their vision is so vicious. Although they didn't see the attributes of the Thunder Dragon Manta Ray, they can still analyze a large part of it through the previous battle. However, even after knowing that the Thunder Dragon Manta Ray is a fairy beast, But they still don't think Qin Feng's team can clear the Abyss Dungeon. Chapter 84. After eliminating the Dark Gold boss, Qin Feng's expression became more serious. You may encounter fairy beasts later, so be careful. According to the progress of this dungeon, the Dark Gold boss has been eliminated and has not been cleared yet. That can only show that there are more powerful opponents behind. There is a high probability of fairy beasts appearing. Zhong Wenwen and Lin Kexin's expressions became more solemn. Follow closely behind Qin Feng. After entering the next area, an extremely dangerous atmosphere filled the air. Qin Feng looked forward intently, and there was a tall stone platform. It is a space of about 300 meters. Ho 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 ho! Gata, gata! It seemed that after they entered, something was disturbed. An extremely weird roar sounded in Qin Feng's ears. The source of the sound was the strange irregular object on the huge stone platform, which was 7 or 8 meters high. In the dull voice, there was a wriggling unknown object. Suddenly jumped down from the high stone platform in the dark. Qin Feng looked up, and his eyes fell on the weird creature. The head of the monster is triangular. There are huge claws, blue and black, covered with pimples. The sharp toes make people's scalp tingle. 2 black horns, like those of an antelope, hang upside down from its triangular head. The connection parts of the various joints of the body are still covered with a thick black inflammation. It was as if it had been stained with pitch black ink. A pair of eyes with a fierce aura burst out with a cold light. A heavy coercion shrouded this space. Crunching. Making a strange noise, this strange monster did not attack at first. Instead, he opened his eyes wide, looking at the thunder dragon manta ray in front of him. It felt tremendous pressure on the manta ray dragon. This opponent does not seem to be weaker than it is. Sensing this coercion, Qin Feng was not too surprised. I just don't know how strong this fairy beast is. The Eye of Truth. Let's check first, and then talk about the other party's attributes. Know yourself and know the enemy, and you will never be imperiled in 100 battles. Dark Thunder Royer, Growing Stage. Level 20, High Level Immortal Beast. Attributes: Strength, 4800, Stamina, 4800, Spirit, 6000, Agility, 4500. Talent: Body of Dark Elements, a fairy beast composed of dark elements, able to fully display the dark elements, increase the damage of dark type skills by 50%, and increase the resistance of dark type by 50%. Negative resistance: as an elemental creature, it is immune to most negative states, and negative states such as chaos, petrification, and poisoning are invalid. Skill: Night Assault, active concentrate the dark elements on the sharp claws, and suddenly tear apart the enemies within the target range in front of you. Dark Vortex, active, ABEC, gather the surrounding dark elements to form a huge vortex. If you are covered by the vortex, you will suffer a lot of damage and your movement will be restricted. 1. Rain of Dark Elements, active the dark elements gather to form raindrops. The raindrops contain corrosive damage, and the density is extremely high, making it difficult to avoid. Elemental Erosion, active release dark elements, disturb the spirit of the enemy target, and easily cause people to fall into a state of confusion. Dark Lightning Embrace, active a dual attribute compound magic of darkness and thunder, which can cause double elemental damage to the enemy, and it also comes with darkness weakness and thunder paralysis. Dark Source Suppression, active within a certain period of time, the activity of all surrounding elements can be lowered, and the dark elements can be maximized to form a strong suppression force. Unique Skill, Death Thunderstorm, unreservedly release dark elements to hit the ground, causing a riot of dark elements within the range, attacking the target indiscriminately, with a 70% chance of causing a stun effect. Weaknesses: Light Resistance -50%, Fire Resistance -20%. Introduction: Elemental creatures composed of pure dark elements, mixed with some thunder elements, are the nightmare of elemental professions and one of the 9 elemental beings. The strength of this fairy beast is not inferior to the thunder dragon manta ray. Under the eye of reality, the attributes of the huge monster on Li Lui in front of him were discovered by Qin Feng. He couldn't help being a little surprised. Elemental life made of dark elements. It is also a level 20 fairy beast. With such strength, it's no wonder that he felt the pressure after entering this area. A level 20 fairy beast has entered the growth stage. Attributes and skills have been greatly improved. Ordinary professionals have to reach at least the 6th level before they can barely resist the 20th level fairy beast. As for, it is almost impossible to single out at the same level. Because in the early stage, whether it is attributes or professional skills, they are far inferior to fairy beasts. Dark Thunder Royer made a dull sound. It seemed that they were not ready to wait any longer, and started rioting in an instant. Night Raid. Vigorously waving its sharp claws, it rushed towards the Thunder Dragon Manta Ray. It is 7 or 8 meters tall, and with its sharp claws that can be decomposed at any time, it can directly touch the Thunder Dragon Manta Ray. That huge body, when it moves, is extraordinarily ethereal. It seems to be like a dark element, invisible and shapeless. Qin Feng's gaze changed slightly. He embraced Lin Kexin and Zhong Wenwen with both hands, and led them to a corner. This kind of battle is not something the two of them can participate in. If he is touched a little bit by the attack of this dark Leroy, I'm afraid something will happen. It is estimated that there will be no doubts about the instant kill. You wait here for me. Qin Feng looked at An Li Lui, and then at the skills of his elf dragon knight. Elemental creature, if you meet me, you deserve to be beaten. This Dark Thunder Royer is indeed a nightmare for many professions. Especially for legal professions, when there are only dark elements left in the space, even the release of skills will fail. Of course, mages of the dark department should not be affected. However, in the face of this kind of monster, there is also only bad luck. Such a pity. His superficial hidden profession is Elf Dragon Knight. The nemesis of elemental occupations. Elemental life, sorry, he doesn't care at all. The Thunder Dragon Manta Ray made a dragon-like cry, and began to fight with the Dark Thunder Roy. Both are beings with powerful elements. During the battle, it was extremely fierce. All kinds of gorgeous skills release powerful power, and the eyes are shocked. Gudu. My dear, is this the power of a fairy beast? The Dungeon of the Abyss is really terrifying. The final test is actually a level 20 fairy beast. It's no wonder that those who can clear the abyss are bound to become 8th level professionals. Who can single-handedly fight immortal beasts at level 20? The monster he summoned was indeed at the level of a fairy beast, otherwise how could he possibly be able to withstand it? You say, can they really pass the customs? See the battle scene in the picture. All the candidates were mentally burst. In the Abyss dungeon, the final boss is actually a fairy beast. This made some people who had wanted to challenge the Abyss before all quiet down. Even feel very ridiculous. This is simply not something that humans can challenge. Seeing this shocking scene, Xiao Yu felt a surge in his heart. His snowstorm dragon is also a fairy beast. If it grows to level 20, it will definitely not be weaker than these two fairy beasts. Unfortunately, his dragon is only over 10 levels now. There is still a period of time before the 20th level. Qin Feng, let me take a good look at your calendar. Yaming Fei's eyes were bright, looking at the scene in the picture. He knew that An Li Lui was Han Qunyi's pet of Tianyuan College, and at least had the strength of a level 50 fairy beast. This is nothing more than the power projection of a fairy beast. But the strength of the fairy beast summoned by Qin Feng is probably on par. Qin Feng, the elf dragon knight, if he didn't make a move and let the two sides fight, it would be very difficult to pass the level. Under normal circumstances, the summoning skills attached to the equipment have a time limit. If Qin Feng wants to pass the level, he must show his strength. Yeming Fi, I just wanted to see what kind of abilities the hidden profession from the elves had. Apart from the world of elves, it is very difficult to see pure elves in the outside world. Many are half-elves with only elven blood. He is also very curious about the strength that Qin Feng can display. Under everyone's gaze, Qin Feng made a move. Chapter 85. Dark Thunder Wings. Qin Feng let out a deep sigh, and directly used the skill attached to the Dark Thunder Blazing Arm Guard. With the help of the power of thunder and lightning, a pair of thunder wings are formed, which can fly in the low sky. Blue-black wings of light emerged from his back. Qin Feng's body instantly rose and flew in the air, becoming as tall as an Lei Luo Yat. 7-star seal. With the power of the elves, move the imprisonment of the wood. Qin Feng instantly congealed the magic seal with both hands, and selected on Li Lui. This skill is the active skill of Elf Dragon Knight, which can seal the selected target. The target is sealed and cannot use any magic skills. A burst of green light fluttered, and complex seals condensed in the air. Quick! Don't blink! The 7-star seal fell directly on Li Lui. Li Lui, who was fighting Thunder Dragon Manta Ray, did not have enough defense against Qin Feng. After all, dealing with the fairy beast in front of it is the most important thing for it. But this also led to Qin Feng driving the seal into its body without hindrance. Buzz buzz. Crunch. Dark Ray Royer made strange noises and became frightened. As an elemental life, almost all of them are skills. But now, it even feels that it can't feel the existence of any dark elements. You can't even use your own skills. Only the most common physical attacks can be used to cause physical damage to the enemy. This feeling, as if something suddenly suffocated. The uncomfortable feeling made it want to go crazy directly. Thunder in dark water. Thunder Dragon Manta Ray saw the right timing and directly used its ultimate skill. Let out a strange dragon roar, in the dullness, with a terrifying power. It's like the torrent in the dark river, accompanied by thunder. The black water flow, braving the sizzling electric light. It turned into 3 water dragons, twirling towards Li Lui crazily. If he hadn't been sealed, Li Lui could use his skills to form enough counterattacks. But now, it can only be forced to be beaten and unilaterally hurt continuously. There was nothing to do but scream. The dark elements on his body became gradually thinner under such a strong blow. Crunching. About a minute later, Li Royer endured a full minute of torture. It suddenly discovered that it seemed to be able to use skills. Shouting excitedly, a black evil suddenly appeared on that claw. Want to tear the opponent in front of you. Elemental erosion. While attacking Thunder Dragon Manta Ray, Dark Thunder Roy activated his skills. Want to disturb Qin Feng's spirit. Under the shroud of dark elements, it is easy to plunge people into a state of confusion. Pity. Qin Feng's resistance to darkness is too high. Coupled with his powerful attributes, this kind of interference has almost no effect on him. Even the damage is extremely limited. Let's end it. Weaving 10 gods forbidden. Qin Feng pursued the victory, let out a deep drink, and used the ultimate skill of the Elf Dragon Knight. Booming. With himself as the center, the 7 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, and darkness began to gather. Covers a range of 150 meters around. This unique skill of the Elf Dragon Knight is extremely terrifying. It's a mage's nightmare. Within 150 meters around Qin Feng, enemy targets are forcibly sealed. And it's not just that. The 7 elements gathered together and landed directly on Li Lui's body. Not only did it cause huge damage, but it also sent Li Royer flying with a bang. Dark Thunder Roy is a dark elemental life. Under the blow of Zhishan Chenjin, it will be jointly impacted by the elements of the 7 series. The devastating blow did not end there. The waves are overwhelming. Thunder Dragon Manta Ray also beat the dog in the water hard, bursting out its unique skills and setting off violent waves. There was a bang explosion. The whole scene is as gorgeous as fireworks. The turbulent water directly hit on Li Lui, who had just fallen to the ground. There was another rumbling sound, and the scene became even more spectacular for a while. Bang bang bang! On Li Lui was constantly being attacked, and was forced to seal the demon, so his skills could not be used. Even his own dark elemental body began to lose control. Elemental chaos, for it, is a more fatal injury. Boom! After a burst of extreme splendor, there was a burst of trembling. On Li Lui fell to the ground, turned into a burst of black air, and then disappeared into this space. Is this the end? Seeing this, Qin Feng was a little stunned. Even if his skills restrain the opponent, but this is a fairy beast, so it can't be so indiscriminate, right? However, after seeing the restlessness of the surrounding elements, he also understood. This is the weakness of elemental life. If one's own elements are strongly impacted, one will fall into restlessness and cannot be calmed down. The chaos of its own internal elements will be more terrifying than the attacks caused by the outside. Is this the end? Qin Feng, big brother, have we cleared the Abyss dungeon? Both Lin Kexin and Zhong Wenwen couldn't believe it. This is a level 20 fairy beast. It was so simple that he died in Qin Feng's hands. For a moment, the two women felt dazzled for a while. With the light of admiration in his eyes, he stared at Qin Feng obsessively. I really can't believe that Qin Feng's strength is so strong. Qin Feng, you are amazing. Lin Kexin couldn't hide the look of worship on his face, and his beautiful eyes were full of tenderness. The love in those eyes was so full that it was about to overflow. Zhong Wenwen also had a happy and joyful expression on her face. He kept praising Qin Feng, and his favorability increased by another 10 points. Zhong Wenwen's favorability before was already 82 points. Now it's 92 o'clock directly. It's almost reaching the full value of 100 points again. Haha, I didn't expect it to be so easy. It seems that this fairy beast is over, let's go out. When Qin Feng saw the magic light gate appearing in front of him, he took Lin Kexin and Zhong Wenwen away without any hesitation. They came out. 0. Return to the square. Qin Feng felt countless gazes gathering on him. Not just from candidates in the square. There are also teachers and leaders from Tianyuan College on the high platform, as well as some strong people outside the school. Qin Feng didn't hide it, and had already updated his own information. The content displayed on the Dark Phantom is his second profession, Elven Dragon Knight. Tianyuan Academy, leaders and teachers, among them do not lack advanced detection skills. Naturally, some basic information can be obtained, but this makes it even more curious. And this is exactly what Qin Feng wants to let others know. After a moment of silence, the audience was in an uproar. How is it possible, they really passed the copy of the Abyss? That's a level 20 fairy beast, fairy beast. After clearing the copy of the Abyss, they are destined to be recorded in the school history of Tianyuan College. Damn it, I can't see his information with my probing skills. 11. The students talked a lot and looked at Qin Feng very curiously. The jealous light in those eyes has now turned into envy and admiration. When the strength gap reaches a certain distance and one side is in the position of super strong, always get the respect of the weak. In their hearts, they no longer put Qin Feng on the same level as themselves, but on that almost insurmountable peak that people can only look up to. Do all you can. After Qin Feng led Lin Kexin and Zhong Wenwen to clear the Abyss dungeon, the bell of the clock tower rang. The bell rang 9 times in a row, announcing to the entire Tianyuan Academy that someone had cleared the Abyss dungeon. Qin Feng, Lin Kexin, Zhong Wenwen, clear the Abyss level dungeon. The guardian teacher outside the light gate announced the result with complicated expressions in his eyes. Chapter 86. Although already understood the result. But after the teacher of Tianyuan Academy made the real announcement, the scene still fell into silence. On the high platform, the leaders and teachers of the academy also sighed for it. Level 20 fairy beasts still haven't been able to stop Qin Feng's team from clearing the Abyss dungeon. In the Abyss level dungeon, the final bosses are all fairy beasts. But depending on the situation, there will be different strengths of fairy beasts. The highest level is level 20. The worst ones are level 15 fairy beasts. The fairy beasts that have reached 20 have entered the growth stage, and their strength has been greatly improved. Although Thunder Dragon Manta Ray is a fairy beast of the same level, it is impossible to cause crushing. Let alone 10 minutes. It's normal for two immortal beasts of the same level to fight for more than a dozen hours. But Qin Feng's intervention caused this battle to end so quickly. It seems that this young man does have corresponding potential. It's not just relying on the summoned fairy beast. Under everyone's gaze, Qin Feng was calm and fearless, with a smile on his face. Teacher, can we leave on 8:23? Not yet. The teacher outside the light gate shook his head. Cleared the copy of the Abyss, someone wants to see you. Come with me. The teacher took a deep look at Qin Feng, a little appreciative. Not only is he powerful, but he is also fearless in the face of the gazes of countless people. Many people cannot do this. A person may face 10 people, 100 people, 1,000 people, and his mentality will not change much. However, when you face 10,000 people, 100,000 people, few people can deal with it indifferently. At least, at Qin Feng's age, he was far from being able to do this. The strength is not bad, the potential is huge, and the heart is excellent. The teacher gave Qin Feng a very fair evaluation in his heart. Qin Feng also nodded and said, Kexin, Wenwen, let's go too. This is not so unexpected. They have cleared the Abyss dungeon, and they will definitely get the attention of the Academy's senior management. Lin Kexin was a little timid, she had never encountered such a scene. Although she is the eldest lady of the Blood Fang Guild, she is still compared with a behemoth like Tianyuan College. That's really not even a drop in the bucket. However, thinking that Qin Feng was still by her side, she didn't feel so flustered. She believes that no matter what happens, Qin Feng will protect her. Looking at Qin Feng, who was watching with countless people, without changing his face, and smiling, that kind of temperament, that kind of charm. A sense of pride rose in Lin Kexin's heart. He really deserves to be the man she loves. Zhong Wenwen is much more courageous, looking around cutely with big curious eyes. Just thought it was fun. It has never been watched by so many people. He followed Qin Feng closely, looking a little shy. Looking at Qin Feng's side face, I just feel that Qin Feng big brother is really powerful. She will definitely become as powerful as Qin Feng in the future. Candidates in the examination room consciously gave way to a path. Those eyes full of admiration and envy. It cannot be concealed no matter what. Wait a second. Qin Feng saw Xiao Yu in front of him and went straight up. Xiao Yu, have you seen it? I can clear the Abyss level dungeon with Kexin, can you? Xiao Yu, times have changed, if you don't work hard, you won't even be able to touch my A. Aren't you going to win the first place in both subjects at Tianyuan College? Take out your skills and let me see your strength. Qin Feng came to Xiao Yu's side, the words in the conversation, the voice was full of contempt. Before leaving, he shook his head and took a look. Let out a faint sigh. Xiao Yu, let me take a good look at how far you can play. Qin Feng secretly said in his heart, he didn't believe it, if he stimulated Xiao Yu so much, he still couldn't get the first place? You know, the first place in Tianyuan Academy's assessment is rewarded with a ghost weapon. Why don't you give him something nice back? So he changed his usual low profile and challenged the Abyss dungeon. Also spoke to stimulate Xiao Yu, is to ensure that Xiao Yu can have enough motivation. Xiao Yu's growth must be accelerated. Otherwise, what kind of equipment would be returned to him? It was almost impossible to keep up with his progress. Qin Feng. Xiao Yu only felt his whole body stiff, and then a roar rose from his heart. That feeling of blood boiling, accompanied by a huge sense of panic, it emanated from the depths of my heart. The whole body seems to be weightless. Clenching his fist tightly, he could feel the gazes from all around. It was like a needle piercing his skin. Come to the high platform. The atmosphere instantly became very different. Those who sit on it are all big shots from the academy, and there are also some outside powerhouses. The first thing Qin Feng saw was Xiao. Qin Feng, congratulations, you have cleared the abyss-level dungeon. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Without waiting for Qin Feng to speak, Xiao waved and greeted him. Noticing Qin Feng's gaze, Xiao's heart beat even faster. If it was someone else who dared to look at her so unscrupulously, he would have been beaten up long ago. But if this person is Qin Feng, this seems to be exactly what she desires the most. She was a little shy in her heart, and this kind of emotion that had never appeared before made her body tremble a little. Teacher Su, come and take them there. After the teacher brought Qin Feng and the three of them, he returned to the examination room. Clearing the abyss is like an episode. For other candidates, it is still too far away. There was only silence in the examination room for a while, and the dungeon assessment started normally. Qin Feng, I'll take you there. Xiao smiled slightly, showing a gentle and soft smile. It is good. Qin Feng nodded, and withdrew the gaze that had been raging on Xiao just now. I have to say that Xiao's figure is really not bad. Red mage robes, a pair of plump robes looming. The slight trembling is even more breathtaking. Full of femininity, that kind of teacher's temperament, even more beautiful and elegant. Follower Xiao came to the front seat. In the first seat in front of him was a very kind old man. Xiao introduced in a low voice, Qin Feng, the one in front is the dean of our Tianyuan College, Wangjun Pavilion. He is a 7th level light magician. The one on the left is the vice president of the academy, Murong Chenyi, the 8th rank war king. But don't be fooled by her peaceful appearance, her nickname is the Bloody Queen. Qin Feng looked to the left, the vice president Murong Chenyi that Xiao mentioned looked like an old lady in her 70s or 80s. The hair is a little grey and looks very peaceful. If it wasn't for what Xiao said, it would be hard for him to imagine that this kind-hearted old lady would have such a nickname of Bloody Queen. Little Anya, are you talking ill of me, an old man again? Murong Chenyi's calm and kind voice sounded. With a smile on his face, he looked at Xiao. Where is it? Vice President, you must have heard it wrong. Xiao smiled coquettishly, and hurriedly led Qin Feng and the others over. Wang Yunting looked at Qin Feng, smiled kindly and said, Young man, your name is Qin Feng? It's very good to clear the dungeon of the abyss. The last time the abyss dungeon of Tianyuan Academy was cleared was 50 years ago. You are amazing, leading these two little girls to clear the abyss dungeon. However, I still want to ask you a few questions, and I hope you can tell me. Qin Feng nodded upon hearing this, and said, Dean, please ask. With a smile on Wang Yunting's face, he said, when you signed up, you were a night class, but your current class has become a hidden class, right? 0.6. Your occupation is related to the elves. Hearing Wang Yunting's several questions, Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, and turned his gaze to Yaming Fei on the right. Dean, you should ask Captain Ye about this matter. I don't know if I can answer these questions. With Qin Feng's words, all eyes on the stage fell on Yaming Fei. A look of surprise flashed across Wang Yunting's eyes. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng would have a relationship with Yaming Fei. Qin Feng, you. Even Yaming Fei was stunned for a moment, and then showed a helpless smile. Wang Yunting looked at Yaming Fei and said, Ming Fei, Qin Feng's situation has something to do with your military. Is it convenient to disclose? Speaking of this, Yeming Fei became serious and said, Dean, Qin Feng's situation is a bit special. His profession has become a hidden profession. The hidden profession of the elves, the elf dragon knight. But more, it's not convenient for me to disclose. The higher UPS have issued an order to classify Qin Feng's information as S-level confidentiality. After all, Yeming Fei also helplessly spread his hands. Chapter 87. S-level confidentiality. Hearing this, Wang Yunting's eyes flashed with surprise. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng's information has such a high degree of confidentiality. Since this is the case, he doesn't need to ask any more questions. With the military's confirmation, Qin Feng's identity naturally wouldn't be a problem. The other college leaders were also surprised. However, the dean is in charge of this matter, so there is no need for them to intervene. Wang Yunting said, Qin Feng, since you have cleared the abyss-level dungeon with these two little girls, you will become a top student of Tianyuan College, and the college's resources will be open to you accordingly. Including dungeons, secret realms, materials, skills, etc. I hope you can grow up as soon as possible and reach the 8th level as soon as possible. This kind of expectation can be said to be very high. However, Wang Yunting didn't think there was any problem with these words. After all, not everyone can become an S-level secret in the military. Qin Feng smiled and said, Thank you Dean, I will definitely. He also nodded to Yeming Fei and gave him a look to express his gratitude. Yeming Fei gave Qin Feng a hard look. Suddenly it was pulled out as a shield. Yeming Fei also graduated from Tianyuan College, and he has a good relationship with the senior management of the college. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here to watch the ceremony. It just so happens that Qin Feng's information should be kept as secret as possible. It involves the secrets of the elves, as well as the world of elves, one of the 8 great secret realms in ancient times. It's hard to guarantee that after others know, they won't be moved. Naturally, the fewer people who know, the better. Wang Yunting explained a few more things, all related to enrollment. 01. Of course, he can get the dean's entrustment. Only Qin Feng and the others have cleared the abyss dungeon, the group has this qualification. Otherwise, ordinary students might not even be able to see his face. Okay, your actual combat assessment is over, you can go back and rest for a few days. After the follow-up list is over, you can start enrolling. Hey? This is... Sensing the movement in the examination room below, Wang Yun's expression changed slightly. Originally, after the 3 of Qin Feng cleared the copy of the abyss, the projection on the sky has disappeared. But now, the light of the light gate instantly lit up, it was the darkest color of the abyss. The projection on the sky disappeared not long before it reappeared. This scene instantly caused a bigger commotion. Is this crazy today? Has someone challenged the abyss dungeon again? Damn it, what happened? Are there so many fierce people in our class? The sudden scene immediately attracted the attention of the examinees. Even the college leaders and teachers on the stage were surprised. Unexpectedly, after Qin Feng, there are still people who want to challenge the abyss dungeon. Xiao Yu, it really is you. Qin Feng glanced over, revealing a hint of a smile. In the picture in the sky, the figure of He Yu suddenly appeared. Not out of his expectation, Xiao Yu challenged the copy of the abyss, which is the inevitable result. Xiao Yu also chose the copy of the abyss. Seeing this scene, Lin Kexin was also a little surprised. If he was facing a level 20 fairy beast, then Xiao Yu's chances of winning would be a bit slim. Seeing this scene, Yeming Fei had complicated expressions in his eyes. If possible, he does not really want Xiao Yu to receive too much attention. Unfortunately, all of this is out of his control. Everyone has the right to choose their own life, and others do not have much obligation to interfere. Today, as then and then. Can you break through? Yeming Fei murmured to himself, his eyes were in a trance, as if he had returned to a long time ago. Xiao Yu was also surprised, and said, "This is, Xiao Yu, he actually chose the copy of the Abyss. Still challenge alone." Her impression of Xiao Yu is still deep. Especially after seeing Xiao Yu crying because he knew he had done a wrong question. It's hard not to be impressed. In my heart, Xiao Yu was regarded as a good student with excellent academic performance. Seeing Xiao Yu challenging the Abyss dungeon now, she also felt a little surprised. But then I remembered again. Xiao Yu is a dragon master, and he also has a dragon at the level of a fairy beast. There should be a corresponding foundation. Murong Chenyi smiled kindly and said, "Little Anya, do you know this student?" Two little guys who challenged the Abyss dungeon appeared in a row today. It actually surprised her, an old man. The candidates in this period are quite advanced. So Anya responded, "Vice President, recently there is a dragon master who got a fairy beast dragon, and that is Xiao Yu. Also, I have read his theory test paper, and his score should be very high. If he can clear the copy of the Abyss, his grades are likely to break the Academy's record." Of course, although she watched you. But it is only from the perspective of a teacher looking at students. But it was different for Qin Feng. That heart-pounding feeling is a woman's love for a man. Thinking of Qin Feng, So Anya's heart throbbed. The beautiful face was slightly reddish, making it even more beautiful. Murong Chenyi nodded when he heard the words, "Dragon Master?" It's still a dragon master who has a fairy beast dragon clan, and his strength is enough to have a chance to clear the Abyss dungeon. But it depends on luck. So Anya also understands what this luck refers to. Because the final boss of the Abyss dungeon is not fixed. A total of 10 fairy beasts were selected immediately. Levels range from level 15 to level 20. If it is only a fairy beast below level 20, there is still a possibility that Xiao Yu can pass the level. However, if, like Qin Feng, you encounter a level 20 fairy beast, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. Qin Feng is because he has the same level 20 fairy beast Thunder Dragon Manta Ray as his main combat power. Coupled with his special skills, it happens to restrain elemental life. This is how to pass the level so easily when encountering a level 20 fairy beast. But Xiao Yu, it can only look at luck. From the awakening profession to the present time, it is almost impossible to see a fairy beast dragon raised to level 20. Xiao Yu challenged the Abyss level dungeon, and attracted all eyes in the past. Qin Feng, clearing the Abyss is nothing special. You can, and so can I. You, watch it. Come out. Xiao. Xiao Yu shouted heavily, and a compound formation appeared in front of him. The snow-white light instantly burst into a glare like ice and snow. Ring after ring of light wheels overlapped, making it so conspicuous under the eyes of everyone. Ho 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 ho! The snowflake storm dragon uttered a dragon chant, and flew out of the summoning formation. This is a dragon, it's Long Ming. My god, this is a dragon, he has a dragon. Xiao Yu, I remembered, Xiao Yu, he is Xiao Yu, the dragon master. His dragon is a fairy beast, a giant dragon of the fairy beast level. No wonder he dared to challenge the single-player Abyss dungeon, it turned out to be a giant dragon with a fairy beast level. Candidates heard this voice and looked at the picture in the sky in shock. The snowflake storm dragon spread its wings and leaped, its huge body and wide snow-white wings amazed the viewers. Xiao, go! Xiao Yu jumped directly onto the dragon's back, looking at the monsters that appeared in front of him. Without hesitation, he rushed over directly. The strength of monsters in single-player Abyss-level dungeons is slightly different from that in team-up situations. While the strength is slightly weaker, the number has also decreased, and the types are different from those challenged by Qin Feng. Cold-blooded Dragon Lizard. Level 473, Level 20, Blue Elite. Attributes, Strength, 256, Stamina, 245, Spirit, 152, Agility, 157. Passive, Claw Corrosion. Claw's attack has the armor-breaking effect of corrosion and tearing. Skill, Brutal Strike. Sharp claws and sharp teeth can cause huge damage to the enemy. Introduction, a cold-blooded monster without emotion, because it looks a bit like a dinosaur, but it is actually a lizard, so it is called a cold-blooded dragon lizard. The first area is not the same as what Qin Feng encountered. It's just that there are 30 cold-blooded dragon lizards. Xiao Yu looked at these guys in front of him. Each of them was more than 1 meter long and the same size as a crocodile. The head is a bit big, it really looks like a dinosaur's head. Golden eyes, a long tongue sticking out, mucus on the mouth, very sharp teeth. There is a green light on the claw, which looks like it is poisonous. Dragon lizards are just a group of lizards. Xiao, solve them. Xiao Yu did not want to do it himself. I'm going to learn from Qin Feng and use the fairy beast to push it all the way. Anyway, his snowstorm dragon is not bad at all. It is completely enough to deal with these monsters. Coupled with the unique power of the giant dragon, many monsters did not even dare to resist. Ho ho ho! Amidst a burst of dragon chants, the snowflake storm dragon kept releasing its skills, as if it had been held back for too long. Frost flies and snowflakes flutter. Under the pressure of the dragon, all the monsters were frozen inch by inch. Is this the power of a beast-level giant dragon? It seems that there is no need for the monster Qin Feng summoned to be weak at all. Too strong, if only I could get a fairy beast pet sometime. Seeing the power of Xiao Yu's snowstorm dragon, the audience was in an uproar. The examinees' eyes were full of envy. For fairy beasts, full of longing. Chapter 88. A Dragon Master. Among the crowd, Ji Wushuan looked at the projection on the sky and murmured. Seeing Xiao Yu's dragon, the blood in his body boiled instinctively. As a dragon blood warrior, Ji Wushuan also longs for the protection of the dragon. Pity. According to the tradition of their family, everyone who wants to obtain a dragon needs to rely on their own efforts to obtain it. The elders in the family will not give any help. He has seen Qin Feng's ability before. Now he is looking forward to the ability of Xiao Yu, the Dragon Master. The other side. A young man wearing a blue and white large magic robe. After finding a team to join, he was also watching this scene intently. Is it a fairy beast dragon? He was talking to himself in the air, and suddenly his brows twitched slightly. He didn't reveal anything, and secretly calmed down the restlessness in the pet space. As expected of a world-renowned college, these students have great potential. And, none of the teachers above are bad. The teenager has enough guard against all this. However, he concealed himself very well and did not attract people's attention. Xiao Yu relied on the snowflake rainstorm dragon, and the speed of advancement was also not slow. 20 minutes later, they came to the area where the dark gold level boss was located. Ho 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 ho! The snowflake storm dragon seemed to have noticed something, and let out a fierce dragon cry. Hey! Are the bosses in this area a little different? Xiao Yu had a curiosity in his heart. The previous bosses were all easily killed by the snowstorm dragon. There has never been such a sound. Going forward for some distance, Xiao Yu saw the boss in front of him. It turned out to be a dragon. This is a dinosaur. Seeing the dragon who was dozing off in front of him, Xiao Yu was obviously stunned for a moment. The dragon in front of me is a ground dragon, not the kind that flies in the sky. Subsaurus belonging to the genus dinosaur. The body is 6 or 7 meters long, and it walks on 2 feet. Sensing the arrival of Xiao Yu and Snowstorm Dragon, the dragons in this area were also awakened. In the eyes, there was a fierce light, and he made a huge roar towards Xiao Yu. Even seeing the snowflake rainstorm dragon flying in the sky, he was only a little hesitant, but he was not afraid. These dragons look so fierce. I just don't know how strong it is. Xiao Yu used his probing skills and looked towards the dragon in front of him. Speedy Dragon. Level 20, Dark Gold Boss. Attributes, Strength, 780, Stamina, 890, Spirit, 320, Agility, 787. Talent, rough skin and thick flesh, has a strong physique and can resist most physical damage. Skill, Bite, take the initiative to use a huge body and sharp teeth to bite the enemy, causing a lot of damage and making people lose their balance. Brutal Tail Sweeping, the powerful tail sweeps the targets within 3 meters around. It is extremely fast and powerful, making it difficult to avoid. High-speed running, the ferocious dragon is extremely fast, and suddenly accelerates by 50%, catching the enemy off guard. Falling from high altitude, with high-speed running as the pre-skill, it leaps towards the sky while gaining huge acceleration, falls and shakes the ground, causing all targets within 10 meters around to lose their balance. Introduction: Dinosaurs belong to the ground dragon, purely physical attack, with a strong body, extremely ferocious, but magic attack is his weakness, and it cannot fly. The attributes of the level 20 Dark Gold Boss are really not bad. Xiao Yu's eyes, with some smiles. Related to the dragon family, almost all attributes are relatively strong. This velociraptor belonged to the genus dinosaur, so it wasn't bad either. However, what a pity. No matter how powerful it is, what can it do? This dragon can't fly. Xiao Yu stood on the back of Snowstorm Rain Dragon, showing a smiling face. Xiao, hit them hard. Rain Dragon cries. The Snowflake Storm Dragon got the order and immediately used its skills. There was a burst of snowflakes in the sky, accompanied by the heavy rain, as if the raindrops on its dragon scales fell one by one. Rain and snow converge. Formed into strips of rain dragons, smashing into the air with teeth and claws. Heading towards the crazily attack of the swift and ferocious dragon. Ho 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 ho! There are 3 swift and fierce dragons below. Seeing someone coming, they were all ready to attack. Who knows, the other party doesn't talk about martial arts. It's amazing to be able to fly, and relying on the advantage of being able to fly, it hits the ground in the air. The swift and ferocious dragon kept roaring, but there was nothing it could do. Even if you run at high speed and jump into the sky, you can't reach the snowstorm dragon. It is impossible to even attack the opponent. Under the constant blows of the snowflake rainstorm dragon, they could only let out a whine. In the end, he fell helplessly on the ground, and his body was frozen after being mixed with snowflakes and rainwater. It's the last round. The one behind, I don't know if it is also the fairy beast I saw before. Resolved these swift and fierce dragons, Xiao Yu did not feel happy. The expression on his face became more dignified. The abyss dungeon he challenged and the monsters he experienced were different from Qin Feng's. Therefore, it is very possible that the last fairy beast will not be the same. No matter what, it's all down. Xiao Yu took a deep breath and rode the snowflake storm dragon directly forward. However, after entering the next area, Xiao Yu's heart skipped a beat. What appeared in front of him was an extremely terrifying monster. Google. This is. Even the snowflake storm dragon became extremely restless after seeing this monster. It seems that life feels a strong threat. Hiss hiss. In the last area, it was an extremely horrifying scene. A huge snake exudes a terrifying coercion. The body is extremely huge, and has 3 heads, long snake letters, and 6 pairs of eyes, staring at Xiao Yu who entered this area. The whole body of this snake is dark blue, and exudes a strange fragrance. At first smell, it feels tempting and fragrant. But after a long time, it will make people feel dizzy, and even show signs of nausea. The long and thick tail is dragging on the ground, and the scales on it are like scattered thorns. Even Xiao Yu knew nothing about the creature in front of him, but he also understood that it must be a fairy beast, or that kind of extremely terrifying fairy beast? What kind of monster is this? Xiao Yu used the probing skills to look, wanting to see the attributes of the three-headed snake in front of him. However, his probing skills are too low. Only some attributes can be seen. Three-headed snake emperor, growth stage. Level 20, fairy beast. Attributes : Introduction: it is a close relative of the mythical beast Hydra Emperor. It has some thin dragon blood, has a huge body, and has a strong regeneration ability. The three heads respectively master 3 elemental attribute attacks. ODJ adjective. Xiao Yu got the information fed back by the detection skills, and the whole person was going crazy directly. How do you play this time? What he was facing was actually a level 20 fairy layer. Thinking of the attributes and skills of the 20th level fairy beast that Qin Feng faced just now, Xiao Yu probably knew that the three-headed snake emperor had at least that attribute. Although the skills are not known, they are calculated according to the routine of snakes. Poisonous, biting, tail flicking, these are common methods. In addition to this three-headed snake emperor, there are 3 heads, mastering magic skills. Analyze it like this. It seems that the odds of winning are very slim. The expression on Xiao Yu's face became more and more bitter. If the snowflake storm dragon has grown to level 20, then he can definitely fight. But now, facing a level 20 fairy beast with at least 4,000 points in 4 attributes. In this battle, even if he used the dragon controlling fusion skill, his hope would be slim. Xiao Yu fell into an instant, an extremely embarrassing situation. Chapter 89. In the picture in the sky, everyone saw the situation Xiao Yu was facing now. Especially when seeing the three-headed snake emperor. Many people screamed. There was a smile in Qin Feng's eyes. If it was someone else, facing this situation, it might really be over. But who is Xiao Yu, the son of luck? He was already looking forward to returning. In the examination room, I saw the attributes of the three-headed snake emperor announced. All the candidates began to discuss. The attribute of the three-headed snake emperor is not as high as that of the previous On Li Lui. Come on, with this attribute, I have to kneel when I go up to 1,000. Snake emperor with 3 heads, Si Zheng is really too strong. How should Xiao Yu fight this fairy beast? His dragon should not have reached level 20, right? And in the copy of Xiao Yu is different. People outside can see the attributes of the announced three-headed snake emperor. Three-headed snake emperor, growth stage. Level 20, fairy beast. Attributes: strength, 4,000, physical strength, 3,500, spirit, 5,000, agility, 4,000. Talent, fast regeneration. The three-headed snake emperor has a powerful regeneration ability, and the speed of physical recovery increases by 20%. 3 elements control. The 3 heads of the three-headed snake emperor can control the 3 elements of poison, wind, and water respectively. Skill: fascinating snake fragrance. Passive: the body of the three-headed snake emperor emits a strange fragrance. Inhaling it for a long time will cause a decline in mental strength and a state of insanity. Snake Emperor impact: active 3 heads dive from high altitude. With the help of the impact force, they will deal a powerful blow to the target. If they do not evade in time, they will be swallowed. Wild sweeping: active swinging its huge tail, the scales that spread out like thorns will cut all targets within 10 meters, and the sharp scales will easily cause wounds. Wind chaos: active, the snake head on the left masters the elements of the wind element, and sends out a huge tornado, sweeping a range of 30 meters in front of him, which can blow the target or pull it to the front of 237's body. Nightmare poison: active, the snake head in the middle controls the elements of the poison system and spits out a large amount of venom, covering a range of 30 meters in front of the body. If it cannot be detoxified for a long time after being poisoned, it will directly cause death. Sea chorus: active. The snake head on the right masters the water elements and emits an extremely sharp sea cry, stimulating all targets within 50 meters around, with an 80% probability of causing the target to fall asleep. Supreme skill, Pale Nightmare, 3 elemental destruction skills. 3 snake heads activate 3 elemental resonances at the same time, causing confusion of the 3 elements within 100 meters of oneself, and the pale blade condensed by the 3 elements will attack targets within the range, causes a nightmare-like blow, and the 3-line magic skills cannot be used within 3 minutes after activation. Weaknesses: poor physical attributes, low defense, unable to fly. Introduction: it is a close relative of the divine beast Hydra Emperor, with some thin dragon blood, huge in size, and powerful regenerative ability. The 3 heads respectively master 3 kinds of element attribute attacks. Look at the attributes of the 3-headed snake emperor. Qin Feng couldn't help sighing, but all immortals and beasts have their own unique abilities. The 3-headed snake emperor can master 3 elements, and his strength is not bad either. Especially the snake venom, I'm afraid it will be difficult to get rid of it after being poisoned. Xiao Yu, don't let me down. Qin Feng is looking forward to Xiao Yu's outbreak in his heart. Suanya said from the side, the 3-headed snake emperor is the pet of Jing Hanyun, the vice president of our college, and has powerful magical power. However, the vice president did not come today. I didn't expect that Xiao Yu's luck was so bad that he would meet this fairy beast. Suanya also shook her head, thinking that Xiao Yu might fail this time. The 3-headed snake emperor is one of the more formidable ones among the final bosses. If Xiao Yu encounters those immortal beasts below level 20, there is still a great possibility to pass through the abyss copy. But now, enter the final stage. Xiao Yu looked at the 3-headed snake emperor in front of him and gritted his teeth. Check the props in the following backpack space, and use all available props. Xiao, we are going. He rode on the snowflake storm dragon and flew in the low sky. Fortunately, the space in this area is relatively wide. If the space is smaller, I'm afraid even his dragon can't fly. Xiao Yu did not hesitate. Now that he has come to this step, he must try it. Qin Feng can clear the abyss dungeon, so can he. Icewind Dragon Roar. Although Snowstorm Dragon is not strong enough, it has not yet entered the growth stage of level 20. But in the face of the 3-headed snake emperor, he is not to be outdone. As a dragon, its blood does not allow it to shrink back. Spreading its wings and flying, constantly using skills to attack the 3-headed snake. Hiss hiss. The 3-headed snake emperor made an impatient voice. It was naturally unwilling to be hit like this. I want to activate the skill and attack the snowstorm dragon flying in the air. But its skills seem to be unable to reach the dragon above. At this moment, the weakness of the 3-headed snake emperor appeared and was noticed by Xiao Yu. It can't fly. Yes, although the 3-headed snake emperor is powerful. But it's just a snake after all, not a dragon, and it doesn't have wings, so it can't fly. For a time, Xiao Yu's heart beat violently. There is hope. After realizing this fatal flaw, Xiao Yu did not hesitate to use skills to bless the attributes of the snowflake rainstorm dragon, and started an attack like a storm. As long as the 3-headed snake emperor can't attack him and the dragon, there won't be much danger. The only thing to consider is whether it can be done in a limited time. Grind the 3-headed snake emperor to death. Hiss. Being continuously attacked, the 3-headed snake emperor became extremely restless. In addition, the dragon, which could not attack the sky, kept surging on the ground for a while. There was a huge hissing sound, and the aura on his body became more and more violent. Time stood still for a while. The 3-headed snake emperor finally couldn't bear it anymore, and let out a tsunami-like angry neigh. The huge body suddenly exerted strength, and under the huge tail thrust, it flew into the air for a short time. What? Quick! Don't blink! As fast as lightning, the huge snake head opened its bloody mouth. Just for a moment, this horrible scene appeared in front of Xiao Yu's eyes. He could even see clearly the sharp teeth in the mouth of the three heads of the three snake emperors. With an angry and cold breath, 6 huge snake eyes and 3 bloody mouths. He bit the snowflake storm dragon's body fiercely. Caught off guard by the speed, re-entering the momentum of Wan Jun. Ho ho ho! Abeb! In an instant, the snowflake storm dragon wailed again and again, and its entire body lost its center of gravity. Being directly dragged by the three-headed snake emperor, he fell heavily to the ground. Boom! 2 gigantic monsters fell from the sky, making a loud noise. Xiao Yu also lost his balance and fell down from the body of Snowflake Rainstorm Dragon. He could even feel that the excited eyes of the three-headed snake emperor fell on him. The hairs stand tall, this sense of death full of crisis is so strong. Ho 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 ho! Xiao. The Snowflake Storm Dragon kept struggling, but its body was bitten fiercely by the 3 giant snake heads of the three-headed snake emperor. Even the gigantic body began to wrap itself around the dragon's body. But its strength is not as good as the three-headed snake emperor. It struggles constantly, but cannot break free. Can only issue an angry dragon cry. Xiao. Yulong fusion. Xiao Yu saw it in his eyes and felt pain in his heart. He has a lot of affection for his own dragon. There is only one way to resolve this crisis now. Xiao Yu gave a deep drink, and directly launched the fit skill. With a burst of light flickering, Xiao Yu and the snowstorm dragon once again fit. After the attributes of the two sides overlapped, Xiao Yu only felt that there was an inexhaustible amount of Li Huang in his body. Hiss hiss. This scene also made the three-headed snake emperor a little confused. That's how it went. Eyes fixed on Xiao Yu, he seemed even more puzzled. Why does this human being have the breath of a dragon? Forget it, no matter what, everyone is the same, they will all die. The three-headed snake emperor instantly vented all his anger on Xiao Yu. That kind of terrifying strength is not something the current Xiao Yu can resist at all. Even after merging, they can't resist the terrifying power of the three-headed snake emperor at all. For a while, Xiao Yu's heart was half cold. The tense nerves are like the taut strings, which will be broken at any time. He kept dodging, but most of the three-headed snake emperor's attacks were range attacks. After all, the space for him to maneuver is too small. Moreover, under that strange fragrance, he only felt that his eyes were in a trance for a while, and he was a little absent-minded. Hiss! Pale nightmare! After a delay, the three-headed snake emperor finally became impatient with Xiao Yu. The little ant in front of me is too jumpy, so I might as well get rid of it all at once. The terrifying trick was launched, and the 3 snake heads simultaneously neighed deafeningly. No, I can't fall down yet. Xiao Yu bit the tip of his tongue fiercely, holding up his last spirit. Feeling the constant restlessness of the surrounding elements, the air is filled with the terrifying breath of death. Xiao Yu understands that if this extreme skill is allowed to hit him, then all the efforts will be in vain. No, I'm not reconciled, I can't fail. Qin Feng can succeed, I can't lose to him. At the moment when the shadow of death fell, Xiao Yu's hoarse voice sounded. Amidst the crazy voice, black rays of light once again bloomed between his brows. In the midst of extreme madness, a strange ripple surged on his body. While resisting the damage from the three-headed snake emperor, he unexpectedly escaped from the fusion with the snowflake storm dragon. God! Beast! Come! Come! Xiao Yu's eyes widened suddenly, and a kind of coercion erupted from his body. An extremely powerful ray of light appeared on Snowflake Storm Dragon's body. A huge beam of light was formed. Bang! In a shock, the whole world was like a piece of ice and snow. Candidates in the examination room originally thought that Xiao Yu's failure had become inevitable. But I didn't expect that such a mutation would happen. Even the expressions on the faces of the teachers and leaders on the high platform became serious. What is this? Suanya was a little shocked. Wang Yunting's easygoing expression became serious, and said, how could it be, this is the power of a divine beast. The expression on Yaming Fei's face became more and more complicated, it's just, this. Xiao Yu, hey. He didn't know what he thought of, but a rare trace of exhaustion appeared on his face. Slowly closed his eyes, unwilling to continue watching. Xiao Yu, awesome. Qin Feng's face was filled with a satisfied smile. He had been waiting for this moment, and it finally came. The voice of the system also sounded in his mind at this moment. Contract object Xiao Yu has acquired the God-level skill God Beast comes. 90 times the return of the exclusive super magic skill, the unblocking of the paladin. Xiao Yu comprehended the God-level skills and directly returned the super God-level skills. Unable to wait, Qin Feng directly opened the professional imprint. Let's take a look at the effect of the skill first. Chapter 90. Super Magical Skills, People Look Forward to. Unseal of Paladin. Skill Level, Super God Level. Skill Effect, after unblocking, all attributes are increased by 1000%, self-healing ability is increased by 1000%, vitality recovery speed is increased by 1000%, skill damage is increased by 1000%, and 5-element elemental attacks are immune. Skill Introduction, as the 5-element Holy Dragon Knight, you have the exclusive unsealing skill, which can unlock the sealed power of the human body after use. Skill Tips, Knight Unblocking, under normal circumstances, you need to reach the 7th level to comprehend it. Although you can gain powerful power if you use it in advance, it will bear a great burden on your body. Please use it with caution. Invincible. After seeing the effect of the skill, Qin Feng had only one thought in his mind. This is indeed a super divine skill, it is simply too strong. Leaving aside those awesome attribute boosts, it is only immune to the attacks of the 5 elements. It can make him a nightmare for a master of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and 5 elements. It's just that, with my current physical strength, I'm afraid this skill won't last long. Qin Feng secretly sighed in his heart. This is something that knights can only comprehend when they reach the 7th rank. He got it ahead of time now, if he used it rashly, his body might not be able to bear it for long. Moreover, he doesn't know too much about the knight's subsequent growth path. In textbooks, these things seem to be kept secret. Only universities will gradually teach these things. When Qin Feng fell into deep thought. In the copy of the abyss. After Xiao Yu erupted, a pillar of light appeared on the snowstorm dragon. Boom! Amidst the explosion, the entire dungeon area became a world of ice and snow. Crack, crack! The three-headed snake emperor didn't react at all, and didn't understand what was going on now. In the ice and snow world, the double dragon claws instantly tore apart the sky. Accompanied by the dragon's breath of ice and snow, it burst down. The breath enough to freeze everything hit it instantly. Hiss! The ice peak beam of light pierced directly through the huge body of the three-headed snake emperor. Frozen every inch of its flesh and blood. What is the problem? The three-headed snake emperor's body was trembling constantly, it didn't understand what happened. Spoon howling trio opens huge mouth. Roaring, rolling, whining. The three-headed snake emperor suddenly realized that his right head was frozen. Then, under the icy light, it was completely torn from its body. Pain, helplessness, fear. The remaining 2 heads and 2 pairs of eyes of the three-headed snake emperor finally saw clearly what it was that caused such huge damage to him. In the endless haze of ice and wind. It is a pair of indifferent eyes, those are the eyes of a dragon. Beast, beast. The three-headed snake emperor felt his hair stand on end for a while, this was the coercion from the source of life. Reluctantly, I want to get out of this situation. But it was too late. Click. Click. Layers of ice were frozen, and the crampons in midair directly tore everything apart. The three-headed snake emperor was frozen into an ice cube. Under the hill-like dragon's claws, it became pieces of debris. From Xiao Yu launching this skill to the death of the three-headed snake emperor, the whole process did not exceed 20 seconds. The three-headed snake emperor died. In midair, the strange huge dragon claws and the pair of dragon eyes also slowly disappeared. Except for the snow and ice of this world. As if nothing happened. It is finally over. I succeeded. Xiao Yu's face was pale, and he felt dizzy for a while, and saw the light gate appearing in front of him. He rushed out with his last strength. Boom! On the square, Xiao Yu's body appeared and landed on the stone slab. His face was extremely pale, and his whole body was so cold that there was no warmth at all. It's almost as if even breathing has disappeared. The skill he comprehended at the last moment is a deeper god-level skill based on the dragon control fusion. You can sacrifice all the power of a pet, allowing the pet to display the power of a beast for a short time. This kind of time is extremely short. Moreover, the state that can be maintained is also quite unstable. The side effects caused are also great. The first is that his spirit has to bear tremendous pressure. The longer the skill lasts, the greater his mental pressure. If used for a long time, his spirit will even collapse. For pets, it will also have a huge impact. Will fall into a deep sleep for at least 3 days and the level car will drop 1 level less. The longer the skill is activated, the longer the sleep time, and the more levels it will drop. Xiao Yu also reluctantly persisted until the end before destroying the three-headed snake emperor. However, his spirit was almost exhausted, and his body was also affected. Cleared the customs, and he also passed the customs. Isn't he dead? It's possible. With that ability just now, it's not an exaggeration to die. It's too terrifying. In such a short time, a fairy beast was directly killed. Teacher, teacher. Seeing Xiao Yu sent out, it was almost the same as dead. The students next to me were a little panicked. The teacher guarding outside the light gate has already reacted without the students shouting. After checking Xiao Yu's situation, he directly took Xiao Yu out of the examination room. This level of injury must be treated by a professional and powerful priest. Although people were taken away. But the sensation caused by Xiao Yu is not small at all. The shocking scene just now left a deep impression on many people. Even the teachers and leaders on the high platform are the same. Wang Yunting silently recited the name, and the teacher next to me wanted Xiao Yu's information. The Dragon Master has a dragon of the fairy beast level. Still a super student. Joined the Blood Fang Guild. After reading the information, Wang Yunting thought for a while and said, Qin Feng, are you and Xiao Yu classmates? Yes. However, if the dean wants to ask other questions, he should ask Captain Yat. 0. Qin Feng smiled when he heard this question. He is still very good at throwing the pot away. Hey? Could Xiao Yu also have a problem? Wang Yunting froze for a moment, then looked at Yeming Fei. Yeming Fei gave Qin Feng a blank look, and could only say, Dean, his situation is the same as Qin Feng's. Oh okay. Wang Yunting heard the words, smiled, and shook his head again. Since there is no problem, he doesn't care much. He devoted his whole life to Tianyuan Academy. As a teacher, his wish is to train more talents for this country. The assessment is still going on. It's just that no one can cause such a big sensation anymore. This time the actual combat assessment, Qin Feng's team, formed a team and cleared the Abyss dungeon. Xiao Yu challenged the Abyss copy alone and successfully cleared the customs. In the same day, clear the Abyss level dungeon twice. This will be recorded in the history of Tianyuan Academy. Yeming Fei looked at it for a while, and was about to leave. After thinking for a while, he looked at Qin Feng and said, Qin Feng, do you want to go together? Hey? Good. Qin Feng thought about it, but he didn't refuse. He happened to have some questions that he wanted to ask Yaming Fei. Zhong Wenwen opened her mouth, wanting to say something. But he hesitated for a while, and still didn't say it. He just followed closely behind Qin Feng, like a little follower. Lin Kexin also followed suit, unwilling to leave Qin Feng's side. Teacher Su, I'm leaving first, see you another day. Seeing Qin Feng leave, Su Anya seemed a little bit reluctant. Just considering her current status and the occasion here, she suppressed the impulse in her heart. Uncle Yat, don't you summon the dragon? After leaving Tianyuan Academy, Zhong Wenwen's crisp voice sounded. Chapter 91. It's good to take a walk once in a while. Yaming Fei smiled and said, Little Wenwen, why did you and Qin Feng get together? Looking at the innocent little girl in front of her. He is also a little helpless. Few people outside have seen Zhong Wenwen, and she has always been well protected by Zhong Lilong. Now that I am so close to Qin Fengzi, I don't know what will happen if Zhong Gong finds out. Thinking of this, Yaming Fei glanced at Qin Feng. I have to say, this kid is really very handsome. He was even a little bit more handsome than when he was young. Come together. We met in school before the exam. Zhong Wenwen heard this question, and said happily, Qin Feng big brother is very good, he took me to a big meal, he is very good, and even took me to clear the abyss dungeon. As she spoke, she couldn't help feeling shy on her petite and lovely face. She didn't know what this feeling was. However, he couldn't help but want to follow Qin Feng's side. That sense of attachment is completely different from the sense of dependence on the father. People around me have never given 167. Forget it, as long as you are happy. Yaming Fei didn't know what to say when he heard Zhong Wenwen's words. He didn't know yet, this little girl was probably fascinated by Qin Feng. He also saw the submissive Lin Kexin next to Qin Feng. I have to say, Qin Feng's charm is really high. However, this kind of thing has nothing to do with him anyway. When the time comes, Mr. Zhong will find out, and he will naturally take care of it. Leader Yat, I have a question I want to ask. Qin Feng didn't care much about Yaming Fei's words, and still had the previous question in his mind. Question. Yaming Fei said, tell me, if I can tell you. He didn't know what Qin Feng's problem was, if it involved some secrets. Then it is not something that can be said casually. This is not a matter of confidentiality. I just want to know about the career of knight and the growth path behind it. Qin Feng smiled, and asked out the doubts in his heart. The growth path of a knight. Forget, when you were in high school, you wouldn't teach these things. I used to have a teacher to teach these things after I went to college. A trace of memory appeared in Yaming Fei's eyes. When I was in high school, I hadn't awakened to a career yet. Teachers generally teach some common sense, or history, basic combat theory, some social common sense experience, and basic introductions to various professions. Only after the student goes to college. Only then will I officially begin to teach some knowledge of high-level professionals. For example, how to improve in the future, the direction of progress of each profession, learning various more in-depth combat skills, etc. Someone taught, and no one taught, are completely different concepts. Qin Feng, in fact, many people have an unclear understanding of professionals. That's what a lot of rookies have. Just listen to these things. In the future, there will be teachers in Tianyuan College who will talk about them. Yaming Fei sorted out his thoughts before telling these things. From the awakening of the profession, one has entered the path of a professional. In the early stage, you only need to upgrade your level and pass the professional level assessment of the temple to continuously improve your professional level. Before the 6th level, the strength of professionals improved relatively quickly. Unless you are really unlucky and encounter a professional level assessment that you can't pass at all. Then there is no way. It can only be stuck at that professional level, and cannot be promoted any further. But when the 5th level breaks through the 6th level, every profession must understand something. The steel of the way of heaven in the temple will be judged automatically. It needs to reach a certain level in order to accept the professional level assessment of the temple. Otherwise, it will always be stuck at the 5th level and cannot be improved. Take the knight profession as an example. After being promoted to the 5th level Platinum Knight, if the professional wants to be promoted to the 6th level Diamond Knight, he needs to comprehend his own elemental regeneration power. After comprehending this power, the knight's recovery ability will be slightly improved. It is even possible to regenerate limbs with the help of certain elements. If it is a 6th level Diamond Knight, I want to break through to the 7th level. It is necessary to comprehend the ability to unseal the elements in one's own body, and while greatly improving strength, the recovery ability can also be greatly improved. Moreover, after unsealing the elements contained in the body, it will have great resistance to the attacks of the corresponding elements. This is the exclusive professional ability after the knight enters the 7th rank. It is the process of unlocking the confinement of the human body, the unblocking of the knight, also known as the awakening of the knight. Reaching the 7th level is the beginning of a profession that truly begins to shine in the world. So, a professional doesn't just need to upgrade. Upgrading is just how we get energy. But if a person wants to truly become a strong professional, there are many aspects that need to be paid attention to. As for the higher level knights, if they want to break through the 8th level, they must understand the ability to unseal. Completely unlocking the self-seal, this step, I don't know. Having said this, Yeming Fei let out a sigh. He is only at the 7th level now, and has not yet realized this ability. As for the 8th rank knight, it is even more difficult to break through the 9th rank. It turned out to be like this. Qin Feng thought for a while. His unblocking skill also contained 5 elements. Immunity to the 5 elements can be achieved. It turned out to be the truth. After Tianyuan Academy's exams ended that day, the college also began to organize teachers to conduct grading review, and then announced the admission list 0. To the east of Tianyuan College, there is a splendid and magnificent building. This is the teacher's office area of Tianyuan College. In a huge office, many teachers gathered. The statistics here are the summary results this time. The ranking summary of the combination of the students' theoretical assessment and actual combat assessment. This summary will determine whether candidates can be admitted to Tianyuan College. Han Qunyi, the former invigilator, is the main person in charge this time. Xiao Yu was also in the summary team this time. It seems that this year's candidates' scores have obviously improved compared to last year. After carefully looking at the summary of the candidates' results, Han Qian sighed again. There are some candidates who were eliminated this year. If it was placed last year, I am afraid that they would have been able to join Tianyuan Academy. A male teacher next to him smiled and said, "Yes, this year's candidates really produced a lot of great people. Even the imperial capital has quite a few family members who have come to Tianyuan Academy. In the past, they should all stay in the capital." Suanya also smiled when she heard the words, "Even Ji Wushuan from the Ji family has come, and the younger generation in the imperial capital regard him as a goal to surpass. Unfortunately, even these people have fallen to pieces in Tianyuan this year. Hey, who's to say it's not? Ji Wushuan's theoretical score can reach full marks, and even the answers she answered are not enough to add points according to the rules of bonus points. Even the actual combat results also cleared the single-player nightmare level dungeon. If it is in the past, this is definitely the first result of Tianyuan Academy. It's a pity that there are still strong players in this exam." The 2 clearances of the Abyss Dungeon, the names of Qin Feng and Xiao Yu, resounded throughout Tianyuan. Moreover, Xiao Yu's theoretical results are also full marks, and he has cleared the Abyss Dungeon. He directly won the first place in this 0.4 time. Suanya also praised a little, "Xiao Yu is a student who really works hard. I saw him almost cry because of the exam that day. I didn't expect his theoretical results to be so good. By the way, his body should be fine, right? Han Qunyi said, there are so many teachers in the school, if you can't cure a student, you will be laughed out of your teeth if you tell them. Another teacher also said with a smile, our pastor's college is not easy to eat. If there is an accident with the champion this time, the dean of our pastor's college can resign. The entire Tianyuan college is divided into many departments according to different professions. Teaching can be said to be quite comprehensive. After Xiao Yu was rescued, he has not yet woken up. And there are still a few days before the end of the exam, and it will be the day when Tianyuan College announces the list after everything is over. After Qin Feng returned home, he was approached by an unexpected visitor. Who are you? Seeing the masked man outside his house, Qin Feng froze for a moment. Chapter 92. Outside his house, a masked man stood there quietly. It seems to be integrated with the surrounding environment. See a Setsuna by Qin Feng. The masked man moved instantly. You finally came. Ah! The masked man sneered, and the man rushed out. Qin Feng was still standing where he was, only feeling the wind blowing in front of him. So fast! This person is very strong. Qin Feng's pupils contracted slightly, and the speed of this person was almost comparable to teleportation. With a cold snort, the dark thunder blazing spear suddenly struck. There was a sharp gun, and there was a crisp sound of bang, and the confrontation was only in an instant. The distance of 6 or 7 meters was just a blink of an eye, and the sound of the collision between the tip of the gun and the dagger was extraordinarily crisp. The daggers in the masked man's hands shook, shaking the heavy spear away. The dexterous hands seemed to have passed through him. The dagger with frost cut open from the left side and stabbed directly at his face. This power and speed! Seeing the scene, Qin Feng reacted quickly and made a movement that the masked man hadn't expected. Bang bang bang! 01. When the sharp dagger was about to succeed, it was blocked by a long sword. In the continuous confrontation, the crisp sound continued to emanate. Although Qin Feng was forced to retreat again and again, he still couldn't break through his defense line. This is dual-wielding weapons. The face beneath the mask has begun to change. She never thought that Qin Feng, a knight, could actually wield dual weapons. Especially, when holding a two-handed spear. Assassins without killing intent, meaningless battles. Let's stop here. Qin Feng spoke in a deep voice, and the weapon on both hands was instantly replaced by a shield. This is a dark gold shield. Holy impact! With a sharp acceleration, a burst of light appeared on the broad shield. With a sacred breath, it directly hit the masked man. Hateful! This inevitable impact made the face under the mask a little ugly. Number F. Under the violent impact, she only felt a pain in her lower abdomen, and her body was hit by a huge force. Involuntarily flew out. She couldn't adjust her body in the air. Fortunately, her attributes were sufficient, and the moment she was about to land, she finally adjusted. Landing steadily, I just feel a little dizzy. There was also a bit of surprise in the eyes looking at Qin Feng. Although she didn't use her full strength, Qin Feng's various methods also exceeded her expectations. However, Qin Feng is only a first-order trainee knight of level 20. And she? Who are you? Qin Feng looked at the masked man in front of him, and had some guesses in his heart, but he was not sure. He used the eyes of reality to look over. There was a hint of astonishment on his expression. This is a situation he has never encountered before. Mu Yinchuang. Character level. Character occupation, Frost Assassin. Professional level. Character attributes, Strength. Physical strength. Spirit. Agility. Character skills. Hidden attributes, Initial luck .8, Charisma .14. The information fed back from his real eye was almost full of question marks. In an instant, Qin Feng instantly understood that there must be items or skills on the opponent's body that would block the detection. Hasn't anyone ever told you that it's rude to spy on people like this? The masked man's voice was hoarse, not like a normal person's voice. Hasn't anyone ever told you that it's rude to attack someone out of the blue like this? Qin Feng smiled slightly, and said meaningfully, Mu Yin's Huang, that's a nice name. Why do you need to fake this voice? You. The face under the mask finally couldn't hide the real voice. The crisp voice, like frost, couldn't hide the surprise. She did not expect that Qin Feng's probing skills were so powerful. Can get her information. For a while, the air fell into silence. Mu Yin's Huang was silent for a moment, and finally said, Qin Feng, you really have the strength to join our Yinlong, no wonder Tian Yuan recommends you so much. B. Qin Feng murmured, repeating the name twice. Sure enough, Tianlong Kingdom does have such an organization. Then you came to me this time to invite the hidden dragon. Qin Feng looked at Mu Yin's Huang, as if he wanted to see the face under Chuan's mask. 14 points of charm, it should be very beautiful, right? Invite. Ignoring Qin Feng's gaze, Mu Yin's Huang sneered. You are wrong. Joining Yinlong is not that simple. Although you have obtained the recommendation qualification, you still have to pass a test. If you fail the assessment, you will not be able to join the hidden dragon. Assessment. Qin Feng was not too surprised. It is definitely not that simple to join this kind of organization. Even if he is recommended by the Tian Yuan military, he is only a first-order knight at level 20 after all. To put it bluntly, Tianlong Kingdom has a vast land and abundant resources, and the professionals who awaken every year are like crucian carp crossing the river. Hidden occupations, no matter how rare they are. With that huge population base, there can still be quite a few. And there are also those noble and powerful family children. If it is a member of Yinlong, who really holds great power, there must be many people who want to join. If anyone could join, there would be no need for such an organization to exist. Well, Mu Yin's Huang, can you introduce the situation of Yinlong? Mu Yin's Huang heard Qin Feng call her name directly. There was another silence. It's a very uncomfortable feeling. But still did not refuse, and briefly introduced the situation of Yinlong. Yinlong, the secret organization of Tianlong Kingdom. Responsible for investigating the intelligence of various countries in the world, exploring various secrets, and looking for some ancient secrets. Of course, this is only part of it. For the investigation of the situation of aliens, organize the assassination of some important figures from various countries, or 597 sniping important people of the family or destroying some major events. Internally inspect officials from various places in Tianlong, clean up various security risks, and clean up spies from various countries or alien races. It has huge power and is a very important organization in Tianlong Kingdom. The members among them, if converted into positions, are quite high. It is an extremely hidden existence. Okay, I like this one. After Qin Feng heard it, he was also greatly shocked. It's really an interesting organization, not only backed by the mountain of Tianlong Kingdom. It is to explore secrets and assassinate externally, and to grasp the power of life and death internally. It's so cool. Joining Hidden Dragon, there are also some corresponding rules that need to be followed. Qin Feng, are you sure you want to join? Mu Yin's Huang didn't say anything more, and directly threw a piece of paper to Qin Feng. There are some simple rules written on it. First, follow orders. Second, keep the secret. Third, conceal identity. The rules are very simple, only a dozen or so. Most of them are requirements for confidentiality, and identities cannot be announced casually, member information cannot be disclosed, and so on. After Qin Feng looked at it, he said, there are no problems with these. What is the assessment task? These rules have no effect on him at all, but are what he wants. Work quietly, don't shoot. The task is above, within 5 days, one person will complete it. Mu Yinshuang directly threw another paper order, left a word, and disappeared. Seeing the content on the paper order, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. Chapter 93. The paper order in Qin Feng's hand clearly recorded his assessment tasks. Anomaly in Bloodfire Village. The monsters around Bloodfire Village in the north outside Tianyuan City have mutated. Some people say that they have heard the words of Japanese pirates nearby. You need to investigate the cause of this incident and resolve the crisis in Bloodfire Village. A Japanese pirate from the Fuji country. After Qin Feng read the content of this task, he felt that it was not difficult. It seems to be just helping the villagers of Bloodfire Village to solve their problems. However, if it has a relationship with Fuji country, it will not be a simple problem. Moreover, this is the assessment task given by Yinlong, and it will definitely not be easy. 5 days, it seems that we have to hurry up. Qin Feng didn't waste any time and sorted out the things in his backpack. Went to the market to purchase some necessary items. After checking the map of Suihuo village, they headed towards the Lingshan mountain area in the north of Tianyuan City through the teleportation array. Tianyuan City is a huge city. But not alone. It is surrounded by abundant resources. To the south is the Shiraishi Gobi, and to the east is the Yudemon's forest. To the west is an ice moon grassland, and to the west, passing through the ice moon grassland, is the range of the Wailing Moon Mountain Range. The Magic Moon Mountain Range was exactly where Qin Feng had been before. Full of all kinds of undead monsters, the battlefield of undead natural disasters a long time ago. For the super ghost weapon of the undead monarch and the Tower of Death, Qin Feng has not forgotten at all. Just wait and find a suitable opportunity. Xiao Yu will guide the past. In the north of Tianyuan City, there is a mountain range full of fire elements. Known as the Spirit Fire Mountain Range, it is a leveling area that many water mages love to come to. The fringe area is the area for level 30 monsters. Deeper is the lava volcano, which is inhabited by giant dragons. The previous lava dragons came from here. The red trees and landforms are a major feature here. Apart from Tianyuan City itself, there are many towns and villages surrounding Tianyuan. The Bloodfire village that Qin Feng is going to now is a remote village located in the Spirit Fire Mountain Range. Riding Xiaobai, he entered the Spirit Fire Mountain Range. Surrounded by fiery trees. The soil on the ground and the weird rocks all showed a bright red color. There are also some red slimes. Fire slime. Level 40. Attributes: Strength 310, Stamina 280, Spirit 405, Agility 231. Skill: Fireball attack, condenses the flame element in the body, sends out a fireball to attack the enemy, and has a 5% chance of causing a burning effect. Slime jump, the soft body is elastic, and the slime is carried in the jump, covering the enemy's body, with a 10% chance of causing a burning effect. Weakness: water resistance -50%. Introduction: slime living in the Spirit Fire Mountain Range is full of fire elements, has a very violent temper, and will take the initiative to attack when it sees people. As soon as he entered the Spirit Fire Mountain Range, Qin Feng saw dozens of fiery red slimes jumping towards him. With red mucus on his body. It looked like some kind of fudge he had once eaten. Soft, translucent red body, people can't help but sigh, if it can be eaten, it should taste very good. It's a pity that the slime on slime's body is daunting. Xiaobai, solve them. There was no one here, and Qin Feng didn't want to move the floor by himself. The main reason is that these guys, with their sticky appearance, really make it difficult for him to have the idea of contact. Xiaobai is also very active, a high-level magic of the water system goes down. The flame slimes rushing over all around turned into a pile of corpses. As if he had lost his strength, he fell limply to the ground. The slime's body began to melt into the ground little by little. Beautiful job, Xiao Bai. Qin Feng praised without hesitation, and Xiao Bai also neighed in response. Along the way, I don't know if the road to Bloodfire Village is abnormally remote, and I didn't find anyone. There are quite a few monsters around. Flame slimes, fiery red stone monsters, some dryads, some flame beetles, and tongue-killing lizards. The monsters living here seem to be moving faster than saying. All levels are above level 40. Seeing Qin Feng, they were constantly attacking actively, and they all died under Xiao Bai's water magic. Unfortunately, I don't know how to harvest, so I have to give up many things. Qin Feng looked at the monster's corpse on the ground and could only shake his head. It's not good to have no collection skills. Although he can collect it himself, he can only collect it by hand. There is no way to say yes, just like a collector, collect directly into the backpack after using the skills. This decided that he had no choice but to give up the corpse materials of these monsters. After all, if you follow Xiao Bai's speed of killing monsters, even if he is collecting, it is fundamental. Moreover, his backpack space does not allow him to do so. After running around for more than 3 hours, Qin Feng finally approached the Bloodfire Village. The location here is too remote, and there are still some level 50 monsters around. The closer you get, the weirder the surrounding colors become. From bright red, it gradually changed to blood-like red. The water droplets on the surrounding trees were as solemn as blood. Ahead, there is Bloodfire Village. This place really fits its name. Hey? Is there anyone still guarding? Qin Feng rode Xiao Bai and walked over. There was a small valley in front of him, and 2 standing figures could be seen at the entrance of the valley. Seeing this situation, he was also taken aback for a moment. Didn't expect that there were still people stationed here? The Eye of Truth. Within the sight range, Qin Feng directly hit the past with a skill. Feikungning. Character level, 40. Character occupation, Warrior. Professional level, Tier 2 Bronze Warrior. Character attributes, Strength, 550, Stamina, 380, Spirit, 260 Agility, 342. Character skills, Cross Slash, Mallet, Armor Piercing Attack, Impact Slash, Aerial Slash, Halberd Dance. Hidden attribute, Initial luck value is 3 points, Charisma value is 2 points. The people stationed at Taniguchi are 2 level 42nd level professionals. One is a warrior and the other is a knight. It's just an ordinary job. Looking at the equipment on his body, it is also garbage equipment. The best ones were only bronze equipment, with a few pieces of refined iron equipment mixed in. Why are these people here? Or, do they have anything to do with Japanese pirates? Qin Feng felt a little puzzled, and rode Xiao Bai over. Stop, who are you? Seeing Qin Feng approaching, the soldier named Fei Conning hurriedly spoke. The two became wary and looked at Qin Feng. Even when he saw Qin Feng's attire and the flawless white horse, there was a hint of greed in his eyes, as if he really wanted to take these things for himself. Who am I? What does it have to do with you? I really want to ask, who are you? Qin Feng saw the look of these two people in his eyes, and smiled disdainfully, with a haughty tone. One look at these two guys, it's not a good thing. His eyes are erratic, he is sneaky, and he still appears in Bloodfire Village, so it's hard for him not to think about it. The two people on the opposite side didn't seem to have expected that Qin Feng's tone would be so arrogant. Using the probing skills, I want to see Qin Feng's attributes. But, Liao's, just saw a string of question marks. Damn it, why do high-level professionals come here? The two looked at each other, feeling a little scared in their hearts, and directly regarded Qin Feng as a high-level professional. Feeling anxious, Fei Conning gritted his teeth and said, "We are members of the Kelp mercenary group, and our mercenary group went out to upgrade and stationed here. My friend, this is already our residence, please leave here forever. Rules must be followed in the wild. If a force chooses a location first, in order to avoid conflicts, most of the other forces will choose other places. Unless it is a force with a good relationship, it will choose to be stationed together." When Fei Congning said this, she hoped that Qin Feng would retreat despite difficulties. "Leave." Qin Feng heard the words, and asked back, "This is the village of Bloodfire Village, right? When did it become the residence of your Kelp mercenary group? Also, what is the Kelp mercenary group? I've never heard of it. Let me go, you are not qualified." Qin Feng's words directly embarrass and secretly hate these two people. But with the fear in his heart, he could only watch Qin Feng pass by on a white horse, not daring to make a move at all. Chapter 94. Brother Fei, let him go in like this. The other night, watching Qin Feng go in so swaggeringly, was very unwilling in his eyes. Especially looking at Qin Feng's white horse and all the equipment. Literally drooling. Although you can't see the grade, you can just look at the appearance of the white horse and the gorgeousness of the equipment. He can fully imagine how wonderful this should be. Fei Congning's face was a little gloomy, and said, "What can we do? We can't see the other party's attributes. He must be a high-level professional. If we do it, we will all be finished. Didn't you hear? People haven't even heard the name of our mercenary group." Thinking of this, Fei Congning was also a little speechless. The grades of the mercenary regiment are divided into 6 grades, S, A, B, C, D, and E. Their Kelp mercenary group Zhong is the lowest E-level mercenary group. Although there are quite a few of them, none of them are high-level professionals. Usually, they also accept some low-level mercenary missions to obtain resources and money. Sometimes we also do field activities together, leveling or brushing some materials. This time, it is said that Zhang Bei, the leader of the group, made a major discovery in this place. Only then did he bring the entire Kelp mercenary group to Erhuo village. However, at this moment, Qin Feng broke in, and the two of them didn't know what to do for a while. "Brother Fei, should we notify the group leader as soon as possible?" "Damn it, I want to notify you too, but there's no mobile signal at all here. In the current situation, we can only use this method." Fei 233 gritted his teeth and took out a flare from his backpack. Bang! Although this would attract Qin Feng's attention, he couldn't care less now. Send the signal directly first, and then notify the head of the group. Fei Congning didn't know if the group leader could see this signal. Because he just followed the order and guarded outside the Bloodfire village, and he didn't know where the leader was. Hehe, it seems that there are really ghosts. Qin Feng looked at a firework blooming in the sky, with a smile on his face. His behavior just now was completely intentional. "I just want to see if these two members of the so-called Kelp mercenary group can hold their breath." Now the opponent really showed his flaws. "Xiaobai, let's go in." Qin Feng rode Xiaobai, past the previous valley entrance, and came inside. There was a small village in the distance. There are still some small roads and some fields around. There are some herbs and materials planted inside, which should be the livelihood of the village. Now, the entire Bloodfire village is shrouded in a bloody light. Bloody mist spread around. Qin Feng didn't know that the original Bloodfire village was what it is now. In other words, it was after the mutation that it became like this. There seems to be extreme danger hidden in the bloody mist. Except for the roar of monsters, there was no sound of human speech. Crackling. As soon as Qin Feng, Abdi, entered, several monsters rushed out of the bloody mist. On the ferocious face, with red fangs. On the chest, there is a dark red bloody totem, like a dragon. There are all kinds of things in his hands, such as long swords, hoes, sledges, and sickles. There are all kinds of mess. There was a scarlet light in his eyes, a bit like the kind of zombies that had lost their minds. Xiao Bai, don't do it yet. Looking at the monsters in front of him, Qin Feng clearly sensed that something was wrong. The Eye of Truth. Mutated Blood Fire Villager. Level 20. Attributes: Strength 170, Stamina 130, Spirit 70, Agility 95. Skill: Elementary Gathering Technique. Weakness: No reason. Introduction: After being eroded by the blood and monster energy permeated by the blood dragon of the monster race, he lost his mind and became a monster who lost his mind. He only knows killing and is full of aggressiveness, but his strength is not strong. Sure enough, these are all villagers from Blood Fire Village. Monster Blood Dragon. Qin Feng didn't expect that the situation here was so complicated that it had something to do with the Yaezu. Blood Dragon, Demon Tribe, Japanese pirates from Fuji country, Kelp mercenary group. Complicated situation. Xiao Bai, bypass them, let's go inside. Qin Feng is not interested in these villagers, and killing them will not do any good. Xiao Bai nimbly bypassed these slow-moving villagers and went directly to the village. The whole village was completely silent, and there was no sound at all. It seems that all the villagers have been alienated into monsters. Even the animals raised in the village, or some low-level monsters, have turned into monsters. Is there not a single normal person in the whole village? I was going to look it up to see if there was any information. Now it seems that it is a bit difficult. Qin Feng shook his head, and when he was about to leave, a voice stopped him. Ahem, cough, young man, leave now, this is not a place for you to come. In the far corner of the house, an old man wearing a priest's robe appeared, looking at Qin Feng. A persuasive voice sounded. Young man, I am the priest of Blood Fire Village, and I am also the village head here. Now the entire village has been filled with blood, and all the villagers have fallen into a loss. It seemed to be very difficult, and the tone of the village chief's speech was very slow. Qin Feng came up to him and said, What happened here? Say it, and I can help you solve it. As if feeling the firmness in Qin Feng's words, the village chief he raised his head and gave him a deep look. Our Blood Fire Village got its name because the fiery red color looks like blood, and because there is a crypt at the end of this valley. We have never let anyone know about this secret. But, for some reason, the secret was leaked out, and a mercenary group was actually attracted. I overheard that someone in the mercenary group actually said strange words. I've heard it before, it's the language of Fuji country. Knowing that all of this can't be hidden, I started to send news to Tianyuan City, but it was too late. They didn't know what they did, which caused a change in our entire village. Young man, if you have the ability, you can take a look at the crypt under the cliff behind. The old village chief's eyes were also filled with remorse. It is obviously a place guarded by the village for generations, but it has become a nightmare for the whole village. It's a pity that he is just a priest with little fighting power, and he can't stop all this from happening. Looking at the expectant eyes and the turbidity, Qin Feng nodded indifferently. Follow the direction ahead. The surroundings are full of gloomy blood and evil spirits. An extremely strange environment was formed, and the air was filled with the aura of killing. Blood Dragon Demonic Qi. Introduction: The blood and monster energy permeated by the blood dragons of the monster race will be eroded and become a monster that loses its mind if it is exposed to this environment for a long time. The more you move forward, the more oppressive your breath will be. However, Qin Feng's spiritual attributes are high enough, and he is also very resistant to negative states. These blood and evil spirits have no effect on him. When I came to the edge of a cliff and looked down, it was blood red, and I couldn't see the depth clearly. Whoosh whoosh. Just when Qin Feng was about to let Xiao Bai go down, a shrill wind came from his ear. Two red shadows were hidden in the blood-red mist. The blood-red tights and the blood-red mask made it impossible to see his face clearly. The turbid air was full of murderous intent. Wood prison. Xiao Bai sensed this crisis one step ahead of Qin Feng, and hissed. Directly activating the wood-type magic skills, the two figures that were about to pose a crisis to Qin Feng were directly imprisoned. The emerald green vines that appeared out of nowhere seemed out of place with the blood red in this space. This kind of dress is really disgusting. Qin Feng looked at this scene, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Furusaka Taro. Character level, level 50. Character occupation, Wind Ninja. Professional level, Tier 4 Jainin. Character attributes, Strength, 1150, Stamina, 760, Spirit, 1204, Agility, 1650. Character skills, Kunao Mastery, Ninjutsu Mastery, Fire Escape, After Image Art, Shocking Fracture, Day Tiger, Whirlwind, Gale Assassination. Hidden Attribute, Initial Luck value is 5 points, Charisma value is 1 point. Information, the ninjas of the Fuji Kingdom sneaked into the Tianlong Kingdom secretly, and came with a special mission. At the same time, they collected information for the Fuji Kingdom to invade the Tianlong in the future. If they die in the Tianlong Kingdom, they will not be able to be resurrected. Ninja, you still want to sneak attack me, all of them will die. Qin Feng smiled coldly, looked at the two imprisoned ninjas in front of him, and chose to strike without hesitation. If you dare to come to Tianlong, you don't have to go back alive. Chapter 95. Idiot. After being imprisoned by Xiao Bai's wood magic skills, the two ninjas from the Fuji Kingdom became a little flustered. He looked at Qin Feng with a cold killing intent. He, Baga. Qin Feng sneered and said, it's a different world, but I still have the same disgust. Set foot on the land of Tianlong, you all deserve to die. 5-party star array. Qin Feng let out a deep drink, and activated the skill without any hesitation. The power of the 5 elements erupting from his body, combined with Xiao Bai who is still riding, has even stronger attributes. In an instant, a terrifying 5-pointed star array was formed 25 meters around itself. With the light of the power of the 5 elements, it strikes the two ninjas in the center in a spiral state. The Lost Flame Dragon. While Xiao Bai maintained the confinement, he was not idle. In an instant, another blow of super magic was activated to cooperate with Qin Feng's attack. In this world, the elements of the fire element are very rich, and the power of the fire element skills has also been greatly improved. Under the blessing of terror, the two flames of Kongmai Sky. In an instant, it turned into a huge flame dragon, and with a terrifying impact, it shot directly at the two ninjas. Terrible flame power, with a burning effect. Fennel. The two ninjas couldn't help shouting directly. It's a pity that under such an attack, their screams only lasted a few seconds. The whole body was torn into pieces under the continuous strangulation of the 5-party star array. Simple, clean, and neat. After eliminating the two ninjas, Qin Feng showed a sneer. Ninja, how long can you bear it? Such a result did not meet his expectations. Although these two ninjas are not bad in strength, they are just ninjas with too low physical attributes. At the same time of high damage, what you have to bear is the high damage of others. It is normal for Qin Feng and Xiao Bai to be hit by such an intensity. Moreover, if they die in Tianlong Kingdom, their resurrection will not take effect. This is what Qin Feng is most satisfied with. Picking up the equipment on the ground, Qin Feng glanced at the attributes. Shadow Gale Dagger. Equipment grade, Dark Gold. Requirements for use, 800 Agility, Level 50 Ninja Occupation above Tier 4. Equipment attributes, Agility increased by 500, Spirit increased by 1001. Additional attributes, Critical Strike Rate increased by 10%, Critical Strike Damage increased by 5%. Equipment skill, after image art, active agility increased by 10%, and the duration is 20 seconds. This dagger is the best piece of equipment here. The others are all gold equipment or set equipment. The equipment of these ninjas is really good. It's just that all of them can only be equipped by the ninja profession, and Qin Feng has no interest in this point at all. This kind of thing is completely useless in Tianlong Kingdom. Even putting it in a backpack seems to take up a bit of space. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Feng still picked up the equipment because there was still space in the backpack. It seems that the people inside already know the information just now. These two ninjas should have been sent out to investigate. A look of seriousness flashed across Qin Feng's eyes. He didn't know what was hidden inside. Blood Dragon, Monster Clan, Fuji Country. But now, no matter what, he has to go in and take a look. Xiaobai, let's go down. Xiaobai received Qin Feng's order, neighed, and walked straight into the air, flying towards the bottom of the cliff. It took more than 2 minutes to go down the cliff. In front of Qin Feng's eyes, a deep cave appeared, exuding a thick blood-colored mist. The source of all blood dragon aura and monster aura should be here. Moreover, there are also many ninjas guarding here. Masahiro Yamaguchi. Character level, level 5-2. Character occupation, Wind Ninja. Professional level, Tier 4 Jainin. Character attributes, Strength, 1050, Stamina, 660, Spirit, 1104, Agility, 1750. Character skills, Kunao Mastery, Ninjutsu Mastery, Fire Escape, Gale Escape, Water Escape, Remnant Shadow Technique, Shocking Fracture, Day Tiger, Whirlwind, Gale Assassination. Hidden Attribute, Initial Luck Value is 3 points, Charisma Value is 2 points. Information, the ninjas of the Fuji Kingdom sneaked into the Tianlong Kingdom secretly, and came with a special mission. At the same time, they collected information for the Fuji Kingdom to invade the Tianlong in the future. If they die in the Tianlong Kingdom, they will not be able to be resurrected. This group of Fuji country people all wear characteristic ninja helmets. Even divided into knights, warriors, archers, mages, and assassins. Looking at this scene, Qin Feng couldn't help feeling strange in his heart. These professionals in Fuji country are indeed very different from Tianlong country. Idiot! You, who is going to work, Gasaka-kun, don't tell me. Kill him. The ninja in the lead changed his expression when he saw Qin Feng coming. An angry voice sounded here. The dozen or so people stationed here directly charged towards Qin Feng. Court death. Qin Feng took Xiaobai directly and caused a terrorist blow to the people of Fuji country. If it's just him, it might take a little more effort. But in front of Xiaobai, a divine beast, these guys are not enough to look at all. I still want to go, it's too late now. Seeing the ninja who wanted to escape, Ya Feng smiled coldly. After a few minutes, there was only a piece of equipment left here, and a mess all over the place. Xiaobai, let's go in. In front of him was a deep cave, which seemed relatively wide, at least able to accommodate 2 or 3 people entering at the same time. Qin Feng rode Xiaobai in without any difficulty at all. Whoa! Not long after entering the cave, Qin Feng and Xiaobai were attacked by a whirlwind of blood. Accompanied by the sound of the wind woo woo woo. The icy bloody whirlwind was surging and surging. Fortunately, Qin Feng's stamina attribute is high enough, and all kinds of resistance are also strong, so this kind of injury is not very serious. If it is an ordinary professional, I am afraid it will be difficult. There is actually a monster in here. Qin Feng was a little surprised. This terrain is really difficult for people to play. But Xiaobai was not easy to provoke, and immediately launched a counterattack. This is not a particularly wide cave. Xiaobai's various fire magics deal a strong blow to the monsters in the cave, almost lighting up the entire cave. The monsters all around have no form, just in the air. Before Qin Feng could make a move, the monsters made another woo-woo sound. Then it dissipated under the endless fire skills. Strong, Xiao Bai. With Xiao Bai's presence, Qin Feng has no worries at all. As he moved forward, he finally saw the attributes of those monsters. Blood Demon Spirit. Level, 5-3. Attributes, Strength, 325, Physical Strength, 165, Spirit, 562, Agility 46. Talent, Levitation. With the ability to levitate, you can levitate in the air. If you can't fly, it's difficult to attack. Skills, Elementary Fire Magic, Blood Spirit Demon Chi. Weakness, the monsters condensed by invisible gas have very weak vitality. Introduction, in the Blood Dragon Catacombs, the blood energy emitted by the Blood Dragon combined with the fire elements in the caves is a monster formed, and the attack has slow and burning effects. Weak Chicken Monster. Qin Feng didn't need to do anything at all, Xiao Bai's injury directly swept away these things. However, towards the depths of the burrow, it fell for almost 10 minutes. But it still didn't come to an end, which made Qin Feng frown slightly. The bloody surroundings directly make people have the urge to faint. Moreover, the temperature became higher and higher, and he began to suffer some injuries. If it goes on like this, he even wonders if it will descend to the center of the earth. After falling for another 2 minutes, Qin Feng finally saw a huge corner. The crypt is vertical, a huge corner, extending towards the side. Xiao Bai, let's go there. Entering the passage in front, it gradually becomes wider. The further they advanced, the blood-red gas condensed into clouds and mist, emitting the sound of whining wind. There is also a blood-red light with a ghostly aura and bloodthirsty. These should be caused by the so-called monster blood dragon. This energy, if it can be absorbed, shouldn't be weak. Unfortunately, it's not the energy of the ice system, otherwise my dragon eggs can absorb it. Seeing these floating bloody clouds, Qin Feng shook his head regretfully. Chapter 96. Qin Feng walked along the blood-red passage. Many monsters appeared around, hiding in the blood mist. After slaughtering all the way and walking for a few minutes, I finally saw the abnormality. The bloody light in front is more intense. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, and put Xiao Bai away first. There are no people from Fuji country stationed on this road, which is probably due to the pressure they have to bear. Moreover, he didn't even see anyone from the kelp mercenary group. This is also rather puzzling. According to the continuous damage in this channel, he can rely on strong physical strength and resistance to resist. But if it's the miscellaneous fish of the kelp mercenary group, can they really stick to this place? Qin Feng expressed doubts. Let's lurk in the past to see what's inside. Fuji country, mercenary group, demon clan. It's unlucky for you when 230 met me. Phantom trail. Qin Feng directly used the skill of the Dark Phantom, and entered a state of invisibility. After walking a certain distance, the scene in sight suddenly changed. In front of his eyes, was a rather wide place, fiery red, full of huge spaces constructed of lava stones. It is full of fiery red flame breath, as well as the blood-red blood energy of monster clan blood dragon. In the center of the hall, there is a churning lava pool. It seems to be magma drawn from the center of the earth. The lava inside kept churning, and the breath of flames climbed upwards. In the center of the pool is a stone pillar with a flame burning on it, making a hissing sound. Miss Miizi, the members of our kelp mercenary group have all invested in it. But it seems that the energy of flesh and blood is still not enough. It's a pity that all the flesh and blood of the people who died in this fiery blood pool will be absorbed, and even the souls will become unjust souls, and they will be burned to death, unable to be resurrected. Otherwise, I'm afraid we can't use this method of blood sacrifice. A man's voice came, with respect and humility. With a flattering face, he looked at an extremely cold woman in front of him. Seeing the scene in front of him and hearing the man's voice, Qin Feng couldn't help shrinking his pupils slightly. It seems that he is finally close to the core. The other party claimed that all members of the kelp mercenary group had thrown themselves into the magma pool. Such a cruel method? The Eye of Truth. Without hesitation, Qin Feng directly used his skills to check the opponent's attributes. Chapter North. Character Level, Level 50. Character Occupation, Snowstorm Warrior. Professional Level, Tier 4 Golden Warrior. Character Attributes, Strength, 1520, Stamina, 1456, Spirit, 645, Agility, 958. Character Skills, Hammer Domineering, Spiral Wind Fist, Violent Throwing, High Altitude Drop Throwing, Shocking Fist, Swiftness, Crushing Step, Tiger King Claw. Hidden Attribute, Initial Luck Value is 4 points, Charisma Value is 3 points. Hidden Information, Fuji Kingdom secretly sent people into Tianlong to act as spies, and established a kelp mercenary group, which has been secretly investigating things related to blood dragons, and cannot be revived after death. He is the head of the kelp mercenary group. I didn't expect that they were also from the Fuji country. It seems that their hands are stretched very long. There was a cold light in Qin Feng's eyes. These people from the Fuji country really have great plans. It seems that the entire kelp mercenary group, except for the 2 guards outside, may have been sacrificed by blood. If you die here, even the number of resurrections will not take effect. What a ruthless method! Qin Feng hid in the dark and got closer. Another voice was heard. It seems that the professionals you are looking for are too weak. The flesh and blood and soul energy of dozens of people are still unable to hatch the dragon egg of this blood dragon. Emiko Suzaki, I'm starting to wonder if it's really necessary to cooperate with you Fuji country. Beside, a voice sounded. The existence in the line of sight is even more eye-catching. It turned out to be a snake girl with a height of 3 or 4 meters, with a woman's face on the upper body, which looked very beautiful. But the snake letter spit out from the mouth from time to time destroyed this beauty. The lower body is the body of a snake, almost as thick as a person. The green scales are full of strange patterns, with a layer of green brilliance. It looks extremely poisonous. The snake girl's voice seemed very dissatisfied, and she was not polite to the woman in front of her. Behind this snake girl, there are 10 other snake girls following. But it seems that there is no such thing as her strength. Phantom Fragrance of Snake Girl. Character Level, Level 50. Character Occupation, Snake Girl Ice Mage. Professional Level, 5th Tier Female-Faced Snake. Character Attributes, Strength, 1551, Stamina, 1054, Spirit, 3358, Agility, 2461. Character Skills, Snake Mage Skills below the 5th level, Rain Snake Whip, Charm of Snake Demon, Snake Restraint, Snake Seal Ice Lock, Thousands of Scales and Thousands of Wounds, Snake Venom Seal. Hidden Attributes, the initial lucky value is 6 points, and the charm value is 10 points. Hidden Information, the Monster Snake female mage is a master of the branch of the Monster Snake clan. She is appreciated by the Variety Snake Princess. She is responsible for forming an alliance with the Fuji country and secretly planning to seize the blood dragon egg. The snake girl of the monster race. Qin Feng looked at the tall snake girl and shook his head. Unexpectedly, this snake girl is actually a master of the branch of the Monster Snake clan. The Variety Snake Fairy sounds like a fierce monster from the Demon clan. But fortunately, the Variety Snake is not here, otherwise he can go back home. From this point of view, Fuji country is not just looking for this blood dragon. I also want to form an alliance with the Ieyasu through this, the ultimate goal. I am afraid that I still have thoughts about the Tianlong kingdom. Dare to form an alliance with a foreign race at 0.3, which is already a violation of the bottom line. These guys in Fuji country really deserve to die. Waiting for the snake girl's voice to fall. A tall and cold woman who couldn't see her face next to her couldn't tell the difference between emotion and anger. A charming and numb voice sounded. You monster race, you want to get something without even half of your effort. Our goals are the same, and it is useless to say more about it now. Since you want to form an alliance, you must show sincerity, right? The woman had a half mask on her face. The cold eyes looked extremely cold. But what he said made people's hearts tremble, that natural soft and sweet voice. It formed a strong contrast with that cold appearance. Qin Feng couldn't help but stagnate for breath, and shivered uncontrollably. Chapter 97. This woman is really killing people. When Qin Feng heard this voice, he couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. The breathtaking voice seems to be able to seduce all the desires of people. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, and subconsciously used the eyes of reality to look over. Emiko Suzaki. Character level, 6-5. Character occupation, Sakura Assassin. Professional level, Tier 6 Elite Genin. Character attributes, Strength, 5247, Stamina, 3254, Spirit, 4530, Agility, 11530. Character skills, Ninja skills below the 6th level, Kunao Mastery, Ninjutsu Mastery, 5 Elements Escape, Phantom Clone, Star Slash, Heartbreak Assassination, Spider Knife Array, Anger Stab. Trick, Cherry Blossom Black Festival. Hidden Attribute, Initial Luck value is 10 points, Charisma value is 16 points. Isn't it true that the strength of the 6th tier Elite Genin is so terrifying? Seeing this attribute, Qin Feng couldn't help but click his tongue slightly. It seems that the people sent by Fuji country this time are still masters. For a master of this level, unless he is at full strength, he might be a bit arrogant. Just when Qin Feng was thinking about whether to retreat first, Emiko Kanoki's voice suddenly became harsh. Who is it? With a flash of red light, the delicate figure of Emiko Hakiji disappeared instantly. Not good. In Setsuna where Emiko Hatsuki disappeared, Qin Feng's eyes changed and he disappeared from the spot. However, this did not escape the fatal crisis. Emiko Suzaki is a high-level professional, and she is not as easy to fool as others. The weak airflow in the air can be seen at a glance. As a Sakura assassin, these things seem to be engraved in his bones. Although he hasn't seen through Qin Feng's stealth skills yet, his attacks follow him everywhere. Master! Qin Feng sighed in his heart, this time he really met his opponent. It never occurred to him that using the eye of reality in an invisible state could still be detected. It seems that people in the world should not be taken too lightly. After all, although his strength is not weak, he is still only a first-tier professional. Emiko Sukinu's attack was extremely fast, and she was going to hit his body in the next moment. Holy impact! Qin Feng's reaction was also not slow. Knowing that he couldn't hide, he took out the shield with his backhand. A faint 5-element ray of light emerged, and her figure advanced instead of retreating, and Emiko Suzuki, who was facing forward, was a collision. Bang bang bang! What? Emiko Kanoki's reaction was faster than Qin Feng imagined. The dagger in his hand suddenly changed direction, blocking in front of him, trying to block Qin Feng's blow. However, this card seems to have a strange power. Emiko Suzaki only felt the impact of an unstoppable force. The whole body is like a butterfly with broken wings. Knocked out. However, he is a high-level professional after all, and immediately regained control of his body in the air. After an elegant and perfect landing, a pair of cold and colorless eyes looked at Qin Feng curiously. Knight? Who are you? There was a rare look of surprise in Emiko Hakiki's eyes. The person in front of him is obviously a knight, but he used stealth skills to break in here. She even stayed under her nose for an unknown how long. If she hadn't sensed that peeping feeling, maybe she wouldn't have been able to find Qin Feng. Forget it, it's not important, since you're here, then die. Emiko Suzaki seemed to be talking to herself. A cold murderous aura emanated wildly from his body. It was as if the whole person entered the state instantly, turning into a killing machine that only knew how to kill. Block the exit and don't let him go. Hiss. Snake Girl Huanxiang smiled coquettishly, watching this interesting scene. She obviously had the same idea. She also didn't expect that someone could break into here. You know, it took a lot of effort for their group to enter here. After using the probing skills, I still can't see the knight's information. This made Huanxiang even more curious. This knight must have a secret. Directly let the snake man behind him block the exit of the entire hall. The 10 snake men, with their tall bodies, stopped at the exit of the hall full. Even the soldier Zhang Bei rushed over quickly with a serious look on his face. This person can break into here without making a sound. If something really went wrong, he was worried that it would not end well for him. Miss Emiko, it is best to capture this knight alive. Live. Hearing Snake Girl Huangxiang's words, Emiko Hakiji immediately understood all of this. Although the movement of the shot was not slow at all, it obviously left some room. Obviously, there is also the idea of capturing Qin Feng alive. You want to catch me? You really think I'm a soft persimmon? Seeing this posture, Qin Feng didn't intend to run away either. Brontosaurus Manta. Qin Feng let out a deep sigh, and directly used the summoning skill of the immortal weapon set. Summoned the Thunder Dragon Manta Ray. As soon as the 20th level fairy beast of the same level as him appeared on the stage, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Fairy beast. Snake Girl Huanxiang and Suiki Emiko judged the strength of Thunder Dragon Manta Ray in just a split second. This kind of coercion is unique to fairy beasts. Especially Snake Girl Huanxiang, who is a strong member of the monster clan, is extremely sensitive to this kind of aura. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng could actually summon immortal beasts. Thunderstorm. After Thunder Dragon Manta Ray appeared on the battlefield, he activated his skills directly. The combination of thunder and water, a double elemental storm, appeared in this hall. Temporarily blocked Emiko Suzaki's offensive. Xiaobai, come out. It's not over yet. After Qin Feng summoned Thunder Dragon Manta Ray 820, the next moment he summoned Xiaobai. Ho 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 ho! A burst of dragon roar came from the summoning array emitting colorful rays of light. How is it possible? This is... The Snake Girl Huanxiang looked at Qin Feng in horror, and the moment Qin Feng opened the summoning formation, a sense of uneasiness surged in her heart. After hearing this voice, the uneasiness in her heart reached its peak in an instant. In the colorful summoning circle, a snow-white figure rushed out instantly. Xiaobai's huge dragon body hovered in the hall. A shocking and trembling dragon roar was issued. Qin Feng glanced at the audience, and said calmly, "If you want to catch me, then come." "Damn it, this is Shenlong." Snake Girl Huanxiang made a horrified voice, and looked at Xiaobai's huge body in disbelief. She is extremely sure that this is definitely a dragon. Moreover, it is still that kind of ancient level, extremely orthodox dragon. She never expected that Qin Feng was just a little knight. As a result, the opponent not only summoned a fairy beast, but also summoned a dragon. This result completely shocked her in an instant. It's actually a divine beast. At this moment, not only the Snake Girl Huanxiang, but even Emiko Bozaki was equally shocked. A pair of icy beautiful eyes looked at Qin Feng with a shocked expression. Is this person a knight or a summoner? Chapter 98. Brontosaurus Manta Ray, get rid of them. Throw all these guys into the lava pool. Now that Xiaobai was summoned, Qin Feng gave the order directly. Let Thunder Dragon Manta Ray go and deal with those snake men, as well as the warrior Zhang Bei. These guys still want to block his way, it's just a dream. With the strength of the Thunder Dragon Manta Ray Fairy Beast, it is completely enough to deal with these guys. Even if you want to leave, escape to the passage outside, it is impossible to escape. Don't panic, his beasts and fairy beasts are not strong. We can definitely arrest him. At that time, use other methods to capture his divine beasts and fairy beasts. After the snake girl Huanxiang was shocked, she also reacted quickly. She is a genius of the snake clan, so she naturally knows a little about the strength of divine beasts and fairy beasts. Qin Feng's Xiaobai and Thunder Dragon Manta Ray haven't reached the feeling that makes her feel completely intimidated. Of course, this requires the main force, Emiko Suzakiji. Just relying on her strength is still not enough to see. Phantom Clone. It can be said that Emiko Suzaki's fighting consciousness is not weak. Her movements were even one step faster than the voice of Snake Girl Huanxiang. The skills were used directly, and 3 clones were differentiated. The 4 figures charged towards Qin Feng directly. It doesn't matter whether it is a divine beast or a fairy beast, as long as she catches the master Qin Feng. Then control everything. You still want to catch me, you think too much. Xiaobai, Dragon Festival. Emiko Hakeki is very fast, but Qin Feng is even faster. He gave Xiaobai an order directly. Ho 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 ho! Xiaobai's dragon cry was deafening, and 5 color rays of light emerged from his body, as if 5 color fires were ignited. Terrifying power emanated, and the entire lava hall became silent. Even the magma flowing in the lava pool became still. Dragon Sacrifice, a skill that Xiaobai learned at level 10. Ignite the root power of the 5 elements in the body, and improve its attributes within a certain period of time. After casting, all attributes will increase by 300%, and you will fall into a deep sleep for 2 days after using it. With Xiaobai's current attributes, after using it, all attributes can reach a terrifying level of 15,000. It is completely enough to deal with a powerful assassin like Hakiji Emiko. Kill her. A cold light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Now is not the time to hesitate. Compassion and pity can be done at any time, but not now. The cherry blossom assassin in front of him is not really a pure white cherry blossom. It is a flower of the other side that can bring death. If one is not careful, it may really hurt Tian Zhong. Now that you have decided to make a move, you cannot leave any room for your opponent to resist. Qin Feng kept this in mind. Seeing this scene with her own eyes, Emiko Hakiji didn't know that the opponent's divine beast had actually used the blessing skill. Under the gaze of the dragon's eyes, she keenly felt the breath of death. I couldn't help but feel a creepy feeling in my body. This feeling was only brought to others by her before. Do you think that you are the only one with boost skills? Sakura Black Festival. Emiko Hakiji's voice was cold, and in the face of the crisis of her life, she did not hesitate to use her unique skills to bless herself. A cold breath erupted from her body instantly. Attributes instantly increased by 200%. The agility attribute even exceeded 20,000, which was higher than Xiaobai's. Other attributes, although not as good as Xiaobai's, have also improved considerably. Heartbroken assassination. Emiko Hakiji's voice was cold, and she directly used the fire escape technique in this space rich in fire elements. It's like a fish in water. The dagger in his hand is like a sickle for life. He wanted to bypass Xiaobai and take Qin Feng's life directly. Divine protection. Seeing this scene, Xiaobai immediately put a shield on Qin Feng beside him. Gravity suppression. Flame of the Raging Dragon. Sensing the turbulent approach of Emiko Suzaki, Shiro let out an angry roar. Want to ignore its existence and attack its owner. This is simply an insult to the dragon. There was an earthy yellow light in its eyes, and Setsuna attracted the endless earth elements in the underground. Now Xiaobai, his attributes have been greatly improved, and he can already use many super skills directly. Manipulates heavy earth elementals. directly increased the gravity around Emiko Sasaki by 50 times. The elements of the fire element became more turbulent, condensed into a fire dragon, and cast it out at the same time. What? This is gravity. Emiko Sasaki felt the sudden increase in the terrifying gravity around her. The body in the state of fire escape was directly pushed out. Before he could react, he was charged by the terrifying fire dragon again. A mouthful of blood spurted out uncontrollably, and the whole person was rushed out like a kite with a broken string. If she hadn't used the blessing skill. Under this blow, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Hastily hit the energy, a evasion technique, disappeared again. If it's only this level, it's not enough. Qin Feng sneered when he saw Emiko Sasaki's surprise attack and was hit by Xiao Bai in this way. Although the opponent's attributes have been greatly improved. But facing Xiao Bai's flawless dragon clan, it's still not enough to watch. Elf Sturge. Qin Feng let out a deep sigh, and used the skill of the Elf Dragon Knight. All attributes of friendly targets are increased by 20%. Xiao Bai is also within this judgment range, and his attributes increase again. And himself, although he is not an elf, but he has taken the holy water of the elves, and he is a hidden profession of the elves. So it is also within the scope of judgment. All attributes increased by 100%. Rebirth. A burst of elemental light emerged from Qin Feng's body, which was the blessing light of the elves, Nihilize. Can reduce the damage received by 20%. In this way, even if the opponent really bypasses Xiao Bai and kills him, he wasn't very afraid either. There are still several whole cards in his hand. Qin Feng is not afraid in his heart. Xiao Bai, kill her. Dark Thunder Wings. Quality. After Qin Feng gave the order, he directly took out the Dark Thunder blazing spear, and a pair of lightning wings appeared behind him. He went to kill Huan Xiang, the snake girl next to him. Dark Thunder Possession. After using the blessing skill of the immortal weapon set, a double intertwined pattern of dark elements and thunder elements appeared behind him. It enveloped Qin Feng's body, making him look very explosive. With the help of dual elements of darkness and thunder, the total attribute can be increased by 20%. The duration is related to the storage elements in the suit. Now the storage elements in the set are still worth 10,000 points. He doesn't panic at all and can use it at any time. Chapter 99. Damn it! Rain Snake Whip. Seeing this scene, the snake girl Huan Xiang couldn't help but curse secretly. She didn't expect that Qin Feng looked like a little knight. But such a powerful strength erupted. The strength of that fairy beast manta ray is not weak, it turned out to be a high-level fairy beast with 3 elements. The powerful strength directly killed her bodyguard snake, leaving little room for resistance. Even that warrior Zhang Bei was half dead by the thunder dragon manta ray. Obviously losing is only a matter of time. And that divine dragon is even more frightening, even Emiko Tsukinu, a master of the Fuji country. Neither is its opponent. Although Emiko Sasaki used the burst skill, how long it will last is still unknown. See Qin Feng come to kill. Obviously relying on others is already unreliable. Little knight, if you want to kill me, it's not that simple. It's better to submit to my snake whip. Snake girl Huan Xiang sneered, and swung the snake-shaped whip directly at Qin Feng. There was an indescribable charm in that voice. She had already used the charm of the snake demon skill in secret. Want to confuse Qin Feng's mind? With your appearance, he can't charm me. Unfortunately, Qin Feng was completely unaffected by this level of charm. He didn't even show mercy to someone like Emiko Sasaki with a charm value of 16, let alone a little snake girl 803. Fulong's Edge. Qin Feng let out a deep drink, and threw out the Fulong Suo at his waist. The active skill is activated, and with the help of Fulong Suo's power, all targets within 20 meters are imprisoned. The duration depends on the user's ability and the ability of the imprisoned target. and the effect on dragons is doubled. Although this snake girl is not from the dragon clan, things like snakes are definitely inescapable. Damn it! This is a fairy artifact. The snake girl Huangxiang's smile could no longer be maintained, and was instantly entangled by Fu Longsuo's chains. He fell heavily to the ground. The second half of the snake's tail kept sweeping, but even with all its strength, it couldn't break free from this restraint. This immortal artifact is not an ordinary immortal artifact. It contains Longwei, which has a natural suppression on her. Snake people from the monster race, if you dare to come to Tianlong's land, then you don't have to go back. Qin Feng's eyes were piercing, without any mercy. The spear in his hand continuously ravaged the snake girl who couldn't move on the ground. No, you can't kill me. Knight, if you kill me, Lord Capricorn Snake will definitely not let you go. No, Knight, let me go, I am willing to surrender to you. Fennel. Snake girl Huanxiang kept struggling, but it didn't work at all. Seeing that Qin Feng's offensive became more and more fierce. Can't help but let out a delicate cry. I could see the pitiful look on her face, as if she was telling the truth that everything she said was true. The Capricorn snake. It's interesting, tell me about it. When Qin Feng heard this, the movements of his hands stopped temporarily. He is not very clear about the power of the Yaezu, so it would be good to know from here. This ever-changing snake princess is probably a high-level figure in the snake human race. Okay, I say. Seeing Qin Feng stop, the snake girl Huanxiang hurriedly spoke. It turns out that Yaezu is just a collective term, and there are many other races in it. Snake clan is just one of them. Others include centaurs, bear people, sky tigers, nine-tailed foxes, and so on. Among the many races, the strength of the snake clan can only be regarded as the middle. The current ruler of the snake clan is the variety snake princess mentioned by the snake girl Huanxiang. With an 8th level strength, it is comparable to those 80-level high-level fairy beasts. There are also some other masters in the snake clan, and their strength is also not weak. After the story of the snake girl Huanxiang, Qin Feng has some understanding of the monster race. There is none left. Then you'd better die. After snake girl Huanxiang finished speaking, Qin Feng did not hesitate and went straight to the killer. A burst of attacks, like a violent storm, made the snake girl Yuxiang feel relieved. Either don't do it, or do it absolutely. Anyway, after today, don't care what snake girl is, what Fuji country it is. Everyone here is going to die, no one will know that he has appeared here before. As for the Hidden Dragon organization, most of the situation here needs to be reported. However, he can report it simply, as long as he has completed the task. To be on the safe side, Qin Feng didn't directly kill the snake girl Huanxiang. Instead, she was dying. Then throw it all into the magma pool. Tsitsaizi. Accompanied by a surge of magma, the snake girl was completely melted. The energy of flesh and blood, along with the soul, was absorbed by the lava stone pillar and transmitted to a dragon egg on it. This scene also caught Qin Feng's attention. This dragon egg should be the so-called blood dragon egg. Time was running out before, and I hadn't had time to check it out yet. Qin Feng looked at the strange scene in front of him, the blood mist formed by the energy of flesh and blood, surrounded by whistling monster energy, and the resentment of soul flying. The blood energy and monster energy spread out along the cave. The formation of that strange scene was also the chief culprit that caused the impact on the village outside. On the stone pillar, there are blood-colored patterns and flame energy that continues to spread. Like a blood dragon, the stars surround the moon, surrounding the dragon egg. With the blessing of flesh and blood energy from snake girl Huanxiang, a phantom appeared on the blood dragon's egg. It was a small blood dragon flying around. As if sensing some crisis, the phantom of the blood dragon roared towards Qin Feng. Is it so fierce? Qin Feng was also a little surprised. The blood dragon in the egg hadn't hatched yet, so it was so aggressive. He also learned from the mouth of the snake girl Huanxiang just now. This blood dragon was once a divine beast of the monster race, and was seriously injured after fighting with the human race a long time ago. Since then disappeared, Yaezu has been looking for. She got the news from Fuji country and came here specially. Because the Fuji kingdom wants to form an alliance, it will use this blood dragon's dragon egg as a condition. It can be seen from this that the reason for Fuxian kingdom's conspiracy against Tianlong. Qin Feng threw his skill directly and checked the attributes of this dragon egg. Dragon egg of blood dragon. Grade, God level. Introduction: the monster blood dragon was seriously injured in the war with the human race and could not return to the monster race. It could only hide again and return to the state of a dragon egg with the help of the flame energy in the ground. After a long period of gestation, it only needs to get enough flesh and blood energy, you can successfully hatch. Hatching progress, 99%. It seems that the preparations of Fuji country and Yaezu are not enough. Looking at the attributes of the blood dragon egg, Qin Feng was also a little surprised. This blood dragon returned to the dragon egg and was bred again. Yaezu and Fuji kingdom want to hatch it again, but it is still a little bit late. But it's coming soon, just short of the last bit of drunkenness progress. The last 1% seems to fall on you. Qin Feng licked his dry lips. He looked directly at a group of snakemen who were struggling under the attack of the Thunder Dragon Manta Ray. Chapter 100. Dark Sky Strike. Thunder Dragon Manta Ray is a level 20 fairy beast, so its strength is needless to say. Terrifying skills, with the debilitating effect of dark elements. It fell directly on those snake people. Especially those snake people, after seeing the snake girl Huanxiang being beheaded by Qin Feng. It was even more frightening. There is no effective counterattack at all. After being hit by the Thunder Dragon Manta Ray's attack, they all lost the ability to resist. Fulong's sharp edge. Naturally, Qin Feng was not idle, and after killing the snake girl Huanxiang, Fulong Suo threw it out again. This time, Fulong Suo directly differentiated dozens of chains. All the snake people in front were entangled. All targets cannot escape the imprisonment of this chain. Even Zhang Bei, a human warrior, is the same. Brontosaurus Manta Ray, throw them all into the pool. Late will change. Qin Feng gave the order without hesitation. Now that you have the strength to control the overall situation, you must do it cleanly. It's not like some villains who clearly have everything under control and have to delay. Then give those weak chicken protagonists a chance to come back. Although he is not a villain, he will not make such a mistake. Tsitsizi. For Qin Feng's orders, the Thunder Dragon Manta Ray is absolutely executing. Throw everyone into the boiling magma fire pool. The bloody blood energy, along with the pure energy, were all absorbed by the blood dragon egg on the stone pillar. Ho 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 ho! There was a burst of turbulence, as if it was about to break out of its shell. The phantom of the blood dragon kept flying above the dragon egg. Qin Feng glanced at the attributes of the dragon egg, and the hatching progress had reached 100%. It seems that the dragon egg is about to hatch. Boom! Qin Feng was thinking about cooperating with Xiao Bai to get rid of Emiko Suzaki. There was a bang, and Emiko Kanoki's body was like a kite with a broken string. It fell directly in front of him. Struggling for a while, I wanted to say something, but the next moment, I fell into a coma. Qin Feng. What's the situation now? He looked at it with the eyes of truth, and instantly understood. Emiko Suzaki. Current status: after using the burst skill of Sakura Black Sacrifice, the burst lasts for 1 minute, and will fall into a deep sleep for 3 days after the end. Information reminder: during the battle with the dragon, Emiko Hakiji suffered a huge shock to her body. After waking up, there is a high probability that she will lose her memory. Sleeping, amnesia. Qin Feng frowned slightly. This situation was beyond his expectation. Explosive skills: although they can explode huge strength in a short time. But it also comes with huge side effects. Even Xiao Bai, a mythical beast, is still in its infancy, using the explosive skill of Dragon Time. Also fell into a deep sleep for 2 days. However, Emiko Kanoki's burst skill has a shorter duration and more side effects. But he didn't expect that Emiko Sasaki would still have the possibility of losing her memory. Xiao Bai, you did a great job. Qin Feng looked up at Xiao Bai, with a smile on his face. While being happy, he was also amazed by Xiao Bai's powerful strength. This is only level 10, if you wait until level 20 and enter the growth stage, the attributes will increase. At that time, even if you don't use explosive skills, it can also easily hit Emiko Sasaki. Since the blood dragon's egg is about to hatch, I will save your life for now. Now the blood dragon eggs are still hatching. All threats here have been swept away by him. The thunder dragon manta ray is still vigilant around, guarding the entrance outside. Xiao Bai looked at the hatching dragon egg with vigilance in his eyes, still guarding Qin Feng. In its eyes, this dragon probably won't submit obediently. It is necessary to help the master to suppress this blood dragon. In such an environment, Qin Feng looked at Emiko Sasaki, who was in a coma, with great interest. In a coma, without consciousness. There was no longer that kind of cold and biting killing intent on Emiko Sasaki's body. Worthy of being a woman from Fuji country, she is truly amazing. There was a look of amazement in Qin Feng's eyes. Emiko Hakuji's long hair was coiled up, and she was wearing ninja equipment, which was icy black. The mask on the face only revealed the pair of soft eyes. Qin Feng has no doubts at all that this ice-like skin and a 16-point charm can definitely be called a beauty. What interested him even more was a pair of proud plump. Under this black ninja costume, it is almost ready to come out. Now, this pair is full, without the slightest trembling or amplitude. It seems to have fallen into a deep sleep along with its owner. Qin Feng glanced away, and took off Emiko Hakuji's mask and hairpin. This is reality, and there are no limits. As long as he can think of things, he can do it. What a goblin! Qin Feng's eyes froze, and the face in front of him carried the charm of a fairy. Delicate skin like water, delicate and moist lips. That natural and charming face makes people look at it a few more times, and their hearts will flutter. Qin Feng's hand slowly brushed over the face that made his heart beat faster, and said in a low voice, "Such a beautiful woman was born in Fuji country. Forget it, if you are a virgin, then don't go back to Fuji country, just stay by my side for the rest of your life." Qin Feng didn't have the slightest sense of pity and sympathy. 0. However, on this occasion, he has more important things to do. Glancing at the equipment he took off just now, a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. Thin wood hairpin. Equipment grade, none. Requirements for use, possess the blood of the Bomu family. Equipment attributes, agility increased by 600 points. Additional attributes, ninja skill damage increased by 50%. Equipment skills, storage, active items can be stored, dead objects can be stored at will, living objects need to be approved by the other party, storage space, 5:5:5. Equipment introduction, the heirloom of the Bomu family. If you don't have the blood of the Bomu family, you can't get attributes by wearing it, but you can use storage skills. This head hairpin is quite special. Qin Feng looked at the emerald green hairpin in his hand in surprise. As long as it can increase the damage of the skill by 50%, it can be compared to a fairy weapon. Not to mention, there is that additional agility attribute. However, without the blood of the Bomu family, it is useless at all. For him, it can only be used as a storage thing. Qin Feng gathered his spirit and sensed the space in the hairpin. A dark green space appeared before his eyes. It is 5 meters high, 5 meters wide and 5 meters long. The space is relatively spacious. Something was placed inside by Emiko Sasaki. This piece of equipment is different from the backpack space. It can store living things, living objects, and survive in this space. But the backpack space can only store dead objects. Hey? This is... In Qin Feng's line of sight, Yifan appeared, which surprised him. Chapter 101. In the entire space, there is actually a person. A look of surprise appeared on Qin Feng's face. He did not expect that there was already a comatose person in the inner space of this head hairpin. He had just come up with this idea, and wanted to put Emiko Suzuki, who had fallen into a deep sleep, in this space. Who is he? Why is it placed in this space? In Qin Feng's heart, he couldn't help but have this question. The Eye of Truth. Luojiu. Character level, level 1. Character occupation. Professional level. Character attributes. Character skills. Hidden attribute, initial luck value is 15 points, charisma value is 16 points. Character introduction, because it was sealed by the Yata mirror, one of the 3 major national artifacts of the Fuji country, the level was forcibly deprived of level 1, lost all power, and fell into an endless illusion. In the strong obsession with 200, driven by monstrous hatred and endless desire, consciousness is gradually recovering. Prompt information, it is recommended that the host make a contract before the target wakes up. What is this? After Qin Feng got the feedback, he was stunned for a moment. This comatose person is actually only level 1. What's more, he couldn't find all the information. It is estimated that it was affected by this national instrument of Fuji country. The most important thing is that this person's lucky value is ridiculously high, not worse than Xiao Yu at all. Strong obsession, monstrous hatred, endless desire. How deep is the obsession to achieve such an effect? Qin Feng couldn't help shaking his head. He didn't understand, but it didn't affect him. He knew that this person was his next contract target. It's a pity that we haven't reached the 2nd level yet, so we can't make a contract. It seems that after the task is over this time, you have to pass the professional level assessment first. As for this person's information, forget it, I'll ask again when I wake up. Qin Feng shook his head, his consciousness withdrew from this space. He directly received Emiko Suzuki into the space of this head hairpin. Next, let's take a look at the situation of the blood dragon egg. Ho 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 ho! Xiaobai seemed to have noticed something, and suddenly issued a dragon cry to remind him. Hey? This is... With Qin Feng's gaze, the blood dragon's egg is breaking its shell. And the phantom of the blood dragon is constantly taking off, bursting out a burst of blood. Under the magma fire pool, not only thick blood burst out. Wrapping around the stone pillar even more, a burst of vengeful souls roared. The energy of flesh and blood, fused with the soul, became puppets who seemed to only know how to kill. It is estimated that these creatures were absorbed by the blood dragon before. Sure enough, he is not the master of peace. Xiaobai, Thunder Dragon Manta Ray, get rid of them. Qin Feng saw a group of people with various professions, and even the snake men he had voted for before. Take Xiaobai and Thunder Dragon Manta Ray and kill them. Now this blood dragon is destined to become his possession. Wanting to resist is simply wishful thinking. No matter what it is, it can be killed. He didn't even need to make a move. Xiaobai's set of skills directly swept away all these things. Kaka. Qin Feng came to the side of the magma blood pool without hindrance. The blood dragon seemed to have sensed the crisis and was unwilling to surrender. Breaking out of the dragon egg, it rolled in the burning bloody flame. Blood-red runes danced around the blood dragon. Qin Feng used the Eye of Reality. Wenlong. Grade, Divine Beast. Level, Level 1. Attributes, Strength 900, Physical Strength 900, Spirit 1000, Agility 900. Talent, Blood Chi Control, Blood Fire Dragon Body, Blood Dark Curse Pattern Factory. Skills, Blood Soul Absorption, blood spirit reincarnation, blood tribulation, blood charm, blood nightmare, blood puppet. Introduction: the blood-winged curse-patterned dragon, which was originally a monster race, was seriously injured and dying in a battle with the human race. With the help of reincarnation, it absorbs energy and is reborn in this fiery underground. After absorbing the flame energy, it will grow again. Stronger power than before. Such a strong blood dragon, its attributes are only slightly worse than Xiao Bai's. It really deserves to be the beast of the monster race. Moreover, after the flame energy was absorbed in the ground, the flesh energy absorbed before was added. Fully hatched now. Has a strong killing breath, but also has a bloodthirsty nature. As long as there is a chance, this blood dragon will definitely kill Qin Feng and choose to escape. If you want to kill me, I'm afraid you don't have the chance. Qin Feng felt the killing intent from the blood-winged curse-patterned dragon, and just smiled lightly. This blood dragon, he is leaving. Ho 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 ho. The blood dragon was also unwilling to be subdued by Qin Feng. Now that it had successfully hatched, it naturally had its own will. In particular, it is the kind of bloodthirsty dragon, the beast of the monster race. However, no matter how fierce it is, it can't control the current situation at all. Although it was once an all-powerful and bloodthirsty beast in the world. But now, it is just a newly hatched beast. Putting aside Qin Feng and Thunder Dragon Manta Ray, just the divine dragon Xiao Bai is not weaker than its existence. Bursts of bloody light emerged. In the magma fire pool, the solar array surged and exploded. The blood dragon instantly differentiated into 9 blood dragons, all of which looked the same. Started towards the outside, fleeing frantically. Since Qin Feng couldn't be killed now, he could only try to escape from here. There was a bloody light in his eyes, and in the extreme frenzy, there was a bloodthirsty killing. Want to go, can you? Dragon Emperor domineering. Qin Feng let out a deep snort, and used this comprehended exclusive divine skill for the first time. For a moment, from his body, an unimaginable force emerged. Cover this space directly. This terrifying ability originating from the dragon clan made this space fall into silence. Even the lava stopped flowing. The blood dragon fell into domineering, its body suddenly froze, and it was endlessly oppressed. While the attribute is reduced, the whole body cannot move. Ho 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 ho. The bloodthirsty eyes have completely turned into panic. It seems that they don't understand why Qin Feng, a human being, can emit such an aura. This kind of arrogance can only appear in the Emperor of the Dragon Clan. The strength of a dragon of that level is far above it. Dragon Emperor domineering, this skill is far stronger than I imagined. 0.0 Qin Feng used this skill for the first time, and deeply felt the power of this skill. This feeling is far from being powerful in attributes. The active effect of Dragon Emperor domineering is: under the domineering aura of the Dragon Emperor, the enemy target's total attributes will drop by 10%, and its own total attributes will increase by 20%. And in the state of Overlord, immune to all negative states. Needless to say, the strength of this attribute. But this skill is more about making people have an essential improvement. In the domineering envelope, everything around is completely frozen and completely blocked. Those who are not strong enough can't even move at all. In this space, he is a godlike existence, who can manipulate everything at will. Attack at will. This feeling of being in control of everything is simply intoxicating. Even, Qin Feng felt that at this moment, he even had the feeling of a dragon looking down on all living beings. This is a kind of strength derived from the origin of life. Chapter 102. Surrender or die. What's your answer? Without hesitation or delay, Qin Feng came directly in front of the blood dragon. The fairy spear in his hand carried a killing light. Arrived directly on the neck of the blood dragon. Ho 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 ho. Xiao Bai also let out a deafening dragon cry at the same time. The extremely powerful long way on his body crushed the blood dragon mercilessly. It seems that as long as the other party disagrees, they will attack immediately. The thunder dragon manta ray was also on the side, making a strange cry. That voice also contains some dragon prestige. Ho 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 ho! The blood dragon roared in a low voice, with some unwillingness in his voice. However, at this time, it has no choice but to choose. After finally reincarnating from serious injuries, it only needs to be given time. It is destined to become a divine beast to conquer the world. If it is dead now, how can it be willing? Hint: under the deterrence of your powerful strength, the Bloodwing Curse Pattern Dragon chose to surrender. You can now sign a contract and make it 01 your pet. Very good. This result did not exceed Qin Feng's expectations. Under the domineering pressure of the Dragon Emperor, it is naturally difficult for the Dragon clan to resist. In particular, this blood dragon is just a newly hatched beast. To be or not to be is a good choice. Qin Feng cancelled the Dragon Emperor's domineering, walked in front of the blood dragon, and began to sign the contract. Although this skill is powerful, it can be used for a long time. There is tremendous pressure on his mind and body. Now the overall situation has stabilized, because it needs to be turned on again when it is not needed. Ho 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 ho! After absorbing Qin Feng's blood, the blood dragon suddenly soared into the sky. 9 blood-red long dragons appeared beside him again, charging towards Qin Feng's body while roaring. Hey! Do you still want to resist? Qin Feng was about to make a move, but found that the magma was boiling in the lava pool below. A blood-colored light streak formation enveloped him. The equipment on the whole body seems to be printed with blood-red dragon-shaped patterns. It is full of berserk and killing atmosphere, thick and domineering, very mighty. This is... Qin Feng was enveloped by this bloody light, and didn't feel the killing intent. Instead, I feel that a force is constantly pouring into the body. On the center of his eyebrows, a blood-colored dragon-shaped totem slowly appeared. As for the blood dragon in front, the whole body was also filled with blood. The bloody rage in his eyes had already turned into that expression of submission. Hint: your strength has been recognized by the blood dragon, and the blood dragon will reside in your body. You have acquired the skill to summon the blood-winged dragon. Hint: the blood dragon senses your powerful potential, and combining all the remaining energy in this space with its own ability can transfer you to a hidden professional Blood Flame Dragon Knight. 1. Reminder: the Blood Flame Dragon Knight will not have any impact on the existing profession, it will be your third profession relying on the existence of the Blood Dragon itself. Are you willing to change jobs? Blood Flame Dragon Knight. After Qin Feng got this reminder, he was shocked for a moment. He didn't expect that this blood dragon had the ability to change his job to a hidden job. Moreover, this occupation will not have any impact on his current occupation. It exists on the strength of the blood dragon itself. We have more and more occupations now. Qin Feng sighed and directly agreed to the job change prompt. The profession of this Blood Flame Dragon Knight is probably no worse than that of Elf Dragon Knight. After all, it was brought by the blood dragon, a divine beast. The blood dragon took a deep look at Qin Feng and let out a roar. The phantoms of 9 blood dragons rushed directly into Qin Feng's body. Boom! There was a crackling sound. Together with all the blood energy and flame energy in this space, they all began to rush into Qin Feng's body frantically. A star array of 9 rounds of light emerged under his feet. The surrounding area is full of intertwined blood and fire, extremely gorgeous, gradually converging on the blood dragon totem between Qin Feng's eyebrows. A reminder came from the professional imprint. Congratulations, you have successfully changed your job to become a hidden job, Blood Flame Dragon Knight. Successful transfer: the 4 basic attributes will be increased by 100, the fire resistance will be increased by 30%, the attack will be accompanied by 1000 fire damage, and the attack will be accompanied by 1000 blood energy damage. Successful job transfer: automatic comprehension of skills, Blood Dragon Slash, Blood Flame Fury, Blood Control, Death Blood Flame. Successful job transfer, automatically comprehend the unique skill, Blood Soul Enslavement. The bloody light gradually disappeared. The blood dragon took off lightly and came to Qin Feng's side. I'll call you Blood Flame from now on. Qin Feng gave the blood dragon a name, and was very satisfied with the attributes and skills of the blood dragon. In particular, the blood dragon does not take up his pet space. Can be summoned individually. Summon the Bloodwing Curse Pattern Dragon. Skill effect: you can summon the Bloodwinged Spell Dragon, which does not occupy the space of pets. In this way, he can take another pet. If we hatch the Holy Snow Ice Dragon again. 3 dragons. Beautiful. Qin Feng began to check the skills to become a Blood Flame Dragon Knight. Blood Dragon Slash, inspire the power of the blood dragon in the body, slash the surrounding targets crazily, with 10% blood-sucking effect attached to the attack. Blood Flame Wrath, stimulate the blood flame energy in the body, causing blood flame strikes to targets in the range, and the attack has a burning effect, which will cause blood disorder, and can be used without weapons. Blood Control, the blood in the body of the selected target will gradually be damaged and become the target of the control. The damage suffered by the caster will be transferred to the controlled person. Blood Flame of Death, blood flame is the most beautiful flower of death, it blooms the most beautiful flower of death, it turns into hundreds of blood flame petals and pierces people's hearts, it can disperse the attack, or it can concentrate a little bit, the heart of the victim will fall into severe pain. As expected of a hidden job skill. After Qin Feng saw these ordinary 473 skills, he also sighed in his heart. They are all powerful skills, and they are very domineering. This blood manipulation can even be described as weird. The energy of this bloodline is different from other conventional 5-element elements and light and dark elements. Almost as long as there are blood creatures, all will be affected by this bloodline skill. There is one last trick skill. Blood Soul Enslavement. After the cast is successful, you can enslave any creature, and let the enslaved obey your orders from body, mind to soul. The success rate depends on the strength difference between the two parties. All attributes will drop by 20% within 3 months. Current enslavement goal, 0/100. And, before the backlash ends, this skill can no longer be used. Today. After reading the introduction of this skill, Qin Feng couldn't help being a little shocked. This perverted skill actually exists. Any creature can be enslaved. It's just crazy. However, although it looks very perverted, but the punishment of this skill is also very abnormal. If the slave target fails, it will be backlashed. Not to mention the decline in level, it will fall into a 3-month period of weakness, and the attributes will drop by 20%. Qin Feng's definition of this skill is that it is dangerous and powerful, and cannot be used easily. To use this skill, in addition to looking at strength, you also have to look at opportunities. It would be too boring to enslave those useless targets. As long as he is strong enough, he can create a group of terrifying slaves. Chapter 103. It looks like there shouldn't be much going on here. After subduing the blood dragon, Qin Feng checked the surrounding area again. In the entire space, the blood energy has been absorbed by him and the blood dragon. And the flame energy, after being absorbed, becomes extremely thin. I'm afraid that it will take a long time to recover before the flame energy becomes abundant again. Blood Flame Lava Pool. A long time ago, after the reincarnation of the blood dragon, the area created with the last energy absorbs the pure fire elements here, and it is now unusable. Looks like it's time to go. The most critical place here has lost its usefulness. Qin Feng shook his head. There were no other items, and the dragon eggs had already been hatched. He wiped out all the people from Fuji country and monster race. Ho 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 ho. Xiao Bai, you have worked hard this time, go back and have a good rest. Qin Feng stroked the somewhat tired Xiao Bai, and showed a faint smile. Take Xiao Bai back into the pet space. After this battle, Xiao Bai probably fell into a deep sleep for 2 days. However, the after effect of this skill is not fixed. With the strengthening of strength, Xiao Bai's body gradually becomes able to control this kind of power, and the time of deep sleep will be reduced a lot. Even to the back, there are almost no side effects. Manta Ray Dragon, let's go. Qin Feng rode on the Thunder Dragon Manta Ray, and directly took the Blood Dragon on the way back to the passage. It's not that he doesn't want to teleport back directly. However, the Blood Dragon sent out an idea to absorb the residual blood energy along the way. This has some advantages for the Blood Dragon. In the village outside, the village head widened his eyes when he saw this scene. The blood energy in the air began to dissipate little by little. The originally blood-red sky gradually turned red. It is no longer that dull blood red, but has become that bright red. How could this be? This blood energy has dissipated. Could it be that young man just now? In the cloudy eyes of the village head, it seemed that something had come to mind. I was even more shocked. He was just holding a little bit of hope, hoping that the young man could help solve it. Even if you go back and inform the defenders of Tianyuan City. But, unexpectedly, that young man could really solve this problem. Moreover, it was resolved so quickly. As the blood and evil spirit gradually dissipated, the village chief also became agitated. In this case, the villagers still have hope of coming back, as long as they can expel those blood. The old village chief was so excited that he barely lifted his spirits, and began to gather the villagers who had lost their blood and became confused and became comatose. How is it possible? The blood energy of the blood dragon began to dissipate, so the dragon hatched successfully. At this time, a figure appeared at the entrance of the tunnel. 3 green snake heads were flying in the air, making a hissing sound. The 3 snake heads and 6 eyes were all looking at each other, seeming a little anxious. The shape of this figure is very strange. Below the neck is the human body. Above the neck is a strange snake head. The 6 eyes looked very strange, and amidst the neighing, a pair of weird wings grew out from behind. With a quick slap, it flew directly into the tunnel. He was sent by Snake Girl to meet Huan Xiang, the Snake Girl, and had to bring the blood dragon back to the Snake Clan. But he didn't expect that it would be quite difficult to enter Tianlong Kingdom, and he wasted a little time. When I came here, the dragon had already melted. Damn it! It doesn't matter if the Snake Girl Huan Xiang has an accident, but if the blood dragon is lost, then the Snake Girl will definitely not be able to spare him. In this case, he didn't even know how to explain back to the Snake Clan. Hiss! The strong man of the Snake Clan continued to accelerate, and the sun plunged into the underground passage. If the Snake Clan obtained the blood dragon, then naturally there is no need to worry. However, if it was someone else, then he would definitely snatch the blood dragon over. Hey? Who is this person? While accelerating crazily, he saw a figure in front of him. On the body of a fairy beast manta ray, there are 10 knights riding on it. How is this possible? How did this human knight appear here? No, that's a blood dragon. After seeing the blood dragon beside Qin Feng, the eyes of the strong Snake Clan immediately became solemn. Don't know exactly what's going on though. But now, this human knight has become his target. The blood dragon must be taken back. Hey? This is... Qin Feng instantly sensed something was wrong, and there were whistling whines around him. And that cold and biting killing intent enveloped his body. Thunder Dragon Manta Ray and Blood Dragon both made warning sounds. Who is this guy? If he disagrees, he will FK me. Qin Feng saw the monster that was killing him quickly, and after seeing the shape clearly, he was also taken aback for a moment. Mainly because it is too characteristic. 3 huge snake heads, but also a human body. There is also a pair of weird wings growing on the back. 3-headed winged serpent. Character level, Level 70. Character occupation, Feathered Serpent Assassin. Professional level, 7th Order Snake-Faced Assassin. Character attributes. Character skills. Introduction. The superpower of the snake family has the strength of a high-level fairy beast of the same level, and is extremely dangerous. When Qin Feng saw this message, his eyelids twitched. Good guy, the people from the FG snake tribe actually killed them. As soon as he appeared on the stage, it was comparable to the strength of a level 70 high-level fairy beast. Moreover, this kind of strong person usually wears equipment or items that can block detection. He also couldn't see the other party's attributes. However, based on the attributes of those fairy beasts and divine beasts he had seen in the past, he speculated. This guy's four-dimensional attributes are at least above 50,000 points. In this way, it is not very good. 1. Dark Water and Thunder. Thunder Dragon Manta Ray saw the opponent coming to kill him, so he launched a counterattack without hesitation. A shot is a unique skill, trying to block the opponent's offensive. Facing the three-headed winged snake, it kept making that low-pitched neighing sound. Black water vapor and lightning gathered, covering all areas in this channel. For a time, the scene became quite spectacular. Humph! A mere level 20 fairy beast wants to stop me. The three-headed double-winged snake has cold eyes, and has no fear at all of the unique move of the Thunder Dragon Manta Ray. On the hands, 2 icy daggers with bloodthirsty light appeared directly. This is his favorite weapon. The dagger in his left hand was dark and radiant, appearing very heavy. It is an immortal artifact, the Dark Ice Blade. The one in the right hand, with a green color, is full of poison at first glance. The two daggers crossed each other with cold killing intent. As soon as the three-headed winged snake made a move, it was extremely powerful, and it directly shattered the unique skill of Thunder Dragon Manta Ray in this space. Chapter 104. Hiss. The three-headed winged snake's hands were extremely flexible, and the two fairy daggers directly cut through the attacks in front of it. The huge three snake heads danced in the air. It looked hideous. The target was aimed directly at Qin Feng, 3 pairs of eyes, with a bloodthirsty icy light. So smart. When Qin Feng saw this scene, the corners of his eyes twitched. He really deserves to be a high-level powerhouse of the Snake Clan, with the strength of a high-level fairy beast. Thunder Dragon Manta Ray's ultimate move is actually unable to cause damage. However, no matter how powerful you are, I don't plan to play with you anymore. Hey? This is... When Qin Feng was about to use space teleportation to leave, he was enveloped by a pitch-black aura. Inside, there was a huge chaotic atmosphere. It even has a poisoning effect of the poison attribute. Hiss! It is impossible to leave. The first reaction of the three-headed winged snake seeing Qin Feng was to use a god-level item in his hand. Dark Magnetic Field. Dark Magnetic Field. Grade, God-level item. Effect, after using it, a terrifying dark magnetic field can be formed within a kilometer range. Within the range of the dark magnetic field, the space will become chaotic. Unless the magnetic field is broken, it cannot be left in any way. 437 Qin Feng also checked the information of this magnetic field. A heart sank suddenly. Unexpectedly, the 3 feathered snakes were so decisive. Under the shroud of this magnetic field, the entire space became extremely chaotic. Reminder, under the cover of the dark magnetic field, the space is extremely chaotic. If you use space teleportation forcibly, it will cause great danger, and you may fall into space turbulence. Do you want to continue using it? There is no way. Qin Feng can only cancel the space teleportation skill first. Hiss hiss. This is what the three-headed winged snake wanted, and it couldn't leave Qin Feng when it saw Qin Feng. It even accelerated the speed. His goal is to capture Qin Feng alive. Seeing the situation of the blood dragon, he understood that the blood dragon might have already recognized Qin Feng as the master. In this case, it is impossible to take back the blood dragon in the usual way. However, if Qin Feng is killed, then although Qin Feng will die, he will also return to the heavenly dragon kingdom to be revived. This is something he cannot stop. The only option is to capture Qin Feng alive and bring him back to the Snake Clan. At that time, the Snake Clan will have many means to take the blood dragon back. Maybe, he could take this knight with great potential for his own use. In this way, it can make up for the loss of the snake girl Huangxiang's death. All this, the three-headed winged snake saw clearly. If Qin Feng can get the blood dragon, I am afraid that the people of the Snake Clan and the Fuji country will be in bad luck. The potential of a person who can make the blood dragon, a demon beast, recognize its master is unimaginable. Thousands of snakes entangled. The three-headed winged snake let out a deep snort, and countless small green snakes suddenly appeared around them. Each snake has a length of more than 1 meter. Flying rapidly in the air, winding towards Qin Feng. If you want to catch me, it depends on whether you have the ability. Seeing this, Qin Feng's eyes turned cold, and he directly took the blood dragon back into the exclusive imprint space. Emperor, Dragon God Transformation. With a deep shout, Qin Feng finally used this magic skill for the first time. His whole card, even if it is a high-level fairy beast, so what? A golden sacred aura suddenly rose from Qin Feng's body. Gradually the whole body was enveloped by the divine light. A golden pattern of a six-pointed star appeared at the foot. The sacred golden light became more and more intense, gradually shaking continuously in this dark magnetic field, reflecting a huge figure. Ho-ho-ho! Qin Feng's figure gradually disappeared, and the huge figure gradually became clear. Accompanied by a huge dragon chant, golden sacred light circulated in this space. How is this possible? Seeing this horrifying scene, the three-headed snake suddenly exclaimed. This scene simply surpassed his cognition. The golden light shone into his eyes, and the knight in front of him disappeared, and what appeared instead was a golden dragon. It is more than 50 meters long, and the dragon's body is covered with golden dragon scales. In the golden dragon's eyes, there is a proud gaze. Dragon, how is it possible? Is there such a dragon in this world? The thought in the three-headed winged snake's mind turned sharply. His experience can definitely be regarded as profound. However, I have never seen such a dragon in this world. Golden dragon. In surprise, with shock in my heart. With a length of more than 50 meters, in terms of the size of the dragon body, this is just a growing dragon. However, he felt a huge force from this dragon. This is definitely the power of divine beasts. This knight turned into a dragon? Could it be that he is not human at all? What if you become a dragon? The three-headed winged snake's eyes were cold. Not only did it have no intention of retreating, but it became even more fiery. The stronger the knight's ability, the more excited he is. If he can bring it back to Ieyasu, he will definitely get a huge reward. Although the giant dragon in front of him is powerful, it is only in the growth stage. Not enough to counter his current strength. Is this the Emperor Dragon transformation? Qin Feng didn't expect that after using this skill, he turned into a giant dragon. The whole body is shrouded in golden holy light. A lonely, calm, and cold feeling, appearing extremely majestic. Golden Emperor Dragon. Level 20. Attributes: Strength 20,000, Physical Strength 20,000, Spirit 20,000, Dexterity 20,000. Talent: Body of the Emperor Dragon. The Golden Emperor Dragon has a powerful body, ordinary attacks cannot cause damage, and has great resistance to physics and magic. Effect: Physical attack immunity 70%, light resistance 90%, 90% resistance to darkness, 70% resistance to 5 elements, and 70% resistance to lightning. Deter all spirits, unleash the power of the dragon. The power of the dragon will permeate a 3 km range, and all beasts below the god level within this range will fall into fear. Emperor's Will, the attacks of dragons below the god level are invalid to you, the damage you cause to the dragons below the god level will be doubled, and the attack damage of beasts below the god level is immune to 50%. 1. Skill, Dragon's Fury, explosive power and anger, smashing all targets within 500 meters around, the attack is automatically locked, and the locked person cannot escape in any way. Effect, the destructive power is increased by 2000%, and the attacked target is forcibly destroyed. Equipment below the artifact will be greatly damaged. Dragon's Blessing, within a range of 3 kilometers, the attributes of all dragon creatures are increased by 300%. Dragon King's Divine Power, the Emperor Dragon's power is irresistible. Under the pressure of the Emperor Dragon, within a range of 3 kilometers, all the attributes of all beasts below the god level will drop by 80%, and the dragon creatures will completely lose their fighting ability, and the skills will last at least 10 minutes. Sinful Flames, dragon flames blessed with the divine power of the Dragon King, causing devastating damage to all living beings within 1 kilometer. Ultimate Skill, Dragon Havoc, a death trick that mobilizes all the power and destroys itself. The attack power and attack range are unknown. Introduction, the Golden Emperor Dragon has the highest bloodline of the Dragon Clan, and the power of the dragon far surpasses other dragon clans. It is extreme and mysterious, powerful, and cannot be understood by common sense. After transforming into a human body, all skills can be used normally, and the power of the skills will be supported. After reading the attributes and skills, Qin Feng only had one thought in his mind. Abnormal. The current him is undeniably powerful. With a cold gaze, he looked at the 3 winged snakes in front of him. Chapter 105. After Qin Feng transformed, the extreme terror pressure spread in this space. But he knew that if he just transformed, he might not be able to compete with the 3-headed winged snake. Dragon's Blessing. The sharp wind stopped suddenly. In this space, Qin Feng's aura became even stronger. Dragon's Blessing, within a range of 3 kilometers, the growth attributes of all dragons are increased by 300%. Qin Feng himself is naturally within the scope of this judgment. The attribute surged, and the 4-dimensional attribute directly reached 60,000 points. This kind of power is already enough to counter the coercion brought by the 3-headed winged snake. The entire body of the dragon reached more than 100 meters in an instant. Burst Skill. The 3-headed double-winged snake felt this power, and there was a trace of solemnity in the eyes of the 3 pairs of snakes. That's right, it is indeed very common for a dragon of this level to have explosive skills. This power is already comparable to his power. Moreover, he is also very clear about the abilities of the Dragon Clan. Under the same conditions, he is absolutely no match for the dragon in front of him. Hiss. However, if you think that you can have the strength to compete with me in this way, you are too naive. Feathered Snake extremely evil unsealed. The body of the 3-headed winged snake trembled, and the 3 pairs of snake eyes instantly turned into triangular pupils. Appears emerald green. 3 pairs of cyan jasper horns quickly sprouted from the 3 huge snake heads. His human body immediately began to undergo drastic changes. Wrapped in a burst of emerald green poisonous mist, a green heart appeared in the center. With the heart as the center, on the left and right sides, 2 pairs of wings grew out of the back again. Adding what he had before, it became a pair of white wings. The whole body completely changed its appearance, becoming an incomparably huge 3-headed snake. Even the tail became 3 at the same time. The coercion emanating from his body became even more terrifying and intense. Hiss. The move of the 3-headed winged snake also has a huge explosive ability. It can make him return to his ancestors and become a feathered serpent god, a beast-level existence. Feathered serpent god. There was also a trace of solemnity in Qin Feng's dragon eyes. He could clearly feel how powerful the 3 feathered snakes were in their current state. Now the size of the 3-headed winged snake has become quite huge. The whole body, 3 snake heads, 3 tails, and 3 pairs of wings. There are red snake letters spitting out of the snake's head. Even Qin Feng's current body shape can't compare to him. The 3-headed winged snake and 3 pairs of eyes scanned Qin Feng's body, and the battle between the two sides was imminent. Boom! Although the 3-headed winged snake is powerful, Qin Feng is not afraid in his current state. This kind of powerful attribute, coupled with the top skills of the Dragon Emperor, can be immune to most of the damage, so it is not impossible to fight. Qin Feng shot directly, and the terrifying dragon body flew past the side of the 3 feathered snakes. The dragon claws tore apart the other party's snake body, giving off a frictional feeling. Hiss! The 3-headed winged snake is naturally not to be outdone, its huge body alone measures hundreds of meters. The 3 huge snake heads danced wildly and ejected fiercely, trying to bite Qin Feng's body. Dragon's Wrath. Qin Feng's dragon body was extremely flexible, he dodged this attack, and sprayed out a mouthful of dragon flames. This kind of dragon flame is no longer something ordinary beings can bear. However, when it landed on the body of the 3-headed winged snake, it did not cause much damage. It seems that after the other party unblocked and returned to the ancestors, the scales on his body also possessed considerable immunity. If it is a feathered serpent god at the level of a beast, it does have the strength to compete with the top dragons. With the war between the two sides, this space seems to be insufficient to support this battlefield. The surrounding corridors are constantly collapsing. The 3-headed winged serpent is not weak either, even if it is against Qin Feng's Dragon's Wrath, it still has to launch a counterattack. Those 3 snake tails are like 3 huge whips. The 3 pairs of wings suddenly accelerated as they flew, and directly pressed against Qin Feng's dragon body. Boom! This space continued to collapse, and the battle between the 3-headed winged snake and Qin Feng became more and more extreme. It is not a short time for their strength to reach their current level. The bodies of the two sides were intertwined, and with the help of the impact of the battle, they rushed out of the collapsed passage. 2 ancient monster-like existences rushed directly into the sky. For a moment, even the sky above Bloodfire Village changed color. The entire Linghuo mountain range can feel the terrifying coercion of these 2 divine beasts. All this happened in a very short time. After a short fight, both sides knew each other's strength. The 3 huge snake heads of the 3-headed winged snake neighed excitedly. In his opinion, although Qin Feng's current incarnation of Shenlong is powerful, it is only of a low level. With his current state, he can completely defeat it. If Qin Feng was really a high-level divine beast, he would have chosen to escape long ago. Qin Feng also didn't have the slightest fear in his heart. This is not his full strength. His whole cards are not just that, but those skills, although they can explode with great strength, they will also face huge side effects. This is something he is reluctant to use. The two sides are still at war, crisscrossing and dancing, up and down. They are all urging powerful skills, and the terrifying energy is charging towards the opponent. A battle at the level of divine beasts instantly set off a terrifying gust of wind over the Spirit Fire mountain range. The surrounding fire elements were all stirred up during the battle between the two sides. The golden dragon, and the feathered snake with 3 heads and 6 wings. In Bloodfire Village, the old village chief watched this scene in horror. The terrifying impact like a tsunami is pushing everything between these mountains. It took him a while before he heard the sound of that huge energy collision. The huge cracking sound is a dull and loud sound. Fortunately, the main battlefield of the battle between the two sides is not here, but on the huge mountains in the distance. In Tianyuan City, the battle between Qin Feng and the 3-headed winged snake, the powerful aftermath of the battle, even reached here. Under the huge energy diffusion, the residents in the city can even hear the dragon chant from the Spirit Fire mountain range. Yeming Fei was also shocked by this fluctuation, and came to the top of the city in an instant. What's going on now? Boom! He looked in the direction of the Spirit Fire mountain range, and it was as restless as a wave of flames. A battlefield, which exudes green mist and golden holy light. Mixed with the endless fire energy in the Spirit Fire mountain range, it obscures the sky and the sun, making it extremely oppressive. The dull roar of the dragon seemed to be the prelude to the approaching storm. Extremely depressing, people cannot breathe. Zhong Lilong's figure appeared instantly, floating with a gust of blue wind, and came to Yeming Fei. Mr. Zhong. Yeming Fei said respectfully, such a terrifying battle suddenly appeared in the Linghuo mountain range, should we investigate it? This kind of combat energy level has reached the level of a beast. It really needs to be seen. Moreover, this kind of energy fluctuation does not seem to exist in the depths of the Spirit Fire mountain range as we know it. Zhong Lilong's gaze was slightly solemn. This kind of battle is too dangerous and must be investigated clearly. Once this level of fighting spreads to Tianyuan City, it is not what they want to see. Yeming Fei nodded and said, I'll ask Ru Yun to investigate immediately. Only Huaru Yun, the leader of the Tianyuan assassin group, would feel at ease in this kind of battle. Without the strength of the 7th level, if it is affected by the battle, I'm afraid there is no life but death. Okay, the martial law in the city needs to be strengthened. This matter, this is. Zhong Lilong's voice hadn't finished yet, and he looked towards the direction of Linghuo mountain in an instant, his pupils shrank sharply. Chapter 106. Above the Spirit Fire mountain range. Terrible battles, causing sharp bursts. The fire elements in the mountains all formed waves of flames, floating in Linhai and circling the mountains. All the monsters in the mountains trembled. And in a deeper place, there was a faint roar of a monster. It seems to keep the two sides of this battle from approaching their territory. Human Knight, I admit that your strength is indeed strong. It's amazing to be able to transform into such a terrifying dragon. The three-headed snake, perhaps it is more appropriate to call it the three-headed snake. There was a strong killing intent in the green vertical stripe pupils. The strength of this human race was beyond his expectations. Even if he used such a powerful ability, he couldn't defeat this divine beast in a short time. If this human race cannot be used by the 650 for its own use, it must be eradicated. Qin Feng didn't care about this, and only responded with more violent attacks. The fire elements in the mountains are constantly restless. The battle between the three-headed winged snake and Qin Feng is still going on. Hiss! The three feathered snakes flapped their wings rapidly, and the three huge snake heads moved suddenly. It directly entangled Qin Feng, who was flying in the sky. Three snake tails, three snake heads, entangled more and more tightly, trying to strangle Qin Feng to death. Holy impact! In Qin Feng's dragon eyes, a golden light flashed, and a powerful force erupted from his body. A terrifying impact emerged, directly shaking the three feathered snakes away. Although he transformed into a dragon, he can also use all the skills in the human state. This kind of power, even the three-headed winged snake is irresistible. Hiss! The three-headed winged snake was directly hit by Qin Feng's terrifying force and flew out. Fell into the mountains. The scales on his body endured Qin Feng's merciless dragon breath and dragon flame attacks. Although it seems that there is no harm, but the mental and physical pressure is already quite huge. Seeing how difficult this opponent is, and I don't know how long the opponent's outbreak will last, the three-headed winged snake decisively chose to erupt again. The source of poison kills the sky. With a roar, an incomparably rich green zero qi emerged from his body. The green poisonous mist seems to be able to corrode everything in the world. It began to burn on the body of the three-headed winged snake. Under another impact, the strength began to increase sharply again, and even the three snake heads, three snake tails, and three pairs of wings all joined together. His body is winding on this huge mountain range, and the huge three-in-one head is slowly raised. Looking up at Qin Feng in the sky, he neighed loudly. The huge wings on his body, between incitement, set off endless waves of air. Obviously desperate. Qin Feng looked at the scene in front of him cautiously. He knew that the three-winged snakes might be about to use their last cards. The longer this battle drags on, the worse it will be for the three-headed winged snake. After all, this is still the territory of Tianlong Kingdom. If the battle cannot be resolved quickly, the masters of Tianlong Kingdom will definitely rush over. The universe of poison. Corrosion heart bite. As expected, the eyes of the three-headed winged snake showed a fierce light. After the originally thick body became even thicker, its wings suddenly waved. The speed is so fast that it seems to break through the space. He arrived in front of Qin Feng in an instant. The huge 3-in-1 snake head opened, and it turned out to be the giant dragon that wanted to swallow Qin Feng's incarnation in one gulp. Snakes are creatures that can swallow animals that are several times their size. Moreover, after he became stronger again, Qin Feng's body was not as huge as his. The speed of the three-headed winged snake was unimaginably fast, and it came directly in front of Qin Feng. Hiss! At the moment when the huge mouth was about to bite Qin Feng, time and space suddenly stopped. Dragon Emperor domineering. Paladin, unseal. Facing such a fatal crisis, Qin Feng did not panic in the slightest. With the stillness of time and space, an indescribable panic and horror appeared in the eyes of the three-headed winged snake almost instantly. How is this possible? This is the unsealing of the night, but now this night, obviously just. This level of power, the three-headed winged snake has only been sensed on the body of the variety snake. The current strength of this night is actually comparable to Lord Snake Fairy? This is already his last thought. In this space, time and space have completely stopped. Qin Feng became the only true god in this space. The unblocking of the paladins. After unsealing, all attributes are increased by 1000%. Self-healing ability is increased by 1000%. HP recovery speed increased by 1000%, skill damage increased by 1000%, and 5-element attack immunity. Qin Feng made a dull sound, and spit out a mouthful of dragon flames. It poured directly from the open mouth of the three-headed winged snake. The world was silent. The body of the three-headed winged snake instantly stiffened, and its eyes changed from emerald green to white. Boom! That powerful dragon flame did not tear the body of the three-headed winged snake. The overflowing flame even poured out from the big mouth. Qin Feng stared at the three feathered snakes. The body is shaking constantly. However, in this space where time and space are still, the three-headed winged snake is already powerless to struggle, powerless to resist, and even powerless to fall from the sky. The three-headed viper died. Even if he sacrificed his strongest strength, he became the legendary feathered serpent god, but he still couldn't escape the fate of death. Everything is fixed at this moment. In the entire mountain range, there was no sound, the bursting energy, the terrifying flames, everything stopped completely. Ended. Qin Feng's current thoughts only come to make the last struggle. Put the body of the three-headed winged snake into the 5.9 space in the backpack. Spatial teleportation. With the space fluctuation, Qin Feng's body has disappeared above the Spirit Fire mountain range. Moreover, he can no longer maintain this transformation state. Return to normal body. This time, he used these skills overloaded, and even his body showed signs of splitting. If it wasn't for taking the source of life before. Now I'm afraid the body has collapsed. Of course, this increase in power is also quite terrifying. At the last moment of Qin Feng's coma, he only heard a scream. Dim lights, surrounded by water vapor. In his last sight, he only saw a piece of perfect white curves. In the midst of this scream, he lost consciousness. Chapter 107. Ji Union was in the bathroom, her slender willow waist was too full to hold. Under the dim light, it is covered with crystal clear water droplets, which looks extraordinarily delicate. That thick and plump body can't be completely covered by a pair of hands. With a panicked expression on his face, it makes people want to love and pity. It's a pity that Qin Feng no longer had the chance to appreciate this stunning scene. I only saw a piece of white flowers, and passed out. There was panic on Ji Yunyan's face. Looking at this figure that suddenly appeared, he seemed at a loss. The body trembled slightly, and the curled body outlined a perfect curve. You, who are you? Ji Yunyan was so frightened that she didn't even dare to look at the person in front of her. However, Qin Feng's body shattered due to the previous battle. Now blood is gradually overflowing from the wound. Although he gradually began to recover under his strong physique. But this takes time. This scene scared Ji Yunyan enough. The water in the bathroom has not been turned off, and the blood that spreads, mixed with water, permeates the bathroom 01. Why didn't he respond? With so much blood, is it dead? Should I save him? Looking at the blood around her, Ji Yunyan was also stunned. For a time, many ideas appeared in my mind. After a while, the panic in her eyes gradually stopped, and she took the bath towel not far away with small movements, barely covering the leaking spring light on her body. Only then did he look at Qin Feng, who was lying on the ground. You, Qin Feng. Qin Feng, how come? After seeing clearly the person who appeared suddenly, Ji Yunyan froze immediately. It turned out to be Qin Feng, whom she was thinking of so much. However, I didn't expect it to appear in this way. Ji Yunyan suddenly became even more flustered. Regardless of keeping his body covered with a bath towel, he hurriedly checked Qin Feng's situation. Cough cough cough. ZK. Qin Feng didn't know how long it had passed, but he woke up in a daze. I just feel dry mouth for a while. The body is dehydrated to a certain extent, and the body feels like it is about to burn. Water is coming. Ji Yunyan stayed by Qin Feng's side all the time, and hurried over with a glass of water. Qin Feng, you finally woke up, you really scared me to death. She gently helped Qin Feng up from the bed, and fed water to his mouth. After gulping down a large glass of water, Qin Feng felt a little better. The feeling of dry mouth in the mouth was relieved a little. Yunyan, how long have I been unconscious? Qin Feng's consciousness has recovered a little bit now, but it is still very weak. When the body wanted to work hard, it felt weak for a while. Ji Yunyan said with concern, you have been in a coma for a day, and I am so worried that you won't wake up. Qin Feng, what happened to you? How did you get so badly injured? When she first saw it, she was startled. But because he didn't know the cause of Qin Feng's injury, he didn't dare to go out to ask for a medical doctor or priest. Fortunately, Qin Feng's body recovered very quickly, and the wound healed automatically in a short time. Ji Yunyan stayed by his side to take care of him. This time I met an opponent, and I almost couldn't come back. But at the critical moment, I felt my Yunyan's special yearning, which attracted me back. Otherwise, I'm really cool this time. Just being in a coma for a day, Qin Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. The side effects are not particularly huge, but they are acceptable. Feeling that his body was gradually recovering, Qin Feng was not in any hurry, and instead joked about Chun Qian. Who misses you? You almost scared me to death. Ji Yunyan blushed when she heard Qin Feng's words. Look a little shy. It seems that she thought of the previous thing. Her face suddenly became redder. Coincidentally, at this time, Qin Feng's voice sounded again. Hey? Where's my equipment? Qin Feng glanced around. It was a very cozy room. This is obviously Ji Yunyan's room. Exquisite quilt, with that kind of fragrance that makes people feel very warm and infatuated. However, Qin Feng was a little dumbfounded when he lifted the quilt and took a look. He was actually wearing a white stripe, and all the equipment on his body was removed. The whole person is naked under the quilt. That. I want to check your injury, so just. And wipe the body, I. Ji Union blushed, this shy gesture was indescribably lovable. Thinking of what she saw before, she couldn't help avoiding Qin Feng's sight. The blush was tender and charming, and even the small earlobes were glittering and translucent pink. Qin Feng said jokingly, "What, didn't you see all of me? Ah, I cooked porridge outside." Ji Union didn't know how to answer, and ran away in a panic. Leaning behind the kitchen door, one hand brushed gently over the red-hot face, showing a happy smirk. One hand was placed on the heart, and the soft place was slightly deformed. It seemed as if a deer was about to be knocked out of my heart. Qin Feng. Ji Union had never experienced such a thing before. If it weren't for the great love for Qin Feng in her heart, she might not be able to have that kind of courage. Now is not the age for young girls. On the contrary, she has the charm of a woman who is addicted to 520. Classical and quiet in itself, coupled with a beautiful face, it can bring great temptation to people. After calming down for a while, the blush on his face faded. 1. It's just that after seeing the porridge on the stove, he became a little flustered again. Qin Feng lay on the bed and began to think about this series of things. The people of Fuji country, except for Suzaki Imiko who is still in his hands, the others have been wiped out. And the people of Ieyasu are all dead. The body of the three-headed winged snake, a powerhouse comparable to a fairy beast of the same level, is still in his backpack space. And the blood dragon, everyone's target, has also become his pet. In Bloodfire Village, this is a bit of a headache. He originally thought that after going out, he would take a look at the villagers of Suihuo village and get rid of their blood energy, which would mean that the crisis of Suihuo village would be resolved. But who knew, the three-headed winged snake came out halfway. Now he is not sure whether he has completed the task or not. Hey? Is that you? When Qin Feng was thinking, a voice sounded by the window. Still the same mask, still as cold as ever. Mu Yin's Huang came into the room without hindrance, without speaking. It's just that the eyes under the mask were staring at Qin Feng closely, as if he wanted to treat him as a minister. It has to be said that Qin Feng really aroused her curiosity. Chapter 108. I didn't expect you to find this place. Qin Feng saw Mu Yin's Huang appearing in front of him like a night leopard. Quietly, with a burst of cold fragrance. Under the fading light, taking advantage of the last dusk, I came here. Qin Feng's eyes scanned her body back and forth. Beneath the beautiful outline is a pure and flawless jade neck. The raised peaks seemed to be somewhat suppressed. Under the black tights, her waist, which was barely enough to grasp, looked extremely slender. Coupled with that icy breath, it seems to be able to stimulate some desire to conquer deep in people's hearts. Looking at this assassin who was as cold as ice, Qin Feng's heart felt hot. Bloodfire Village, what happened? Mu Yin's Huang frowned slightly under the mask, as if she was resisting Qin Feng's gaze. But with curiosity, he carefully looked at the man in front of him. Don't tell me, you don't know. In order to prevent Qin Feng from denying it, Mu Yin's Huang took a vaccination first. Qin Feng smiled slightly and said, "Don't you guys find out anything?" Investigation, why no investigation? This is where Mu Yin's Huang has the most headache. After the outbreak of the battle in the Spirit Fire Mountain Range, Yinlong dispatched manpower to investigate as quickly as possible. And the people who went there were all masters. However, the impact of that war was too terrifying, almost destroying all traces. Except for the villagers of Bloodfire Village and the members of the two kelp mercenary groups, there was almost nothing. All I know is that Qin Feng has indeed been there. After being told by a master of Yinlong, she understood even more that it turned out that a master of the Ieyasu had sneaked into the Tianlong kingdom. And the target is Bloodfire Village. This master of the monster clan was one of the parties in the previous battle. As for the other party, they didn't know who it was, and they were also greatly shocked. The golden dragon finally broke out with such a powerful strength, such a powerful beast. Yinlong thought he had a lot of information in this world, but he didn't have any clues about it. Therefore, he could only focus on Qin Feng. Among the hidden dragons, there are many talented people, powerful professionals, and all kinds of strange abilities. Through the clues and all the circumstances, Qin Feng was found. Mu Yinshuang looked at Qin Feng and walked to his bed. "Let me take a look at your body. What? So direct?" Hearing Mu Yinshuang's words, Qin Feng couldn't help being stunned for a moment. Before he could react, he just felt a chill hit him. The quilt on his body was pulled away by Mu Yinshuang. "Damn it, are you serious?" To be honest, Qin Feng never thought that Mu Yinshuang would be so tough. If you say you need to look at his body, you really need to look at his body. He didn't even have a chance to speak, so he just looked at him completely. "Qin Feng, you, why don't you wear clothes when you sleep?" Mu Yinshuang did not expect such a scene after pulling back the quilt. That strong body was a field she had never explored before, and the direct visual impact made her breathing stop all of a sudden. Moreover, the little Qin Feng, who was half asleep and half awake, gradually came to life under the stimulation of the cool wind. Like a sleeping giant dragon, it began to gradually recover. Mu Yinshuang had never seen such a scene before, and her body froze for a moment. For an assassin, it is almost impossible to exist. If this kind of mistake occurs in the battlefield, it will be fatal. The face under the mask immediately turned bright red, as if it could bleed. After a sudden reaction, he immediately threw the quilt back. "How can I even bother to check my body? Hey, what are you doing? You didn't even give me a chance to speak, so you lifted the quilt directly. I said, you're just looking at me like that? I'm very traditional, and you have to be responsible." Qin Feng didn't feel that he was at a disadvantage. To lose money in this aspect is to take advantage of it. R7. When Mu Yinshuang heard Qin Feng's words, she couldn't help but recall the scene just now. Even his voice trembled. "I wanted to refute, but I couldn't think of anything to say." This was indeed something she hadn't thought of. "Forget it, I won't tease you, it's probably like this." Qin Feng gave an overview of what happened, but he didn't say what the final battle had to do with him. Let the people of Yinlong guess. Anyway, everything was eliminated in that battle, and he took many of them in one stroke. The monster clan allies with the Fuji country. Mt. After listening to what Qin Feng said, Mu Yinshuang fell into silence. There was a lot of shock in my heart. She never thought that Qin Feng's assessment task would involve so many things. If it is a task of this difficulty, even if she is to go, I am afraid that it will not be possible to complete it. However, Qin Feng is still alive here. Looking at his lively body, it doesn't look like there is anything wrong at all. Qin Feng looked at the silent Mu Yinshuang, and asked, "By the way, my assessment is considered complete, right? If that doesn't count, I'm going to protest." Mu Yinshuang was silent for a while, and said, "Forget it. What a joke, if this is not considered complete, I am afraid that no one can join the hidden dragon. This is your identity card. From now on, you will be a member of Yinlong. This is also a mercenary card, which can be regarded as our identity on the surface. You better not lose it." Mercenary card. Qin Feng looked at a card with strange patterns thrown over by Mu Yinshuang casually. The expression on Wang Qian's face looked a little surprised. "This is actually a mercenary card?" Mu Yinshuang said calmly, "The Great Yin is hidden in the city. Although our Yinlong is mysterious, it is not as mysterious as imagined. Even, it is famous all over the world. Because, while we are the Hidden Dragon, we are also the S-rank mercenary group Hidden Dragon." Under Mu Yinshuang's explanation, Qin Feng also knew the relationship. In this world, mercenaries are also the mainstream of the world. There are countless mercenaries organized by mercenary regiments. Mercenaries can accept employment tasks in the mercenary union, and after completing the tasks, they can get various rewards such as money, equipment, and materials. The grades of the mercenary regiment are divided into 6 grades: S, A, B, C, D, and E. In the world, there are only 9 S-level mercenary groups. The Hidden Dragon mercenary group is the king among them. This is what Mu Yinshuang said, their identities on the bright side. Chapter 109. Qin Feng looked at the mercenary card in his hand, and put it away casually. This is also good, after all, there is an identity on the surface. One of the 9 largest S-class mercenary regiments in the world, this status is beyond doubt. An organization that has reached S-level is no longer a simple mercenary group. Every S-rank mercenary group has extremely powerful strength. Almost all of them are comparable to a small country, even more powerful in terms of high-end combat power. The orientation of each S-level mercenary group is related to some patterns of the world. And Yinlong, as one of the S-level mercenary groups, is also the most mysterious mercenary group. No one knew that Yinlong was originally a secret organization of Tianlong Kingdom. The big hermit is hidden in the city. Qin Feng also had to sigh, this trick is really wonderful. It is so openly placed on the table, but it hides the deepest secret. Against the snow-white walls, Qin Feng was lying on the bed. Mu Yinshuang had already left, and the room seemed even quieter. For some reason, there was a sudden patter of raindrops outside the window. Compared with the white decoration in the room, the darkness outside seemed very peaceful. Crunch! Feng, I cooked porridge for you. Ji Yunyan opened the door and came in, making a toothache sound from the crack of the door. After turning on the light, she smiled embarrassedly. The porridge has been boiled, but it seems to be too long. They are almost in the shape of dry rice. Ji Yunyan also brought some side dishes and a bowl of chicken soup. Injured patients always need to eat lightly, but they also need some nutritional supplements. I don't know what you like to eat, so I just made some. Qin Feng smiled and said, as long as it's made by you, I like to eat it. Hearing this, Ji Yunyan was very happy in his heart, and of course, his face was also very happy. Hey! Don't move, let me feed you, your injury hasn't healed yet. Seeing that Qin Feng was about to move towards the bed, Ji Yunyan hurriedly stopped him. He held the food in his hand, as if he was taking care of a child. Come on, eat this first. It is good. Qin Feng didn't refuse either, the porridge had become quite thick. It is not hot to eat, and it has a warm feeling in the mouth. Feng, take a good rest, I'm going out first, call me if you need anything. Ji Yunyan packed her things and wiped Qin Feng's face again. Just about to leave. Oops. Seeing this, Qin Feng groaned in pain on the bed. Clutching his chest, a pained expression appeared on his face. Feng, what's wrong with you? Ji Yunyan heard the voice, saw Qin Feng's appearance, and hurriedly turned her head. He came to the bed with an anxious face. It seems to be worried that something is wrong with Qin Feng's body. A pair of jade hands, not caring much, wanted to comfort Qin Feng's chest. His eyes were filled with worry and tenderness. Are you leaving? Qin Feng immediately stopped his painful expression, and with a smile on his face, he held Ji Yunyan's jade hand behind his back, and looked at Yi Ren who was so close. He measured his body, stretched out his hands, and embraced Ji Yunyan into his arms. Yunyan, stay with me. Wind, you lied to me. Seeing this scene, Ji Yunyan didn't know that Qin Feng was playing tricks. Before she could react, she was hugged tightly. The delicate jade face was already leaning against Qin Feng's broad and warm chest. The originally cold earlobes turned rosy in an instant. It's even red and hot. She wanted to struggle shyly, but was surrounded by Qin Feng's warm and domineering aura. Hearing Qin Feng's words, the tip of his heart trembled, and he couldn't produce the slightest resistance at all. Union. Feeling Qin Feng's breath approaching him, Ji Qian's heartbeat continued to accelerate. This comfortable breath surrounded her. Thinking of embracing her, this man is exactly what she has been thinking about, and she likes it wholeheartedly. It is even more difficult to hold the tenderness in my heart. It was as if something in my heart was disconnected with a click. Feng, I like you, I really like you. You know, when I saw you were seriously injured, I was really scared, I was afraid that you would leave me. I'm so afraid, the love I haven't said yet, just died like this. You're all right, I'm really happy, very happy. Ji Union pressed against Qin Feng's chest, feeling both joy and sorrow in his heart. A stream of tears, from her white cheeks, fell on Qin Feng's chest. Her delicate body was snuggling with Qin Feng. He began to gradually indulge in this breath, and began to rub against Qin Feng's chest. Fool, don't worry, I'll be fine. This time it was just an accident, I promise I won't worry you in the future. Qin Feng hugged Ji Union, stretched out his hand to brush her delicate cheek. All the teardrops on it were wiped away by him. Gentle, in this fragrance, it makes people confused. The bed is actually very big, and it will be warmer if one more person sleeps next to it. He never cared about the lighting. In the room, the pendulum on the wall made a clicking sound. Boom! The roar of thunder outside the window seemed to cover up some other sounds. There was a violent storm, and the red mud fell. Doing meaningless things is the meaning of love. For example, the rose bought at 3 o'clock in the morning is on the bedside table, bathing in deep panting. The lights are always on, the roses will not thank you tonight, and the love will never stop. A day later. The thunderstorm has passed away, the sun has risen, the sky is clear and the wind is clear. Qin Feng opened his eyes, and through the bright optical fiber, he could clearly see Ji Union in his arms. A beautiful face, a delicate body. In the sun, it is as white as silk. There is an extra charm on her body, which is even more exciting. Ji Union half opened her eyes, she was already awake. I woke up for a while, but I didn't want to wake up. Curled up in Qin Feng's warm embrace, she had already woken up. But he didn't dare to wake up, didn't want to wake up, and when he hugged Qin Feng again, there was always an inexplicable urge. Ji Union subconsciously hugged Qin Feng even tighter. She wants him to be happy. But I was afraid that when I woke up, it was all a dream. After waking up, I don't know if I can still cuddle up to him like this. Ever since, no one moved. No words, only the sun shining. Chapter 110. People are like this, in the face of the most passionate feelings, they will always be easily captured. And some things, after experience, become a terrible habit. Whether it's the feelings for Qin Feng, or the longing for this kind of heart. Ji Union didn't even have the idea of refusing at all. She has been completely captured by the man she loves deeply in front of her. Can't escape, let alone pull away. 3 days later. In this warm room, it has become very peaceful. There is no mess at all. It has been tidied up very clean. Even the sheets, quilts, and carpets were replaced with new ones. It's just that there is still a faint, strange and fragrant smell that permeates the air in the room. Ji Union lay quietly on the bed, lazily, not wanting to move at all. It seems that the body has no strength at all. But the smile on her face told how happy she was. Get the man you love with all your heart. This is also something to be happy about. The impressions of these few days have surpassed everything she has experienced in the past 20 years. Putting her hand on her own softness, the feeling that fascinated her seemed to have not faded away. This is how love makes a rational person become irrational. Even a calm person can become impulsive. In Ji Union's heart, there is only happiness now. At this moment, Qin Feng came to the outside of Tianyuan Academy. Today is the day when the college announces the list. It was a noisy crowd, some were laughing, some were crying. Some were very calm. Although they could check their results online, many people still chose to watch it live. This feeling is completely different. A huge name on the score list is the champion of this assessment. Xiao Yu, with perfect scores in theory, has become the undisputed first place in Tianyuan Academy with the result of clearing the Abyss Dungeon in actual combat. And the second place is Ji Wushuan from the Emperor. The theoretical score is perfect, the actual combat test, the single-player clearance of the Nightmare level dungeon, and the actual combat assessment results are only lower than Xiao Yu and Qin Feng. Qin Feng saw the third place, which was his name. The theoretical results are relatively good, and the full marks in the actual combat results add a lot of brilliance to him. After all, you have cleared the Abyss level dungeon, and your strength is unquestionable. Xiao Yu, Qin Feng too. Ji Wushuan was among the crowd, looking at the names on the list, and remembered these two names in her heart. He also recalled the scene where the two of them cleared the abyss before. That kind of power is indeed very strong, especially Xiao Yu. Dragon, I will definitely have it too. I will definitely find my own dragon with my own hands. It is undeniable that Qin Feng and Xiao Yu's abyss-level dungeons are in the challenge. The two fairy beasts occupy a lot of cards. If there is no fairy beast, you want to rely on your own strength to clear the abyss dungeon. It's almost impossible. Ji Wushuan didn't feel much troubled by this result. The tradition of their family, the younger generation, has always relied on their own strength to obtain resources. The family is just a backing. Although it has great strength, it will never use resources to pile up the new generation in a family. The Ji family has been in the army for generations. His grandfather is the general of Tianlong Kingdom, the former Grand Marshal of Tianlong. His father also had outstanding military exploits, and his family members were all military leaders. Passed down from generation to generation, people with dragon blood, family members, and awakening are all professions related to dragons. The family originally planned to let him go to the Noble Academy in the imperial capital. But he rejected it outright. Came to Tianyuan College. Sure enough, this is the place he should have come to. Just after enrolling, he encountered Waterloo for the first time in his life. The competition here, the opponent here, is far bigger than he imagined. However, this did not affect his fighting spirit. Instead, it made his blood boil even more. It's just that the competition for admission is so intense. Tianyuan College is indeed worthy of being a world-renowned college. The teenagers in the crowd were wearing sky-blue magic robes. Looking at the names on the leaderboard, he sighed slightly. If he wanted something, it was really here. That difficulty is really too great. Qin Feng big brother. Zhong Wenwen and Lin Kexin came to Qin Feng's place together. That crisp voice was full of surprise and joy. Counting it, it has been several days since I saw Qin Feng. Zhong Wenwen still misses her very much. Lin Kexin also greeted Qin Feng with a happy smile on his face. This shout attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd. There is no way. The scene of Qin Feng challenging the copy of the Abyss was indeed shocking. Now that his name is still on the list of achievements, it is hard not to attract people's attention. You guys are here. Qin Feng smiled slightly, stopped watching the list, and brought Lin Kexin and Zhong Wenwen into the school before the crowd made any noise. After the results are announced, you can enter the school to go through the admission procedures. Now in the vast school, there are gradually more people. Fortunately, there is a teleportation array in Tianyuan Academy. Otherwise, it is more difficult to find a place in a short time without using pets. Qin Feng big brother, where should we go for admission procedures now? Zhong Wenwen looked at everything around her lively and lovely, with curiosity in her eyes. The scope of Tianyuan Academy is really too broad. There are even many small and cute monsters. There are also various flowers and trees, and the scenery is quite beautiful. The small body is like a pendant, holding Qin Feng's arm. Qin Feng smiled and said, "It's right in front." The admission procedure of Tianyuan College is also very simple. You only need to pay some tuition fees, and you can get your own student ID card. The tuition fee paid is only the school's miscellaneous fees. Relatively speaking, it is not particularly high. If some students really can't afford it, you can also apply for work-study, and the school will have corresponding work arrangements to offset tuition fees. Of course, Tianyuan College did not exempt tuition and miscellaneous fees. From this step, the self-reliance ability of students began to be cultivated. Hi, let's go through the admission procedures. Qin Feng brought Lin Kexin and Zhong Wenwen to the formalities. 0. At this time, there is no one, so it can be handled as soon as you go. When the teacher inside saw the three of Qin Feng, they were obviously stunned for a moment, as if they recognized them. He nodded, showing a kind smile. "Give me your ID card." Qin Feng nodded, ready to hand over his ID card. Some basic personal information is recorded above. It is the identity certificate that Tianlong Kingdom handles for every citizen after the age of 18. Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng's movements were interrupted. Xiao Yu quickly walked to Qin Feng's side, interrupting his movements. "Hey! Why are you here?" Qin Feng was also taken aback for a moment. He didn't see Xiao Yu just now. Xiao Yu smiled and said, "Of course I came here specifically to find you. There is no rush to go through the formalities, now the Dean wants to see you. Follow me." "Dean? Well..." Qin Feng was a little surprised, but since Xiao Yu came here in person, it couldn't be a fake. So she brought Lin Kexin and Zhong Wenwen to follow behind Xiao Yu. Lin Kexin asked curiously, "Qin Feng, why do you think the Dean is looking for us? Is it because of the Abyss Dungeon?" She also understood that what the Dean wanted to find was not her and Zhong Wenwen. After clearing the Abyss Dungeon, they are like leg pendants, and Qin Feng is the only one who clears the level. This aroused her curiosity even more, wanting to know why the Dean was looking for Qin Feng. Zhong Wenwen didn't ask any more questions, but just looked at Qin Feng with admiring eyes. Qin Feng thought for a while and said, "Maybe it is, or it may be a matter of ranking rewards." "Teacher Anya, do you know why?" Chapter 111. "Of course I want to reward you." Xiao Yu smiled and said, "You have cleared the Abyss Dungeon, and with such excellent test scores, you can get the reward set up by the Academy this time. There are other things, you will know when you go." "That's it." Qin Feng nodded, a hint of thought appeared in his eyes. He has already met Wang Yunting, the Dean of Tianyuan College, and he is a kind old man. Moreover, in some places in the college, there are sculptures of the Dean. Came to the south campus of Tianyuan College. Led by Xiao Yu, Qin Feng entered a small room. The decoration inside is very simple, obviously it should be the kind of reception room. "Hey! Xiao Yu, you are also a health already." 9. After Qin Feng entered the room, he saw Xiao Yu next to him. Judging by his complexion, he seems to be pretty good. It doesn't look like it was about to die before. Kxin. When Xiao Yu saw Lin Kexin, he wanted to say something, but he saw Lin Kexin leaning against Qin Feng's side. "I felt a little pain in my heart. This is without the bitterness of the past." After experiencing a journey on the edge of life and death, his state of mind has changed somewhat. "Qin Feng, I don't need you to care about my affairs." Xiao Yu looked at Qin Feng with resistance, but also with a trace of excitement. He already knew that he was number one in Tianyuan Academy. He proved himself that even immortal beasts can be killed. Coupled with the magical skill he had comprehended before, he could also summon divine beasts to descend in a short period of time. It is the sequelae of this skill that are too terrifying. If it wasn't for Tianyuan Academy this time, He may be dead. Seeing his lively appearance, Qin Feng just smiled. It seems that there is no problem. Hey? This person is also here, Ji Wushuan. On the other side was the quiet and silent Ji Wushuan. A pair of reddish eyes were sizing up Qin Feng. Sit down. I have prepared some food for you. Wang Yunting's tone was very peaceful, pointing to the tea and pastries on the table. Murong Chenyi, the vice president, was also here, but he didn't intend to speak. You are the top 3 in this class, and you are also the students with the best grades since the establishment of Tianyuan College. Anyone's achievements, in the past, are enough to be number 1. It can be said that if you use one word to describe it, it is amazing. Wang Jianting's voice was peaceful and steady. Falling on the ear, it makes people feel very warm. Qin Feng couldn't help sighing, he really deserves to be a magician of the light system. Wang Yunting continued, in view of your achievements, the academy will give you some special rewards this time. Qin Feng, you are the 3rd place this time, and you also led your team to clear the abyss level dungeon. This book of night skills is the academy's reward for you. Thank you, Dean. Qin Feng took the skill book and thanked him with a smile. No one can have too much skill. Moreover, it is a skill rewarded by Tianyuan Academy, so it shouldn't be too bad after thinking about it. Dragon 8 steps. Skill level, Immortal level. Skill effect, Flexible explosive skill, mainly used for dodge, and can also be used in conjunction with attacks. If you use it skillfully, you can walk in the air. You can take up to 8 steps. Every time you take an extra step, you will accumulate 1 more power. 8 steps combined 1, a huge force will erupt. This skill definitely gave Qin Feng quite a surprise. A combination of evasion skills and explosive skills. It is very suitable for him to use now. Zhong Wenwen was also surprised when she saw the attributes of this skill book. Qin Feng, big brother, this skill is so strong. There is no reward for her and Lin Kexin. But seeing Qin Feng get such a good reward, he was also very happy. Ji Wushuan, I also know about your family's traditions, this thing should be of some help to you. Since you have come to Tianyuan Academy, you must abide by the regulations of the academy. This, you should understand. 0. Wang Yunting handed out another item and gave it to Ji Wushuan. Hearing this, Ji Wushuan said, "Thank you, Dean, I understand that." He glanced at the item in his hand and put it away directly. He also understood what Wang Yunting meant. Even if he was a member of the Ji family, he was only a student at Tianyuan College. Here, no identity background can become a barrier for oneself. Only by relying on one's own efforts and one's own strength can one rely on it. Wang Yunting looked at Xiao Yu and said, "Xiao Yu, you are the number 1 in Tianyuan Academy this year. With your perfect score in both subjects, you have broken the previous limit of Tianyuan Academy. It's an amazing thing." There was no lack of admiration in Wang Yunting's mouth, and said, "This ghost weapon was used when I was young, and it is old now. It may be more suitable for you young people." Said, took out a ring and handed it to Xiao Yu. "Dean, I will definitely not disappoint your expectations." Xiao Yu heard the words and took the ring with a serious face. For him, this is not just a reward. More rides carry the recognition of his efforts and are a symbol of his success. Ghost Ring. Equipment Grade, Ghost Tool. Requirements for use, 1000 Spirit, 1000 Strength. Equipment Attributes, Spirit increased by 400, Strength increased by 45.500. Additional Attributes, with 300 storage space. Equipment Skill, Absolute Dodge, active. You can dodge an attack in the illusory light, and you can use it once a day. Powerful Equipment. Xiao Yu's eyes shone with light. Not to mention anything else, just the 300 storage space alone is already precious. Also comes with a life-saving skill. This is already the most powerful equipment he has ever seen. Contract object Xiao Yu obtains the ghost weapon Ghost Light Ring, triggers 100 times the return of items, and the host obtains the artifact Necromantic Night Ring. When Xiao Yu got the ring, Qin Feng also received feedback from the system. This is his first artifact. Chapter 112. Qin Feng directly checked the attributes of this piece of equipment. Death Night Ring. Equipment Grade, Artifact. Requirements for use, 3000 Stamina, 2000 Strength, Hidden Night Class. Equipment Attributes, Physical Strength increased by 2000, Strength increased by 2000. Additional Attributes, Physical Recovery Speed increased by 50%, the effect of using recovery drugs is doubled, there is a probability of triggering undead surround during battle, and accepting an attack for the user 1. Additional effect, after wearing it, you can be immune to all negative effects caused by death attacks. Equipment Skill, Space Storage, passive comes with a storage space, unlimited weight, unlimited quantity, very fast and convenient to use. Necromancer Teleportation, active according to the user's ability and the surrounding terrain environment, within the line of sight, you can teleport with the help of the power of the Necromancer, which can be used 10 times a day. Necro Body Protection, active summon a powerful Necromancer power, which can resist 99% of attacks and 100% immune to any adverse effects. It can be used once a day, and each time lasts for 3 minutes. Equipment Introduction, the artifact of 01 in the ancient times was forged from the souls of endless dead souls and the top-grade material Diamond God Stone. Come on! What is an artifact? This is an artifact. Rao is used to Qin Feng's top-quality equipment, but after seeing this artifact, other equipment can only be eclipsed. The additional attribute has reached a total value of 4000 points, which is not to say that it is not strong. And this infinite storage is simply cool. He will never have to worry about storage space again. Not to mention the powerful guardian skills, and the ability to be immune to negative effects of death. It's a pity that his attributes are still a little bit worse now, so he can't be equipped. After upgrading to the second level, it should be able to be equipped. After Wang Yunting gave Xiao Yu a reward, he said a few words of encouragement to them. You are all excellent students, I believe you will grow well in Tianyuan College. 2 days later, it will be the school's freshman entrance ceremony. According to the usual practice, the top 3 in the freshman assessment will speak at the freshman entrance ceremony. Tell me about your growth experience, future plans, etc. I also hope that you can inspire other students. What do you mean? Xiao Yu nodded immediately after hearing the words, Dean, don't worry, I have no problem with this. I reject. Qin Feng shook his head and said. Wang Yunting looked over, slightly surprised, and said, this is a very good opportunity, Qin Feng, are you sure you want to refuse? I refuse too. Qin Feng didn't speak, and Ji Wushuan beside him also spoke at this time. This time, it attracted all the eyes in the office. Suanya and Mirong Chenyi looked at the current situation with curious eyes. Ji Wushuan said, this kind of thing should be optional, right? I don't really want to do this kind of thing. So, I should have the right to directly refuse. Wang Yunting looked at Ji Wushuan, then at Qin Feng, smiled and said, it is possible, and this is not a fraud. In this case, your admission procedures will be considered complete. According to the regulations of Tianyuan College, all students must live in the college dormitory. Anya, take them to the dormitory area. As the dean of Tianyuan College, the admission procedure is a very simple matter for him. Qin Feng naturally had no objection. Suanya smiled and said, leave it to me. The dormitories of Tianyuan College are separated for men and women. Under the leadership of Suanya, Qin Feng followed beside him, along with Zhong Wenwen and Lin Kexin. It is very attractive to the eyes of students along the way. Suanya was also very happy, and introduced the buildings and scenery in the school to Qin Feng. Xiao Yu and Ji Wushuan followed behind, and no one paid attention to anyone else. Came to the novice dormitory area of the college. It is a very spacious place. The entire dormitory area has many flowers and trees, and the houses are also very beautifully built. It looks even more luxurious than the high-end hotels outside. The dormitory buildings are connected together, and each building is connected by a U-shaped passage. There are many small buildings next to it, all of which are similar to shops or food stores, snack bars, and the like. This is the novice dormitory area, and there are not many people now. Mr. Su, why did you bring the students here yourself? The dormitory teacher at the door of the dormitory building is a middle-aged female teacher. Seeing Su Anya, she also greeted happily. There was curiosity on her face. It was the first time she saw Su Anya brought the freshmen to the dormitory. When the dormitory teacher looked at Qin Feng and the other three, I was also a little surprised. It's hard for her not to be familiar with these three people. It has already spread in the school. She also understood, because Su Anya personally brought people here. Su Anya smiled and said, Ms. Li, this is their student ID card. Please register and arrange it in B311. Anyway, there should be no students coming now. Okay, wait a moment. Hey? B311, right? A student has already moved in, do you want to change one? Teacher Li flipped through the registration booklet and remembered that some students had already entered this dormitory just now. It was a student in blue clothes, and he was quite good looking. Hey? Is there any student so fast? Su Anya was also a little surprised by 617, she had just chosen a dormitory at random. Unexpectedly, there were already people. It's not a big problem for one person. The dormitories here are all 4-person rooms, anyway, Qin Feng and the others only have 3 people. Xiao Yu understood now, and said, Teacher Anya, is this going to let the 3 of us live in the same dormitory? This situation made him frown uncontrollably. Leaving Ji Wushuan alone, he can still accept it. But if you want to live with Qin Feng, it's a bit annoying. Su Anya said, yes. You are the top 3 this time, so I arranged for you to live in a dormitory directly. There is also a reason for this arrangement. If there is no comparison among top scholars, there will be no harm. Letting these 3 super academics live together is simply a super comparison. In this way, a kind of pressure is formed invisibly, and no one will be willing to lag behind. Under this pressure, they will continue to pursue self-improvement. If you can't adapt in this environment, you will degenerate instead. Then it is even more unworthy of the academy to cultivate. It's just that Su Anya didn't say this kind of words, and let the students experience it by themselves. Ji Wushuan didn't express anything and had no opinion. He just glanced at Xiao Yu and Qin Feng silently, with a sense of momentum in his faint red eyes. Chapter 113. Boom boom boom. Su Anya brought Qin Feng and the others to the outside of the dormitory, because there was already a student inside. So there is no key to open the door. Wait a minute. A crisp sound came from inside. After the door opened, a boy who was not very tall appeared in front of him. Wearing a blue mage robe, he looked at the people outside the door with some curiosity on his face. Hey? You are that teacher, you guys? You are. After guarding the door and seeing the people outside clearly, the boy opened his mouth wide. The pupils of the eyes trembled instantly. For a while I didn't know what to say. Su Anya smiled and said, Student Yeking, right? Are you surprised to see them? In the future, they will be your roommates. You. Everyone come in first. I didn't expect that I could still live with the top 3 academic masters in the academy. Yeqing seemed to be a little cramped, and hurriedly moved out of the way to let people in. Although there was bewilderment on his face. Just a heart, but slightly gloomy. I originally thought that after entering the academy, I would be able to find opportunities to find my goals. Did not expect. After entering the academy, this is the really difficult start. Living with these 3 super academics, who are still relatively capable guys, it would be bad if any flaws were revealed. So Anya introduced, this is the best place in the college's dormitory area for freshmen. The dormitory is a whole room, not separate rooms. You should get along well with roommates. As for the beds, it's up to you to choose. Qin Feng paid a lot of attention to the environment in the dormitory. The decoration is quite beautiful and beautiful. Crystal chandeliers hang from the ceiling, and the furniture and wardrobes are exquisite. 4 beds were placed on the 4 sides of the dormitory. The bed is divided into upper and lower layers, not the kind of iron bed frame, but wooden. Below is a desk, a wardrobe, and above is a bed. The room is generally spacious and doesn't feel cramped. Leaning towards the balcony, the bed on the right was already occupied by Yeqing. Qin Feng directly chose the bed on the left in the direction of the balcony. And Xiao Yu chose the front of Yeqing, a bed near the door. Ji Wushuan didn't care and took the last one. Okay, since you have made arrangements, then I'll go first. So Anya smiled at Qin Feng, although she missed it in her heart. But she has other things going on. Now Qin Feng is in school and has time anytime. Qin Feng blinked at So Anya and smiled slightly. You 3, why were you assigned to a dormitory? After So Anya left, the dormitory fell into a strange silence. Yeqing couldn't help asking. Ji Wushuan looked up at him, but said nothing. Qin Feng spread his hands and said, if sheep and tigers are herded together, the sheep will be afraid, but if 3 tigers are together, they will arouse their aggressiveness. Haha! You 3 tigers are together, haven't you thought about how I feel like a sheep? Yeqing couldn't help giving Qin Feng a blank look. He understood the reason. But the expression on his face was somewhat depressed. Of course it's just on the face. If it's 3 tigers and a sheep, then maybe the sheep will be really scared. But what about 3 tigers and a dragon? Xiao Yu also snorted coldly when he heard the words. For Qin Feng, he didn't have the slightest liking for him. Staying here is also boring. Qin Feng opened the sliding glass door of the balcony. It's a huge balcony. The sun shines on the body and looks very warm. Qin Feng took a leisurely stroll in the courtyard and stepped directly down from upstairs. It's hard to imagine that he is a knight with such proficient aerial skills. Seeing this scene, Yeqing was also a little surprised. Tianyuan College covers a fairly large area. There are also many commercial streets in the college. Many shops, even college students are running. Of course, there are also outside businessmen. There are also many mercenary groups organized by students spontaneously, as well as various clubs. Because new students have begun to enter the campus, the shops and businesses in the school have also begun to improve. Qin Feng, quickly see if I look good in this. In a clothing store. Lin Kexin put on an elegant long dress to match her delicate face. Fair skin, loose long hair. It seems that the elf who does not eat fireworks in the world is extraordinarily beautiful. Qin Feng naturally wouldn't disappoint, and praised, it looks good, we can look good in everything we Kexin wears. As he spoke, he leaned into Lin Kexin's ear and said, however, from now on, you only need to wear this kind of clothes for me to see. Number. I will only wear it for you to see in the future. Lin Kexin felt the heat from her ears, and her crystal earlobes were slightly rosy. Biting his lip, a feeling of happiness rose in his heart. Qin Feng, big brother, I look good in this outfit, too. Zhong Wenwen changed into a very cute little green dress, and she also held a matching staff. But it's not equipment, it's just decoration. It's like a green elf appearing in the forest, which makes people's eyes shine. With a small figure, it looks cute and delicate, making people want to hug and care for it. Wenwen looks really good in her dress, I like it very much. Hee, as long as Qin Feng big brother likes it. When Zhong Wenwen heard this, she also felt sweet in her heart. Circled around Qin Feng, waving the magic wand, Zhao Hao, in his hand, as if casting a spell. Qin Feng looked at the two beauties beside him and was quite happy. Staff, swipe your card. Bought all these clothes directly. He took Lin Kexin and Zhong Wenwen to stroll around the commercial street again. I bought some daily change of clothes and some daily necessities. I have to say that this commercial street does have a lot of various shops. It's not like school at all. Girls' clothing stores, lingerie stores, and even S*X toy stores have refreshed Qin Feng's perception. And, there are even several banks. Equipment stores, of course, there will be no shortage of them. The three of them bought a lot of things. Qin Feng can only sigh with emotion. Fortunately, this is the world of professionals, at least there is no need to carry things when shopping. You can directly put the items in the backpack space. It is simply the gospel of the majority of men. Chapter 114. Silent Night. Through the window of the balcony, the white moonlight fell on the floor of the room. Qin Feng didn't fall asleep, and lay on the rocking chair on the balcony to enjoy the breeze. This is the rocking chair he bought today. Here you can see a lot of scenery of the school. Qin Feng, are you still asleep? With a creak, the sliding door of the balcony was pulled open, and a voice sounded behind him. Obviously, it was Yeqing's voice. Because Ji Wushuan almost doesn't talk much, and Xiao Yu doesn't want to talk to him. Yeqing was wearing a loose blue pajamas, still aqua blue as usual. With somewhat curious eyes, De Wang looked at Qin Feng. Do not you go to sleep? Qin Feng seemed very surprised, it was already very late. Yeqing smiled and said, aren't you still asleep? However, it seems that you don't seem like a person who has worries. What's on your mind? That's not true. Qin Feng just said indifferently, it's the same wherever I am, and the wind is pretty good tonight, isn't it? By the way, I don't know where you are from. It seems that you are more like the one who has worries. Are you homesick? Home. Hearing this, Yeqing's eyes dimmed, and he said, I'm an orphan, and I have no home to think about. Looks like this. 213, sorry. There was some apology in Qin Feng's eyes. It's okay, I'm used to it. Eat something. Yeqing took out some snacks and fruits from his backpack and put them on the table. Qin Feng did not refuse. He took something and ate it. This. But, after taking a bite, he stopped suddenly. What's wrong? Yeqing was a little puzzled. The taste of this is quite delicious. Qin Feng smiled and continued to eat. He was silent on the surface, but he was secretly on guard in his heart. Looking at Yeqing with a smile, he used the eye of reality. Yeqing Yu. Character level, level 70. Character occupation, Goddess of Ice. Professional level, 7th rank Mage. Character attributes. Character skills. Hidden attribute, initial luck value is 13 points, charisma value is 15 points. Qin Feng. What is this? He almost thought he was wrong. Yeqing, that's not right, it should be Yeqing Yu, who is actually a 7th rank boss. The point is, he is actually a woman. Cough cough cough. Qin Feng almost couldn't catch his breath, he was choked all of a sudden. Yeqing Yu was still a little palpitating just now, but was attracted by Qin Feng's words. Eat slowly, why eat so fast? Drink a glass of water. Unaware of the fact that he has been exposed. Qin Feng looked at the water handed over, but he didn't care, and drank it directly. After taking the source of life, his body became extremely powerful. It can almost be said to be immune to general harmful substances. What Yeqing Yu mixes in the food is not poison. Just a spice that makes one fall asleep fast and fall into a deep sleep. Thanks. Qin Feng never imagined that this roommate is so scary. I don't know if I don't look at it, but I'm startled when I look at it. A woman disguised as a man, a 7th rank powerhouse. Hiding as a freshman of Tianyuan College. Don't think about it, there must be something. Looking at Qingyu, this is definitely not her real face, there must be some props to make it easier. And there must be props to hide information on his body. So, what is she up to? At this moment, the curiosity in Qin Feng's heart was aroused. If a 7th order can sneak into the academy in this way, the goal must not be a trivial matter. After eating something, Qin Feng also made a sleepy look. After a while, he went back to bed and fell asleep. Qin Feng. Illusion? Why do I feel a palpitation on his body? Qingyu shook his head, throwing out such unrealistic thoughts. In her eyes, these 3 people have great potential. However, it would be ridiculous to say that it was meant to threaten her. That thing may be in Tianyuan College. It will take time to explore. Qingyu was not too impatient. 3 days later, the freshmen of Tianyuan College have all completed their enrollment. On the square of the college, an entrance ceremony for new students was held. Of course, there is nothing new in this, it is all commonplace. The Dean Wang Yunting, as well as the school's teachers and important leaders, encouraged the students. Moreover, Xiao Yu, the freshman, was the first to speak on stage, using his own experience to inspire everyone. Qin Feng has never been sexually interested in such activities. Enough has been heard before. As soon as I left the square, I met Suanya. Suanya said with some doubts, Qin Feng, what are you? I'm a little hungry and I'm going to find something to eat. Qin Feng casually found an excuse. Hey? I just want to go back, you and I go. In this way, Qin Feng was led by Suanya to the residence. The teachers of Tianyuan College also have a separate dormitory area. Of course, teachers may not necessarily live in the school, or they may be outside the school. The place where Suanya lives is a relatively unique small building in the school. Qin Feng, sit down first, I'll get you something to eat. Suanya gave Qin Feng a glass of milk, which was yogurt with a pure flavor. Then he went into the kitchen and got busy. The space in this house is not very big. But it was neatly arranged by Suanya. A study room, a kitchen, 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom. There is a book on the sofa in the living room. The effects of psychic domination on emotions. There was nothing wrong, Qin Feng picked up the book and read it. It's just that the more you look, the weirder your eyes become. It's done, Qin Feng. Egg. Suanya brought out the finished things. It is some food similar to rice noodles, and there are desserts. However, after seeing the book in Qin Feng's hand, he let out a cry of surprise. He quickly brought the book over. This book, Suanya wants to maintain her teacher's demeanor, but it doesn't seem feasible now. There is still some rossiness on the face. Obviously a little shy. Qin Feng smiled and said, Teacher, what did you make? It smells so good. Suanya heard the words, and hurriedly said, This is mo-do octopus powder, and there are jumping glutinous rice cakes. If you are hungry, eat something first. Okay, then I'm not going to be polite. Qin Feng didn't care about the book either, and started eating happily. Chapter 115. In the next few days, it has already entered the teaching time. Under the teaching mode of Tianyuan College, enough time is left for students. According to the different occupations of students, it is divided into different departments. Combat occupations, knight, warrior, mage. Life occupations are also divided into cooking, gathering, forging, refining and strengthening, etc. Very professional. The teaching time is unified in the morning time. In the follow-up time after the lecture, the school does not restrict students to improve their strength. There are also many courses in the college. Career advancement, combat skills, human geography, ethnic history. Let students understand their careers more fully and have a clearer view of the future. Qin Feng, big brother, let's go, I haven't seen what the temple looks like yet. As soon as Qin Feng left the dormitory, he saw Lin Kexin and Zhong Wenwen waiting at the door. Seeing Qin Feng, Zhong Wenwen couldn't wait to speak. Like a little elf, hanging by Qin Feng's hand. Seeing Qin Feng's resolute face, Zhong felt happy for a while. She likes the smell of Qin Feng very much. Qin Feng smiled and said, let's go, just in time, you can all take the step-up assessment. Have to say. With the looks of Lin Kexin and Zhong Wenwen. In Tianyuan Academy, it is also quite outstanding. Especially when I saw two beauties, one big and one small, waiting for a man. In other people's hearts, it is quite unconvinced. But after seeing that the person who came out was Qin Feng, everyone was relieved. Qin Feng, as the person who cleared the copy of the abyss this time, it's hard for people not to know the sensation. His portraits and videos can be said to be widely disseminated. Especially his handsome appearance has attracted the hearts of many girls. As soon as Qin Feng entered school, he was directly promoted to the first place in the Tianyuan Academy's school rankings. Even a lot of senior sisters have attracted a lot of attention. Such a pity. By Qin Feng's side, there were already two beauties, one big and one small. This broke the hearts of many girls. She can't wait to take Lin Kexin and Zhong Wenwen's place next to Qin Feng. Wow, this is the temple, it looks so spectacular. Enter the temple. It is that kind of simple and unsophisticated architectural style, which is quite spacious. The thick beams and columns have exquisite and delicate carvings on them. Tall beams, gorgeous tiles, shining light. On the whole, it looks majestic, which is very attractive. Moreover, as soon as you enter the temple, you can feel the solemnity. This kind of sacred breath shocked people's hearts. In the center of Tianlong Temple is a huge square. There are many statues here, all of which are the sages of Tianlong Kingdom. Some wore armor. Some wore magic robes. Others were holding swords. These are all well-known figures in Tianlong Kingdom, who have made indelible contributions to the rise of Tianlong. Many people are super figures who once rose up in the fight against alien races. Their names, among the alien races, are equally resounding. The glory of the ancestors is really very yearning. Looking at all this, Qin Feng couldn't help sighing. He stood in front of a statue, vivid, as if he was a real person. The blue robe and the staff in his hand seemed to be able to freeze everything. Below the statue, there is an introduction of this character. Ice Emperor. Ice Evil. An 8th order great wizard. 1,000 years ago, the superpower of Tianlong Kingdom. He once used the most iron-blooded means to kill the invading foreign races such as demons and monsters. Especially that last battle. Bingxia forcibly broke through the barrier, launched a terrible forbidden spell, and frozen hundreds of thousands of demon troops. The power of terror has spread to hundreds of thousands of miles. One of the 4 great demon lords of the demon race, who was also an 8th level superpower, also died in this battle. Even now, the title of Ice Emperor is still circulating in Tianlong Kingdom. There is even the inheritance of the Ice Emperor in Tianyuan Academy. Unfortunately, no one has been able to inherit this inheritance. Walking past this statue, in front of you is a tall knight in black armor. The black battle armor covers the whole body, making it invisible. However, the strong dark aura on his body is even more terrifying than some advanced demons. Antu, the 8th rank Dark Dragon Knight. His profession is his own creation. Slaughtered many giant dragons, 5 giant dragons of the demon clan, 3 giant dragons of the demon clan, and a bone dragon of the ghost clan. The reputation is extremely terrifying. His legend can almost be said for 3 days and 3 nights. It is the goal that all knights yearn for. It's a pity that in the end, under the siege of the 3 god-level dragons of the demon clan, there was a final brilliant battle. There is no world that does not sing praises to heroes. All kinds of deeds spread in Tianlong Kingdom. This impact is quite huge. The power of every hero is a living legend. Under the shaping of Tianlong Kingdom, these legendary deeds make people excited. After all, this is a world of professionals, and power and glory are the goals that everyone pursues. Qin Feng, big brother, will definitely become such a big hero in the future. Qin Feng, I believe you will become a hero in the future. Facing the words of the two women, Qin Feng just smiled. For him, whether he can become a hero or not is not very important. But it is important to have the same strength as these heroes. No, even stronger than them. In the Tianlong Temple, there are 4 priests who are responsible for guarding the Tian Dao stele. This is where the career advancement assessment takes place. Entering it, Qin Feng saw a kind old man. He knew that this elder's name was Zhongshan, and he didn't know if it had something to do with Zhongxun's wife. Said to be an old man, because Zhongshan is close to 100 years old. But the appearance is as young as in the 50s. Elder Zhong, let's conduct the promotion assessment. Generally speaking, there is no need to explain to the priests and elders. Just go to touch the heavenly Dao stele, and you can automatically obtain the assessment content. But Qin Feng took the initiative to say something out of politeness. Hey? Qin Feng, right. Well, the aptitude is pretty good, let's go. Zhongshan looked at Qin Feng and recognized him unexpectedly. After carefully looking at it, I found that this night was indeed not bad. As expected of the little guy who cleared the dungeon of Tianyuan College Abyss. Chapter 116. After Qin Feng communicated with Elder Zhongshan. So he took Lin Kexin and Zhong Wenwen to the place where the stele of the Way of Heaven was. And Elder Zhongshan also followed. Qin Feng, you need to be fully prepared for the test of the heavenly Dao stele. Under Zhongshan's explanation, Qin Feng and others had a deeper understanding of the test of promotion. After awakening the profession, it becomes a Tier 1 profession. After level 1 professionals reach level 20, they can come to the temple to accept the assessment. After entering the second level, the attribute will get a corresponding increase. This increase depends on the individual's potential and the difficulty of the trial, and will comprehend some related second-order skills. Zhongshan pointed to the stele of the Way of Heaven and said, as long as you touch the stele of the Way of Heaven, your promotion instructions will appear on it. After a long period of groping for this kind of assessment, we have divided it into 4 grades of the 207 level. Easy, difficult, nightmare, abyss. Among them, about 30% of the people accepted the simple test for promotion. About 50% of the people will accept the difficulty level assessment. 15% of the professionals will receive a nightmare level assessment. Only almost 5% of professionals unfortunately will accept the assessment of the abyss level. Elder Zhongshan, the higher the difficulty of this assessment, the more attributes you will get after upgrading. Hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help asking. If the higher the difficulty, the more attributes will be added, that would be acceptable. Zhongshan said with a smile, many people have this idea, but they have no experience of completing that kind of assessment. Qin Feng, the difficulty of the abyss level is almost the same as the difficulty of Tianyuan College's abyss dungeon. How many people do you think can complete this assessment? Qin Feng thinks about it too, if it is about the same difficulty as the abyss dungeon. Those ordinary people are really bound to die if they go. Not to mention passing the assessment, even whether his life can be saved is a problem. Elder, what will happen if the assessment fails? Lin Kexin was a little worried. The failure of the assessment is also divided into some situations. Zhongshan explained, if you die during the assessment mission, it is considered a failure of the assessment. If your level drops, you must raise your level to level 20 before you can accept the assessment again. The assessment has a time limit, and if it exceeds the time limit, it will be regarded as a failure of the assessment. In this case, your level will be forcibly dropped by 1 level. After listening to Elder Zhongshan's words, Lin Kexin and Zhong Wenwen were also a little silent. Thinking about it, it is better to accept some ordinary assessment tasks. Moreover, the promotion assessment can only be accepted up to 3 times. If you can't complete it 3 times, then it will be judged as having no potential and cannot be promoted. A professional who cannot improve his professional level is really not as good as a life profession. Qin Feng didn't have anything to worry about. With his current strength, he would not pay too much attention to any assessment. Immortal beasts and divine beasts can all be killed. After touching the heavenly Dao steel, Qin Feng's assessment instructions surfaced. Looking for the source of the magic energy in the 10,000 Devil's Cave. Assessment level, Abyss level. Assessment content, in a valley in the north of Tianlong, where Samsung City is located, a mutation occurred 100 years ago. After 3 consecutive days of strong earthquakes, the valley was completely sunken, and the landform changed dramatically, forming the endless crypt exudes a strong demonic energy, and there are many monsters of the demon race. It is called the 10,000 Demon Cave. You need to find the source of the demonic energy in the 10,000 Demon Cave. Assessment reminder, you have 1 month. If you fail to complete the assessment for more than 1 month, you will be punished. If you die during the assessment period, you will be judged as a failed assessment. Qin Feng Big Brother, your mission is Abyss level. Qin Feng, what should we do now? Before Qin Feng could speak, Zhong Wenwen and Lin Kexin had already exclaimed. With a worried look on his face. Is it actually Abyss level? Qin Feng looked at the slowly disappearing content on the steel, but he wasn't too surprised. Don't worry, it's just Abyss level. I even passed the Academy's copy of the Abyss, this assessment should not be difficult for me. He still has this confidence. When Lin Kexin and Zhong Wenwen heard Qin Feng's words, they thought of the previous dungeon of the Abyss. It also put down the worries in my heart a little bit. Zhongshan looked at Qin Feng and said in surprise, Qin Feng, it seems that your potential is still beyond my expectation. Did you know that it's been a long time since no one has encountered 0 in the Abyss level promotion assessment? At least in my career, I only encountered it once. Zhongshan sized Qin Feng up again, and said, Qin Feng, I know this 10,000 Devil's Cave, so I can give you some hints, which can be considered as a help to you. Myriad Devil's Cave, I don't know why it appeared, but it caused a huge sensation as soon as it appeared. It's no worse than the ancient battlefield that appeared in our Tianyuan city some time ago. And in the 10,000 Devil's Nest, there are huge dangers, and there are also restrictions from Blessed Heaven. Only professionals with a level below level 50 can enter it. In 100 years, tens of thousands of people have died in the 10,000 Devil's Nest. Furthermore, if you die in the 10,000 Devil's Nest, your body will be demonized, and even resurrection will fail. Until later, there were no professionals who dared to go to Wanmo Cave, and it was banned by Samsung City. Qin Feng, are you sure you want to go? Zhongshan's voice is very heavy, this place is not a joke. However, the assessment Qin Feng received was to investigate the source of the demon energy in the 10,000 Devil's Cave. The degree of danger in this is naturally self-evident. Zhong Wenwen also hurriedly said, Qin Feng Big Brother, why don't you go, just wait a month and let the task fail automatically. She was worried, although she knew Qin Feng's strength. But this place sounds particularly dangerous. And this is not like Tianyuan College's Abyss assessment, which can guarantee the safety of students' lives. Qin 5.0 Feng, you are right, why don't you go? Lin Kexin also had worry in his eyes. She also didn't want Qin Feng to take risks. Qin Feng thought for a while, then shook his head and said, I'll go and have a look first, if it's really dangerous, I will come back in time. Mainly, this will last for a month, and if you fail, you will lose a level. This time is too wasted. He is still confident, unless the 10,000 Devil's Nest is really extremely terrifying, otherwise he has a chance to complete the assessment. Elder Zhongshan, I just have a question. Qin Feng said, the 10,000 Devil's Nest has been banned by Samsung City, so how do I get in? You can't force your way in, can you? It is not impossible for him to forcibly break into the forbidden area of a city. But that would be an exaggeration. Chapter 117. This is easy. Elder Zhongshan said indifferently, sometimes this happens in the promotion assessment. I will issue a certificate for you, so that people in Samsung City will not stop you. However, you still need to pay attention to the difficulty of this assessment. I don't want you, a potential knight, to die like this. Zhongshan's tone was serious. He knew that Qin Feng's strength was not weak, but he was still only a first-order knight after all. This myriad demon cave, but I don't know how many people died in it. Among them, there are even some 5th-level masters at level 50. Thank you for the reminder, Elder Zhongshan, I will pay attention to it. Qin Feng also responded indifferently, if it exceeds my strength, I will not force myself. If he can't fight, can he still run? Is he particularly worried about this point? Even with an 8th level shot, he still has enough confidence to leave. Seeing Qin Feng's meaning, Zhongshan was very appreciative, and didn't say anything more. Give a proof directly to Qin Feng. This is a certificate issued by the temple. Wherever you see this certificate, you must provide corresponding convenience to the professionals who are being assessed. Of course 01, this convenience is not help. It was a place where Qin Feng encountered such a situation and was set as a forbidden area by certain cities or regions. Qin Feng smiled and said, Kexan, Wen, try it too. Although Lin Kexan was worried about Qin Feng, she didn't say anything else. Nodded. Put your hand on the Tiandao stone tablet. Priest of Wood Spirit. Assessment level, simple. Assessment content, use priest skills to assist teammates more than 10,000 times. Assessment reminder, you have 10 days. If you fail to complete the assessment for more than 10 days, you will be punished. If you die during the assessment period, you will be judged as a failed assessment. Seeing the content of the mission, Lin Kexan also breathed a sigh of relief. Just simple tasks. Assist teammates more than 10,000 times. For her, this task was almost not difficult at all. With the help of the guild at home, it can be done at any time as long as it takes a little time. As for dying in battle, that's not to mention. With the protection of guild members, it is almost impossible to happen. This is also the benefit of having guilds and mercenary groups. You can get some considerable help for the level up task. Wen, go try it too. After Qin Feng saw the content of Lin Kexan's assessment, he also felt relieved. The task Zhong Wen accepted was a little more difficult. Comprehension of space. Assessment level, difficult. Assessment content, rely on one's own comprehension, create a space skill of one's own alone. Assessment reminder, you have 1 month. If you fail to complete the assessment for more than 1 month, you will be punished. If you die during the assessment period, you will be judged as a failed assessment. Need to comprehend skills. This kind of thing is really annoying. When Zhong Wen saw the content of this task, her delicate face became bitter. But did not say, the difficulty of this task. Qin Feng thought about it, and to her, this was really not a difficult task. After all, he still has an 8th order father. After they all accepted the assessment, Qin Feng left with Lin Kexan and Zhong Wen. After returning to school, he found the teacher in charge and explained the situation. Got a month-long vacation. In cases like this, the school is accurate. After dealing with school matters, Qin Feng came to a small residence near the school. The environment here is very quiet. He bought it after enrolling in school, anyway, he didn't have much money for auctioning the equipment before. For him, this is a small problem. Welcome back, Dog Show Gold Sama. After Qin Feng entered the room, a girl wearing a maid outfit came out of the room. It was Emiko Hakiji who had been completely captured by Qin Feng. After the previous return, taking advantage of the time when Emiko Suzaki was in a coma, the attributes also dropped to the lowest point. He directly enslaved the opponent with blood-soul enslavement. MJU4 NDA2 New Jersey A3 MTE1 ODI5 MZA2 OJQ equals. After the blood-soul enslavement is successfully cast, any living being can be enslaved. Let the enslaved obey his commands from body to soul. The success rate depends on the strength gap between the two sides, according to the gap between him and Emiko Suzaki. There is absolutely no possibility of failure. I haven't seen her for a few days, but Emiko's Kanoki's figure is much more charming. The figure is more graceful and graceful. That delicate and charming figure is even more visible in the eyes and loved in the heart. The charming and seductive taste is full of charm all over the body. This reminded Qin Feng of the lingering tact before, and stepped forward to hug Emiko. Emiko, do you miss me? Qin Feng held Emiko's delicate body in his arms, and his heart surged. I really want to go show Gold Sama. Emiko's graceful figure was held in Qin Feng's arms. The familiar masculine breath, full of masculinity, completely enveloped her. Emiko murmured, and looked at Qin Feng with greedy eyes. Heart-rippling, the whole body is immersed in Qin Feng's warm embrace. His body and mind have been completely captured by Qin Feng, almost without the slightest sense of reason. Qin Feng felt the softness and fullness of this embrace, hugged Emiko, and walked towards the room. A day later. Not only did the two sides not feel tired, but they became more energetic. Qin Feng smiled and said, Emiko, is Luo Xiu awake? After he captured Emiko, he returned some of the equipment to her. Similarly, Luo Xiu among the hairpins was also handed over to Emiko for safekeeping. This Luo Xiu, but his second contract object, is an extremely crucial person. But it must be kept properly. Not yet, although Luo Xiu's obsession is quite deep, but the seal set by the Yata mirror, one of the 3 national weapons, is not so easy to break free. According to my estimation, no matter how strong his obsession is, it will take more than a month to break free from the seal. Emiko also exclaimed in amazement, Luo Xiu, you really deserve to be a genius of Tianlong. This point, Qin Feng also had to admit. He already knew about Luo Xiu through Emiko. Luo Xiu was the Tianjiao strongman of Tianlong Kingdom 100 years ago. The strength of the 7th level sword master made him almost an unsurpassable target for the younger generation. It's a pity that he fell in love with someone who shouldn't be loved. Under the calculation of Fuji country, he fell in love with the then daughter of the 247 Boki family. Originally, the calculation in the Fuji country was to let the daughter of the Thinwood family try to take Luo Xiu for her own use. No one thought of it. Not only heroes love beauties, but beauties also love heroes. The daughter of the Bomu family at that time fell in love with Luo Xiu and told him everything. He even gave up everything for him and betrayed the Bomu family. Luo Xiu was young and frivolous, he was taller than the sky, and he didn't take the threat of Fuji Kingdom seriously. When he broke through the 8th level, Fuji country suddenly took action secretly and captured his wife and children back to Fuji country. Even, other relatives in his family were slaughtered. Luo Xiu broke through the 8th level and returned, but faced the most unacceptable nightmare. If the heart becomes mad, one person and one sword will enter the Fuji country alone. With the strength of one person, he slaughtered 10,000 people in one day, and even wiped out the 3 major families of Fuji country. He even fought against the 5 8th level masters of the Fuji country alone, killing 2 of them and seriously injuring Sanping. It's a pity that one person can't defeat a country after all. Under the suppression of the national weapon of the Fuji country, his personal power finally seemed too small. It cannot compete with the power of the entire Fuji country. Originally, the meaning of the Fuji kingdom was to use the power of the national weapon to completely take Luoxiu for his own use. Such a powerful professional, they don't want to waste it. And this matter fell on the Bomu family at that time. Originally, this time, it was taken over by Emiko Tsukinu, who is now the daughter of the Tsukinu family. Who knew that there would be such a shocking change? All of them, including people, fell into Qin Feng's hands. Chapter 118. Kuziujin-sama, you have to be careful. Fuji country has suffered a huge loss this time, and it will definitely not let it go. After a lot of love and affection, Emiko's Kanoki's body was full of red charm. The voice has a delicate opening, which makes people want to love even more. Now Emiko Suzaki is full of Qin Feng's figure, looking at the man who captured her. There was tenderness in his eyes. But this man is too strong, this kind of domineering and violent offensive made her weak all over. He could only slightly close his hazy eyes. Nestled in Qin Feng's arms. Now she is already thinking about Qin Feng wholeheartedly. In her view, Fuji country has become a threat to Qin Feng. And the Bomu family also won't let it go. Don't worry, I will pay attention to this. Qin Feng's big hand walked gently, with some indifference in his eyes. Fuji country is indeed a colossus. However, if this can be investigated to his head, then it is really a ghost. He is just a little knight of the first order, no one will doubt him if he doubts it. In addition, the Tianyuan military and Yinlong's people have already blocked all the news. The clues of that battle have also been completely erased. Except for Emiko Suzaki, there is not even a single person alive in the Fuji country and the Ieyasu. There was only the corpse of a monster three-headed winged snake left, and he had already fed it to the blood dragon. Not to mention, this high-level monster corpse is really a great supplement to the blood dragon. Not only has the level been improved, but also the skills have been comprehended. Now his blood dragon has reached level 10. It's blood money. Moreover, it is impossible for the three-headed winged snake to be resurrected again. But there is a lesson from Luoxiu. Qin Feng was still a little wary in his heart. If the Fuji country really came, he had prepared other methods. At this time, there is nothing to worry about. AFKME. With the cooperation of Emiko Suzaki, Qin Feng went straight ahead. A day later. After taking care of everything, Qin Feng had already left Tianyuan City and came to Samsung City. With the intercity teleportation array, you only need to pay a little money to use it. Quite convenient and fast. The urban style of Samsung City is different from that of Tianyuan City. Qin Feng walked in this city without too much hesitation. Go directly towards the known location of Wanmo Nest. Sure enough, they are guarded by the garrison. Qin Feng also sighed when he saw the troops stationed ahead. This posture is indeed tight enough. The 10,000 Devil's Nest is stationed ahead, and I will let you leave. As soon as he arrived outside the garrison, Qin Feng was stopped by the surrounding soldiers. Serious words, and there is not much room for negotiation. Qin Feng said directly, "Hello, I need to enter the 10,000 Devil's Cave for the upgrade assessment. This is my temple certificate. I should be able to enter, right? Ascension assessment. Temple credentials." The two soldiers in front of them were obviously also taken aback. What? Abyss level upgrade assessment? One of them glanced at Qin Feng's certificate, and couldn't help but let out a cry. They naturally know about the promotion assessment. Looking at Qin Feng's eyes for a while, there was some different expressions. Can't tell whether it's pity or admiration. Being able to accept the assessment of the abyss level shows that Qin Feng does have the corresponding potential. However, to enter the 10,000 Devil's Cave. This is simply courting death. The two soldiers seemed to see that another genius was about to fall. One of the soldiers said, "We need to ask our superiors for instructions on this matter, so come with us." "It is good." Qin Feng nodded, and followed the two soldiers to the outside of a fortress. Inside is the highest officer of our station. Don't be too reckless. Inside is a somewhat elegant middle-aged man, reading a book. It seems very easygoing. After being introduced by two soldiers, he knew that the middle-aged man was named Che Kishui, and he was a 7th level water magician. The Abyss assessment? I understand, you guys go out. Che Kishui listened to the soldier's report. I glanced at the assessment certificate issued by the temple. Putting down the book in his hand, his eyes fell on Qin Feng. Qin Feng, the genius of Tianyuan City, cleared the copy of the Abyss of Tianyuan College. I know you. Now, what you want to do is to upgrade to the 2nd level promotion test, Li Wangzhao. In this fortress, the elegant Che Kishui looked Qin Feng up and down. Have to say, it seemed that Qin Feng's spirit was indeed quite strong. However, even so, he still didn't feel that Qin Feng had the ability to complete this assessment. Yes, what I'm going to do now is the assessment to upgrade to the 2nd level. So, shall I stay in? Qin Feng didn't deny it either, but just looked at Che Kishui. Che Kishui didn't say whether he could go in, but looked away, pointed to the side, and said, "You probably don't know enough about the 10,000 Devil's Cave. Let me explain it to you." Under Che Kishui's explanation, Qin Feng has a deeper understanding of Feng Moku. Chapter 119. In the north of Samsung City. In a valley, 100 years ago, a mutation occurred. After 3 consecutive days of strong earthquakes, the valley was completely sunken. The landscape has undergone tremendous changes, forming endless crypts. It exudes a strong demonic energy, and there are many monsters of the demon race, which is called the Cave of 10,000 Demons. In the 10,000 Devil's Cave, there is a strong demonic energy, and there are many monsters. Che Kishui said, Samsung City has sent many masters into it to check. There are countless monsters, all of which are above level 40, and there are thousands of bottomless magic caves. Furthermore, restricted by the rules, professionals above level 50 are not allowed to enter the Wanmo nest. But there are some high-level monsters among them. According to the information we got, there is a 50th level fairy beast in the 10,000 Devil's Nest, which is very cunning. Ordinary adventurers who enter it will simply die. Qin Feng, although you are now powerful enough to rival a fairy beast of the same level, it is also very dangerous to enter the 10,000 Devil's Cave. Are you sure you want to go? 50 level fairy beast? Qin Feng was slightly lost in thought. If it is said that among the 10,000 Devil's Nest, the strongest is only the 50th level fairy beast. That is not a difficult thing for him. 853 However, according to his speculation, this kind of place might not be so simple. See, Qin Feng is silent. Che Kishui thought that he was thinking, so he continued, you have enough potential, but it is only potential, and it may be wise to give up temporarily. Actually, you are not the first person to receive the assessment task of entering the 10,000 Devil's Nest. A year ago, Guanzhiruo, a super genius in our 3-star city, a 4th level fighter of level 50, even initially understood the existence of domineering enough to rival the same level of fairy beasts. She has already become a member of the Tianlong team. After accepting the nightmare level promotion assessment task, she resolutely entered the 10,000 Devil's Cave with a high heart. It's a pity that it's gone forever, and even the mark of the Tianlong team can't check its situation. Arrogance is probably a common problem of geniuses. Almost every genius must overcome. Any genius is an important resource of Tianlong Kingdom. Although Qin Feng is not a genius in Samsung City, he does not want Qin Feng to enter the 10,000 Devil's Nest. Team Dragon. Qin Feng's voice was slightly surprised. After he joined the Hidden Dragon, he had the corresponding authority. Many things in Tianlong Kingdom, including the military, political situation, and even hidden forces, have been understood accordingly. In Tianlong Kingdom, Yinlong is an extremely mysterious organization. There are very few people who know about it. In addition to Yinlong, there is another organization on the bright side. That is the Tianlong team that many nobles and wealthy children yearn for. The hidden dragon is the most concealed dagger of Tianlong, which secretly sweeps away all obstacles, and the Tianlong team is the strongest force representing the Tianlong kingdom. Every member is an absolute top expert. Tianlong team is the endorsement of strength and reverence. However, the existence of this team is not very suitable for Qin Feng. Although powerful, it will also be limited. And Yinlong, the messenger in the darkness, is unknown to others, and has powerful authority, which is more suitable for him. Yes, Team Tianlong. Describing it like this, you should know how terrifying this 10,000 devil's nest is. Are you still going in? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng responded with a smile, I think Tao should know the answer. This answer did not surprise Che Qishui. Genius is often like this. Che Qishui sighed slightly, and said, if you want to go in, you can. I have one thing here, and I just need your help to deal with it. As long as you can finish, smoothly, then you can go in at any time. Without asking Qin Feng whether he agreed or not, the writer pointed to a location on the map. This is located in the south of Samsung City, and it is the junction of us, orcs, and Goryeo. The half-orcs are also a part of the alien race. After the former half-orc leaders were sealed by the Tianlong kingdom, these half-orcs expressed their attitude of submission and were willing to become the subordinate race of Tianlong. But aliens are never trustworthy. These guys have secretly begun to have an extremely ambiguous attitude towards Gao Li. This is absolutely intolerable. Qin Feng, if you want to enter the 10,000 Devil's Cave, then use your strength to speak. No matter what method you use, without revealing your identity, slaughter the 3 half-orc tribes and give them enough deterrence. Hearing Che Qishui's words, Qin Feng raised his head in surprise. Are you sure it's massacre? He did not expect that such an elegant military leader would be so manic. The first thing he said was to let him slaughter the 3 half-orc tribes. Che Qishui smiled slightly and said, yes, yes. You can accept or reject this task. I have no time limit. As long as you complete it, you can enter the 10,000 Devil's Nest at any time. If you can't, that's better. As far as he is concerned, whether Qin Feng can complete the task is what he is happy to see. If you can't complete the task, you will die if you enter the 10,000 Devil's Nest. If you don't go in like this, you can still stay alive. If the assessment fails, at most the level will drop by 1 level. And if you die in the 10,000 Devil's Nest, you won't even have the chance to be reborn. Of course, if Qin Feng can really pass the test, then he will not interfere with the other party's choice. After all, the temple issued a certificate. Strictly speaking, he can only set some checkpoints within the scope allowed by the rules. Qin Feng thought for a while and said, if during this period, for example, Goryeo and the orcs go to war, or other beasts, other alien races, slaughter the orc tribe, can it be counted as mine? Qin. What I'm saying is, you can use any means. If all of the situations you mentioned happen to happen, that can also be considered your record. Che Qishui gave Qin Feng a meaningful look. Qin Feng nodded and said, since that's the case, then I will accept this task. Take a map. He turned and left directly. Chapter 120. After leaving the 10,000 Devil's Nest, Qin Feng didn't hesitate, summoned Xiaobai, and followed the directions on the map to stay away from Samsung City. The face of illusion entered the area of orcs. Qin Feng directly changed his appearance, and the dragon was summoned directly. The whole body is covered by blood-red energy. This is the original face of the Blood Flame Dragon Knight. Blood Flame, next is our home field. This time, he appeared with a brand new look. After entering the half-orc area, the surrounding monsters gradually became fiercer. This time, he didn't rush forward. Instead, he began to ride Xiao Bai with bloody flames, sweeping all the way. Now we still need to improve our strength, it is best to increase the level of Xiao Bai and Suan. If he could raise the level of his immortal weapon suit by 1 level, then the attribute should be enough for him to equip the divine weapon Necromancer Ring. This is also more sure. After brushing monsters along the way, Qin Feng came to a chaotic area at dusk of the second day. The surrounding area here is extremely barren. It is the territory of a half-orc marked on the map. The surroundings are not the kind of human urban buildings. It's that rather primitive living environment. Brontosaurus manta. Blood flame, patrol at low altitude, block this area. Now it's our turn. Qin Feng rode Xiao Bai into this territory. Because it is close to night, the line of sight is not very clear. But this didn't have much impact on Qin Feng. His real eyes were no different from daytime in the dark. Xiao Bai, let's go. Before the orcs in front could find Qin Feng, they were enveloped by Xiao Bai's various magics. There was a howl. It is a group of half-human, half-animal creatures with a height of nearly 2 meters. Whether the upper body is human or the lower body is human, it is different according to the race of the half-orc. This half-orc tribe is a kobold tribe. The lower half is a human body, while the head is a dog's head. A group of kobolds are holding various weapons such as long swords and staffs. Yelling, he rushed towards Qin Feng. The kobolds of this kobold tribe obviously have never experienced beatings by society. Xiao Bai kept bombarding with his skills. Qin Feng didn't say a word, and started to slaughter continuously. After buffing some explosive skills with no side effects, even a high-level kobold would still be beaten by Qin Feng. Drops are nice. Qin Feng was not in a hurry, and even had time to look at the things these guys dropped. It is said that the kobold is the one who likes to collect treasures most among the half-orcs. Looking at it now, it seems to be really good. Take Xiao Bai to slaughter along the road, and Blood Flame and Thunder Dragon Manta Ray are cruising at low altitude. It took more than 2 hours. Qin Feng finally came to the lair of the last kobolds. And his level has also been raised by 1 level. In the current situation, he has 3 hidden professions, plus he also has a set of immortal weapon suits. This leveling experience is no lower than that of divine beasts. Came to the deepest part of this tribe. It is a relatively clean and refreshing stone house. There is also a pile of flames burning in it, lighting up the darkness in the night. Hey? There's nothing. Strange to say. Qin Feng has always wondered why this kobold tribe didn't even organize a decent offensive. Unexpectedly, he came to the place where the kobold leader was. Not even the kobold leader was there. In the whole stone house. There are also a few rough stone chairs on both sides. Obviously imitating human behavior. Above the head, there is a huge golden chair, obviously made of gold all over. It looks very gorgeous. There are also furs of other animals, all of which are very good materials, symbolizing the status of the leader of the kobolds. Where did the kobold leader go? Qin Feng scanned the room, but didn't see any figure. And the kobolds outside have all been wiped out by him. But now, let alone the leader of the kobolds, there is not even a shadow. Xiao Bai seemed to have sensed something, and directly cast his skills, smashing the gorgeous chair to pieces. There was a huge hole. Under the light of the fire, it revealed a dark light. Did he escape? Or, he was no longer in the tribe before? Qin Feng pondered slightly, withdrew the blood flame, and led Xiao Bai into the depth of the secret passage. Here, it's not just a secret passage. After entering the secret passage, Qin Feng discovered that there was something really hidden here. With the deepening, the secret passage, which was not so wide at first, became gradually wider. It even showed a huge circular corridor. Among them are huge stone slabs, embellished with yeming pearls to illuminate the road along the way. This is obviously an artificially developed underground cave. Just, looking at the ancient traces around. According to Qin Feng's preliminary judgment, this place has existed for a relatively long time. What kind of secrets will exist in such an ancient place? He had begun to look forward to inches. Chapter 121. Turn a corner. I saw a huge heavily guarded square. At the end of that square, there was something shrouded in countless runes. Qin Feng also didn't know if the leader of the kobolds was here. But look at such tight guards. There were even more kobold tribes outside, which made him even more excited. There must be a big secret here. Thoughts arose in Qin Feng's heart, and after thinking about it for a while. Take Xiao Bai and kill him. Who? There are intruders. The kobolds here are not as simple as the kobolds outside. All of them are quite alert. 757 was detected by these kobolds almost when Qin Feng made a move. Howl! It began to quickly combine into a battle formation. They came towards Qin Feng for encirclement and killing. Kobold Warrior, Elite. Level 50, Level 5. Attributes, Strength, 3240, Stamina, 3562, Spirit, 1250, Agility, 2456. Talent, Vigorous, born with great strength, relatively high strength growth attribute. Skills, Warrior skills below level 5, Slashing. Weakness, after slashing and slashing, you will fall into a 3-second freeze. Introduction, the kobold is a relatively intelligent existence in the half-orc race. Don't underestimate this race by thinking that he looks naive. Those who were in the kobold tribe before were at most ordinary 5th-order kobolds. And here, the 5th-order elite is only the lowest existence. Among them, there are even elites at the 60th and 70th levels. Well done! Seeing this kind of battle, Qin Feng laughed instead. The tighter the opponent guards, the more comprehensive the protection. Then he had to go in and see what was inside. Now, the massacre of these kobolds is already doomed. Xiao Bai, let's go! Riding Xiao Bai, Qin Feng continued to use his skills to fight back fiercely under the attack of these kobolds. And Xiao Bai was even more frantic, constantly using various magic skills. Turn this place into a terrifying battlefield. A battlefield shrouded in 5 colors of light has become the most feared grave of these kobolds. Various negative effects such as confinement, burning, armor piercing, and bleeding emerged on the kobolds. For a time, even the battle formation collapsed. Most of the kobolds started to howl. Damn, why is this person so powerful? How the hell did he get in here? Is everyone out there dead? Some kobolds with weak strength have already begun to die one after another. It fell to the ground and made a dull sound. And that equipment also fell to the ground with a ding-dong, making people see it in their eyes and feel joy in their hearts. The kobolds here are all elite kobolds. They must have been carefully cultivated by the kobold leader. Compared to the outside, most of the outside are bronze and silver equipment, and even gold equipment is rare. And here, almost all gold equipment. Dark gold equipment is no longer rare. The equipment fell to the ground, and it looked golden among the burning flames. Reflects a different light. But now is not the time to collect the spoils. Qin Feng saw that those kobolds still wanted to evacuate, so naturally he would not let them go. To beat a dog in the water, it is natural to be ruthless and fast. Where did your leader go? After killing all these kobolds, Qin Feng left the strongest elite alive. He is a 70th level 6th tier elite. However, this so-called 6th order elite is only relative. Not even as powerful as Emiko Thakaji. Thinking about it, Emiko is the contemporary daughter of the Sukino family, who has been carefully cultivated. This kobold is naturally not enough to watch. %. However, Qin Feng's question was not answered. Instead, the dog-headed man spoke strange words, and that dog's face showed a ferocious expression. In that case, you'd better die. Qin Feng directly chose to kill the opponent. What the kobold just said was the language of the orcs. He hadn't learned it, and although he didn't understand it, but looking at the dog's face of the other party, he knew that it must not be a good word, and he was probably scolding him loudly. If you can't ask, you might as well kill him. After this burst of killing, all the kobolds in this space have been killed. Qin Feng's level has increased by 1 level, reaching level 22. And the levels of Xiaobai and Suiyan have also been raised by 1 level. It's a pity that the fairy equipment set has not been upgraded yet, and the growth level has reached 4.0 to 50%. Put away the equipment that exploded on the ground, there are really a lot, and almost all of them are above the gold level. This time, it was another large amount of income. Qin Feng quickly arrived at the place imprisoned by the mysterious rune. Seems to be some kind of seal. There was a mysterious magical light shining, which Qin Feng had never seen before. There was a man imprisoned in it, with disheveled hair, and he couldn't see his face clearly. But according to the dress on her body, she should be a woman. You finally came. Before Qin Feng could speak, a voice came out from the seal. Chapter 122. Located outside the Kobold tribe. A group of people is coming towards the tribe. Park Sung-hoon, who came from Korea, looked at the Kobold leader full of sarcasm. Hee, afraid saying, you half-orcs have fallen to this point. This makes me very worried, whether our cooperation this time is really necessary. The Kobold leader, Fear Sang, looked a little gloomy. He was selected by the half-orc clan to contact Goryeo. One is because he is considered to be the one with the higher IQ among the half-orcs. Other sphinxes, tiger heads, and centaurs are not intelligent races. All a bunch of fools. The second reason is that the people in Korea are really too arrogant. He thinks highly of himself and thinks he is number one in the world. If it weren't for the need for Korean people to help, he would never want to see those people's ugly faces. Fear Sang said in a low voice, Your Excellency cannot question the strength of our half-orcs. If Your Excellency still has such an attitude, then Gao 01 should probably be replaced by someone else. Haha. Pu Chen soon smiled disdainfully, and proudly said, Naturally, we don't need this point. We have the same goal, and it is an inevitable choice to unite against Tianlong Kingdom, and you don't have a choice, do you? If the old men of the Pu family hadn't asked him to come, he wouldn't have bothered to talk to these orcs. A bunch of dirty, ugly guys. Do you really think it was the glorious era of half-orcs? If he is really replaced, he will inevitably be given the name of being unfavorable. This is not what he wants. Moreover, although half-orcs are not smart, they can still be used as cannon fodder and have value for use. Otherwise he wouldn't be here. As long as we find that artifact and our beast god is unsealed, what will happen to the heavenly dragon kingdom? When Fear Sang heard this, the expression on his face was not very relaxed. I thought so in my heart. If the beast god of the half-orcs hadn't been sealed by the heavenly dragon kingdom, the situation of the half-orcs would definitely not be so difficult. It's a pity that he has been unable to find out the whereabouts of that artifact. Now, also had to rely on external force. Okay, isn't something wrong with your tribe? Let's hurry over and let you see our strength this time. Although Park Sung-hoon looks down on AI saying, he doesn't want to go too far. Moreover, just take this opportunity to show off your strength. Behind him was a team that was fully equipped. Goryeo swordsman has a hidden profession unique to Goryeo, and the attack is very powerful. The worst ones are the 5th tier elite masters with a full set of dark gold equipment. This kind of strength can be regarded as very good. It's just that when they came to the tribe, they were all sluggish. How is this possible? Who the hell? Fear Sang looked at the scene in front of him, and after a short period of sluggishness, he was filled with endless anger. In the eye sockets, the blood-red light instantly fell into a state of rampage. The entire kobold tribe was shrouded in blood and flames. There are charred corpses everywhere, without any vitality, and even all the corpses have been sucked dry and turned into countless dead bones. The scorched black bones told how horrible things happened here. At this moment, it's not just the kobold leader. Even Park Sung-hoon couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. What the hell happened? The entire kobold tribe was turned into this. I don't know if there are still alive. But even if there are any alive, I'm afraid there are only 3 or 2 kittens. Such a scene is no different from extermination. Could it be that this kobold provoked some strong man? Before Park Sung-hoon could speak, afraid Sang couldn't bear it any longer, he roared and rushed into the tribe, trying to find if there were any kobolds alive. However, all that was left was disappointment. How so? Who the hell did it? Afraid Sang couldn't believe it, there was not a single living person in the entire tribe. Wait, it's not good, straight. After being absent-minded for a while, Fear Sang suddenly came to his senses and rushed directly towards his palace. The secrets there are even more important than his entire tribe. This is related to the rise and fall of the entire orc. Where is he going for 400? Park Sung-hoon was also curious when he saw the behavior of Ai Sang, so he led his people to follow. After entering the palace, I discovered that there was a secret passage here. There is a secret way, could it be? He was suddenly excited, this must be the secret hidden by the kobold tribe. Maybe he can still gain something? Let's follow and go in together. With the team behind him, Pu Yuchen soon also entered the secret passage. End of the underground hall. Is that you talking? Qin Feng didn't know what was happening outside, but looked at the body that was still in the seal. The person who was sealed inside turned out to be a woman. The voice came out from the seal, but the body in the seal did not move at all. Instead, a ray of white light appeared from the body. An illusory soul emerged from that body. I am already dead. Fortunately, you are finally here. Chapter 123. You finally came. Fortunately, my prediction was not wrong. The existence in the seal looked at Qin Feng unsurprisingly. After looking at it, he nodded. This was indeed the one she was waiting for. Qin Feng couldn't help being surprised when he heard this. You knew I was coming? How could this be possible? For so long, this was the first time he encountered such a situation. Needless to say, this surprised him a bit. The soul of the woman in the seal nodded and said, a long time ago, when I died, I predicted that a night would come here, but I can see a vague figure. When I saw you, I was sure that you were the one I prophesied. Prophecy? Do you want to make it so mysterious? Wait, are you a prophet? Qin Feng heard this, thought for a while and said. He has only heard of this profession. There are fortune tellers, calculators, stargazers, and fortune tellers. These are very talented occupations. And it is also a very rare occupation. He didn't expect that there was actually a prophet here who predicted his arrival. This kind of strength, I'm afraid it will not be a simple character. Yes, I am a prophet. The woman said directly, Knight, I am the Xingyu prophet. A long time ago, I was seriously injured after a battle with the demon general Yu Moji of the demon race, and then the half-orcs took the opportunity to find me, and wanted to ask about the artifact Gu Yu Xing Guang Shuo, the whereabouts of the beast god who wants to unseal the half-orcs. Seriously injured, she was naturally invincible under the siege of many powerful half-orcs. Even paid the price of life. Even the soul is imprisoned by this special rune. I want to press for the whereabouts of the artifact. Fortunately, with her last life, she predicted Qin Feng's arrival. Knight, you can come here, everything is arranged by God, I need to entrust everything to you. Under such narration, Qin Feng naturally understood everything. It seems that the half-orcs are secretly acting frequently in order to unseal the beast god. It's you, it's you. At this moment, the furious kobold leader rushed in. Seeing Qin Feng, I still don't understand that all this is done by this human being. However, when he saw the woman's soul communicating with Qin Feng, he even roared in his heart. This is the only hope that must not be lost. He rushed up directly. I didn't look for you, but I sent it to my door. When I get rid of him first, let's talk about other things. When Qin Feng saw the leader of the kobold, he also exuded killing intent. He and Xiao Bai instantly entered a fighting state. The kobold leader rushing over was not the professional outfit that Qin Feng was familiar with. On the contrary, it is a bit like the full type. He was wearing a rough fur costume, and the stick in his hand, which looked like a staff, looked black and shiny, and it was thicker than the weapons of ordinary soldiers. Qin Feng cast the buffed skill directly. Xiao Bai is using various soil and wood control and water control skills, constantly restricting the performance of the kobold leader. There is no head-to-head fighting. Instead, he chose to limit the roaming style of play. Humans, damn it! Ai Sang suddenly roared, and swung the iron rod like a magic staff wildly in his hand. He actually broke through Xiao Bai's limit. The attack fell directly on Qin Feng's body. The damage of this blow made Qin Feng slightly speechless. After viewing the opponent's attributes with the eyes of reality, as expected of the leader of the kobolds, the strength of the 7th level is indeed not weak. But compared with the super 7th order powerhouse like the three-headed winged snake, there is still a big gap. Although powerful, it's a pity that you met me. Qin Feng's current comprehensive strength can be said to be extremely powerful. Cooperating with Xiao Bai, he continued to cause damage to the kobold leader. Blood Fire Fury. Seeing the opportunity, Qin Feng let out a deep shout, the spear in his hand was wrapped in black lightning, and together with Xiao Bai's attack, he charged towards the kobold leader. The kobold leader had already raised his skills and prepared to resist. Suddenly, he felt the blood in his body surging. Under the colic pain in his chest, he failed to use his skills. He was already in a state of boiling blood, and his anger had nowhere to vent. Now being controlled by Qin's blood energy suddenly, in conjunction with Shui Yan's anger, he directly poked a hole in his body. Damn it! Damn it! Wang Qianzhao, the leader of the kobold, roared angrily, and directly thrust the iron rod in his hand into the ground. There is actually a tendency to enlarge the body. Apparently it's about to explode. Kill! The eyes of the kobold leader instantly turned blood red. Moreover, he also took out a scroll, which actually blesses another state. He rushed towards Qin Feng directly. It seems that this time it is going to show a little bit of strength. Qin Feng didn't mind killing this guy in this place. Be careful, there are others. At this time, that woman's voice rang in Qin Feng's ears. Who is he? Park Sunghoon was quite shocked when he saw the scene in front of him.